All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello. It's a brand new day. It's Tuesday, the 28th of April, 2026. We're back. Fourth day in a row now of us doing live storm coverage in Texas, and we're starting much earlier than the last several days, that is for sure. Kind of still getting things set up here, but we are going to be here all day, it looks like, bringing you live Texas severe weather information. We're Texans bringing you Texas weather. That's all we're going to focus on today is Texas. So, as I get set up here, first thing I'm going to do is making sure these mid-roll ads are off on the YouTube. And then we're going to talk about what we have going on. We do have our first severe thunderstorm of the afternoon that has already developed now in a familiar place. That's going to be south of Wichita Falls, just north of Archer City. That storm is already capable of producing golf ball-size hail and damaging straight-line winds. And yes, that's probably going to eventually turn southeast. And yes, we all know what that means for those of you in DFW. So, we are facing a pretty significant severe weather threat today in terms of big hail. Now, let's just go ahead and show you the severe weather outlook for today. It's big, it's bad, it's very mad. We got all the bright colors on here. It's not in a great place in terms of having a huge population center in the middle of it. But I also want to be particularly clear when I say this is not a high-end severe risk driven by the potential of tornadoes. This level 4 risk is because we're expecting big, giant, gargantuan hail today with several severe storms in a pretty concentrated area. So that is why we have this big old angry level 4 blob of doom right over the DFW Metroplex extending west of Mineral Wells up to Sherman, Bonham, east towards Canton. And again, we have a level 3 risk extending all the way across northeast Texas, places like Corsicana, Tyler, Shreveport, Texarkana, Paris, and really, based on the fact these storms are already developing farther west, you might as well expand that west a bit. So here's the actual tornado risk for today. And guess what? It's not that super duper scary big old red color, is it? A few tornadoes are probable today. There's definitely the potential we're going to be dealing with a few tornadoes today. But I want to emphasize here that the overall tornado risk is on the low side. Not zero, not very low, but low. Now, is it possible they could upgrade it to medium at some point? Sure. But by far, our main issue today is going to be hail. Lots and lots of hail. And while we have all you fine folks here, let's go ahead and pop on the high-res rapid refresh model, and let's just give you a basic timeline of how this is going to play out today, or at least should. I don't know why my mouse is the size of a small peanut on here, but that's very interesting to deal with today. I'm going to have to remember that if I'm trying to use my mouse to annotate anything. Y'all aren't going to be able to see it. Oh, it looks big on there. What the heck? It's like the size of like a little dimple on my monitor, but on here on the stream version, the mouse is bigger than a golf ball. Interesting. Anyway, ignore my ADHD-isms. I'm trying to get it out of the way now before things actually do go rambunctious galore. So here is what the latest high-res rapid refresh model shows for today and tonight. And again, this isn't going to have the exact locations down. It's not going to have everything all hunky-dory, but it does give a general idea of what we expect. Guess what? You can see it fires up storms along the Red River, well, between 2 and 3. Well, we already have the first one south of Wichita Falls, so starting early. Notice how it moves those storms southeast this evening. And if this is right through DFW. So DFW, you're going to get storms this evening. And yes, the most intense of these storms are probably going to be dropping, possibly hail larger than softballs at some point today. Localized damaging winds and some pretty nasty lightning, hail, and maybe a few tornadoes. Just because we have that higher end severe weather risk level does not mean everyone's going to be getting hit with storms. I want to make that perfectly clear. Some of y'all, probably in Dallas, because that's where I seem to get the most angry people, are probably not going to get a thing today. And then y'all are going to be like, oh, we didn't get anything! Even though a county away got hit by a tornado that killed a couple people. That was Saturday, by the way. So, not everyone's going to get storms, but we're going to need to pay close attention today for big hail, strong winds, and yes, the possibility of a few tornadoes. Now, we do have tornado watches now in effect for North Texas and Northeast Texas. The North Texas one isn't showing up here yet. Give me just a second, and I'll pop on the a different screen, and y'all will be able to see that pretty easily here. Let me clear some stuff off. Again, I didn't necessarily think we'd be going by 1 p.m., so I kind of had to skedaddle in here after eating some mini-wheats. So give me just a second. We'll get everything turned on. But, yeah, we're going to be here like all day. So, all right, where's the tornado watch? There's the tornado watch. So here we go, and this is the tornado watch we now have for North Texas, the Eastern Big Country, Eastern Texoma. This includes places like Eastland, up through Breckenridge, Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Fort Worth, Dallas, Denton, McKinney, Gainesville, Sherman, Bonham, Paris, Lake Tawakoni, Mount Pleasant, Mount Vernon, out west through Gainesville, Nocona, St. Joe, Ringgold, Wichita Falls, Henrietta, down through places like Throckmorton, Graham, Jacksboro, Decatur, and isn't it nice how I can recite all those, like, right off the top of my head? All right, so we've talked about the expectations. Let's go ahead and show you what we have going on right now. And we do have a severe storm that's already taken off, and you can see this is one of these classic supercells already. Just like the last several days, the atmosphere is really stinking unstable. So we're going to be dealing with a lot of rapid thunderstorm development. And when that occurs, these storms are going to go from nothing to uh-oh real quick. And again, that doesn't mean they're all going to be dropping tornadoes. Today's big threat is really stinking big hail. And by really stinking big hail, I mean, 4 to 5 inches in diameter big. That kind of hail with the most intense storms. So, yeah, we're going to be busy. So this is a severe thunderstorm now in northeastern portions of Archer County. Same areas we covered Saturday. This is going to be just north of Scotland, north of Highway 25, northeast of Archer City, well north of Windthorst. This is going to be south of Wichita Falls, south of Lakeside City, and this is moving east. So again, storms today, when they fire up, are going to tend to move off to the east initially, but they may start moving southeast as they intensify. This is going to be a predominantly eastward-moving storm day with the most intense storms moving southeast. And we're also expecting, as we get into this evening, some of those clusters are going to move southeast as well. The potential does exist for destructive severe thunderstorms to move into the DFW Metroplex during the evening rush hour. Again, by destructive severe storms, I need to emphasize the potential for hail, softball to DVD size with the most intense storms. A DVD measures about 5 inches across. So 4 to 5 inches in diameter. Softball to grapefruit to DVD. Okie dokie. The kind of hail that does nasty stuff. So damaging straight line winds, and the potential for a few tornadoes. The tornado threat is lower than the hail threat, but it is not zero. All right, so, we're going to be here all day. We are going to be here through the day. We're going to be here into this evening. Looks like we do have a thunderstorm beginning to develop now south of Throckmorton. That's going to be north of Albany, north of Shackelford County. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to try to get us... There we go. We're going to be able to use this to actually see thunderstorm development a little more easily. And this is a product we can use to actually see the evolution of towering cumulus. It's kind of like the precursor to be able to see when are we about to have storms. So on this product, we're able to see we do have developing towering cumulus out here south of Throckmorton near Woodson. Probably what we're going to have happen is this could become our next severe storm if it continues to develop in the next 30 minutes. And that's going to move off to the east towards Young County, and eventually maybe parts of Stevens, Palo Pinto, and Jack County over the next hour or two. And again, as you can see from this storm up north of Archer City to south of Wichita Falls, these things are getting going in a hurry, and when they do, they get all rambunctious and angry. So we're going to be here all day, and we're going to be bringing you the weather information the best we can. And again, here's another look at that severe weather outlook going into this afternoon, evening. Again, we do have several corridors of pretty high severe thunderstorm threat today, with the potential of extremely large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes. Back to the satellite and the radar, and you can see right now we have nothing in DFW. We have some upper level clouds over DFW. You can see skies have cleared across northern DFW, western DFW, and out here to the west, we have towering cumulus from now near Throckmorton, and then we have a supercell thunderstorm with very large hail already in progress north of Archer City, south of Wichita Falls. Storms right now, or at least initially, will be moving off to the east around 30 miles an hour, but then they're going to start turning southeast at some point. And again, unlike the last 2 days where we had, 1 to 3 storms, today we might have many. That's why we have that higher threat of severe thunderstorm activity. So we're going to be here all day. You can use the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app to keep an eye on the sky. You can use the radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com/radar, and we're going to be here all day. Once we start getting busier, we're going to have to start prioritizing the most dangerous, intense storms. And with that, it's going to end up being a case where if we're not talking about you, usually that's a good thing. But we also have many resources you're able to use to keep an eye on the sky. And I'm just getting things set up. If you watched my morning video briefing, or I should say lunchtime briefing, you know we're planning on streaming on everything today, so I'm actually getting that set up now. We're just going to go ahead and go live on the Facebag, the Twitter, whatnot. And we're just going to be here all day on everything, essentially. Let me switch the satellite over to something that's a little more traditional. There you go. That might look a little more what y'all expect. So DFW, there's nothing imminent for the minute, but there will be. Real quick here. Sorry, when I'm getting set up on a bunch of things, I have to press buttons. I'm going to stream on as many things as we can today. Even Instagram. So that's what we're doing. And again, we do have one severe storm right now. It's going to be this storm north of Archer City, south of Wichita Falls. That's going to be staying south of Wichita Falls as it moves off to the east-southeast. All right, it is 1:31 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, beginning coverage on all platforms now of what we expect to be a pretty busy day across the state of Texas. So we are going to be live on pretty much everything all day to bring y'all the most up-to-date weather information we can do. So we are live on YouTube, we're live on X, we're live on TikTok, we're live on Instagram, we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram. And I don't think I'm forgetting one. So, yeah. Watch us where you want to watch us, but we're usually on YouTube the most. But we're going to be here all day on everything because it's going to be a busy day. So we appreciate everyone who's popping on in. And real quick, while we have a lot of folks joining, I wanted to say we do have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day now in a familiar place. Up here around Archer City to Scotland, this storm's moving east at about 30 miles an hour with the potential of hail now up to the size of golf balls and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. The threat for destructive hail over the size of baseballs will increase soon with this storm. Let's take a look. We also have a storm trying to develop right now just southeast of Throckmorton, west of Graham. Reason we're going to be here all day, we have a pretty substantial risk of severe storms. We have a level 4 out of 5 risk now of severe thunderstorms across North Texas, including the entirety of the DFW Metroplex up to Sherman, Gainesville. And with that, I don't know why my software just froze on me, but we're going to be pretty busy today. So here's the risk from the Storm Prediction Center. And again, we have a level 4 out of 5 over DFW. North Texas, that just means we have about a 1 in 2 chance of a severe storm within 25 miles of your location around DFW today. That's a pretty high risk. And with that, today's risk, the highest issue is going to be very large destructive hail. The potential will exist for hail up to the size of a DVD. That is 5 inches in diameter. The potential for 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail with the most intense storms. Localized damaging wind gusts over 70 to 80 miles an hour. And the potential for a few tornadoes. The tornado risk shown here, again, it's not a high tornado risk today. It is there, it's present. A few tornadoes are likely, but the main threat today is going to be big, bad, very mad hail. And for storm timing, I know we have a lot of folks asking. Let me show you real quick the high-res rapid refresh model, and then I'm going to send a link in the chats where y'all can watch my noon update. If you're watching us, well, actually anywhere, if you're watching us on YouTube, Facebook, whatnot, we posted a video at 12:30 an hour ago that has all the details you need for today's severe weather timing and whatnot. But I will also show the latest model here real quick, and that'll let y'all see what we are anticipating in terms of storm timing. So I'm just going to load this up real quick. Here's 3 p.m., and again, it shows storms up near Wichita Falls. That's already underway, so this is starting a little bit earlier than model data indicates, so keep that in mind. By 3 p.m., it also has a storm near Texarkana. We'll see. There's nothing there right now, but by 3, there could be. Here's 5 p.m. Storms now in the northern DFW Metroplex, Gainesville, Sherman. The potential for those to be very intense with extremely large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps some risk of a few tornadoes. Here's 7 p.m. Storms are moving through the DFW Metroplex with the threat of severe weather, very large hail, damaging winds, Potentially a few tornadoes. The strongest storms could be producing hail larger than the size of a softball. 9 p.m., storms moving south sides of DFW out towards northeast and east Texas. And again, this risk does also include northeast Texas. It is not just a DFW North Texas risk. 11 p.m., storms moving southeast. We should start seeing some weakening trend with this activity. But again, Waco, Mahia, Palestine out to Carthage by 11 p.m. 1 a.m., you can see storms are considerably weaker and less organized. But again, this is just a basic timeline. What actually is going to happen time-wise? Well, keep an eye to your northwest and you'll find out, because if you got storms to your northwest, they're probably going to be heading your way over the next few hours. But again, here's your timeline. So we do expect a busy afternoon and evening in DFW, Northeast Texas, etc. And this is going to be a day where we're going to have probably thousands of tens of thousands of people watching these streams. So I'm going to ask y'all to help us out here. First off, if you know anyone in these areas, and we're talking about an area you may know friends and family in, when we start getting some of these nasty storms, shoot them a text, let them know to pay attention to the weather. I'll be talking about it. If you want, you can send them our stream link. You can send them someone else's if you want. Look, I'll be honest. I could go down the marketing spiel right now and be like, hit the like button, share our video. And yes, it does help because it helps out in the YouTube algorithm land, Facebook, etc. The more people hit the like button, it encourages the algorithm to share the video. But look, share our video if you think it's useful. Just help folks stay weather aware today with this. And again, some pretty nasty hail is expected. I did say I was going to share the link to this. We're going to be here all day. All right, so if you're watching, no matter where you're watching, you can also watch us on the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and the Texas Storm Chasers website. It is there on the homepage of the website and on the videos tab or the articles tab of the mobile app. All right, so let's go back to this. And again, here's the latest satellite imagery. And this just helps us see what clouds are taller. That's what the brighter colors are for. The darker colors, that is your, well, low-level clouds. And this data is going to load over the next few minutes. We do have a storm split now. Heads up to y'all, just from Lakeside City, Wichita Falls, we have a storm split. So that may send a quick storm up through Lakeside City and Wichita Falls, while the most intense storm by far is going to be the storm just northwest of Scotland that has the potential to produce at least tennis ball size hail. And we are seeing indications of some rotation developing. Those of you in Throckmorton County, you can see you have a storm going up now. That storm's going to be an issue for Young County and Stevens County, Brackenridge to Graham, etc. Over the next hour. We're going to have to watch that carefully. I'll switch over to the traditional satellite. And you can see we got things bubbling up. You can also see we have very strong upper level winds. Check out the cloud layers up here in the upper levels around Bowie up in Montague County. Look how quickly those clouds are moving from west to east. And it's worth noting, if this storm does continue moving east, it's going to be moving into Clay County and Montague County. And this is going to be a day where we're probably going to have a bunch of different storms to deal with, so we'll do our best to keep everyone up to date. So DFW right now, I'd say 5 to 7. But, you know, it's already almost 2, and we have storms that have developed near Henrietta. So north side to DFW, again, this could be sooner than 5. But for now, there's nothing imminently close to DFW. And we're going to have updates. React Dave, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Appreciate it. And we're going to be here all day. So, I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Another day, another storm threat here across parts of North Texas, Texoma, into Northeast Texas. We have a tornado watch in effect now through... that's actually a good question. I don't actually remember. Let's push some buttons here. I'm not going to clear off the radar. I'll pop the satellite on, though. This yellow box is going to be your tornado watch across North Texas, Texoma, the eastern big country through 9 p.m. It includes DFW, Texoma, all the way out west towards Eastland County, Graham, Archer City. All the way east, we have a tornado watch to Texarkana, Longview. So, your corridor up here, North Texas, Northeast Texas. And let's get back to the real-time radar. We do have a severe storm. It's going to be a severe storm now across far northeastern Archer County, western Clay County. Yes, it's the same area these started in on Saturday. This is going to be a severe storm just north of Scotland that is going to be capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail now on Highway 281. This storm is moving east at about 25 miles an hour. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Archer, Clay, and Wichita County in Texas.
It's going to be your new severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30 p.m. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning now for northeastern Archer County. Dan in Dallas, thanks for your super chat. Appreciate it, and glad you were safe yesterday. Hope you stay safe today as well. Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Archer County, Clay County. This includes Henrietta, Scotland, Jolly, Bellevue, until 2:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour, moving east at 35 miles an hour. It might be closer to 25. We'll see. This nasty hail core right now is just north of Scotland, should be staying just north of 175 or 172. This is going to be crossing over northwestern Clay County. So from Dick Worsham, Bellevue to Henrietta, eventually this is going to be an issue for y'all. Those of you east of Scotland, Secret Springs, a lot of these areas that had issues back on Saturday. This is where this is right now. This is not a tornado issue at the moment. This is a big, bad, very mad hail situation. And again, that is our first storm of the day. We have a couple of smaller storms with brief heavy rain, lightning, small hail. One over Petrolia, one over Wichita Falls, south sides of Wichita Falls down to Lakeside City. That's going to be moving off to, well, those storms are probably moving a little more northeast right now. Farther south, Springtown, you're probably going to have storms in your area tonight. Yes, unfortunately. Same thing for the entire DFW Metroplex. If you're anywhere near DFW, you have at least a 50-50 shot of a severe storm within 25 miles of your location tonight. So significant. And by tonight, I mean this afternoon and tonight. We have a storm going up now near Woodson, southeastern Throckmorton County. That's going to be moving off to the east. This one's slowly developing. It's kind of on a struggle bus right now, so we'll see if that's able to take off or not, but it is moving into southwestern Young County. And with that, if it develops, it will have the potential of becoming severe with the risk of very large hail. So DFW, I'm going to say 4:30 to 7:30, sooner on that side for west and north sides of DFW, maybe a little later for those of you after 6. OneMarble.com, thanks very much for the super chat. And again, we're live on everything. And we're going to be here all day. We are live on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, Twitch. And we're going to be here to give y'all the latest Texas severe weather information today. Remember, we're Texans giving you Texas weather. It's all I care about, Texas. So we're here for you. We're going to have storm chasers out in the field today. You're going to see a new face on the stream later. You're going to see his live stream. We're going to have meteorologist Jason Cooley out there today. We're also going to have storm chaser Bob Pack joining us today for the first time. Help bring us visuals. Those of you who have followed the weather community for a while may know of Bob. And, you know, we'll be here as we can. And we'll have information the best we can. So we're going to be here all day. We're still kind of in that moment of where we're able to, take a bit of a breather, just look at things, etc. Kenny Moo, thanks for the super chat. Renee in 1946, Pammy Bear, welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thanks for becoming a member. And yeah, trust me, I'm not happy to see me either. I get it, y'all. Trust me. It's been a busy several days. Make no mistake about it. I am perfectly aware y'all are not happy to see me. I'm not happy to see me either. MStory83, thank you very much. And yeah, we'll keep an eye out on Red River County. Y'all may have some issues up here around Clarksville later. Some storms may try to develop a little farther east on the Red River later. Oh, thank you again, Pammy Bear, for that super chat. Yeah, I hate seeing my face too, trust me. I mean, good gravy. Who wants to stare at this ugly mug? There's a reason I'm called Baldy-in-Chief. I'll give you one guess as to why, but it probably has something to do with the fact I'm bald. So again, we have one severe thunderstorm warning right now. It's going to be this storm back northwest of Scotland. Have a report of golf ball size hail with this storm now, northwest of Scotland, north of Archer City. So we have confirmed golf ball size hail with this angry little stormy up here. Greenville could be dealing with hail, yes. I guess this would be a good time to start drinking caffeine water. I've got my snacks. I got my little protein bars that I can nom on in the middle of coverage. Get peanut butter stuck in my mouth and y'all make fun of me. I got my liquid IV. Got some caffeine water. Got some water. Got a little portable air conditioner unit blowing some nice comfy air on me. We're going to be here for the day. I've got enough monitors around me to terrify me of what the electric bill is going to be, especially after this week. My goodness. I do actually have some headache medicine nearby if I need it, but here's hoping I don't anytime soon. So let's go over the severe weather outlook again today. Give me just a second. I'll pop it on here. And what we're going to do is switch over to the magical iPad. And here you go. With that, here is your severe weather risk today. Now, again, you see a bunch of colors and lines on here. I'm going to let you in on a secret. Mother Nature doesn't give a bippity-boppity-boo about what these maps show. The storms we have firing right now, guess what? They're not even in that orange and red zone yet. They're still in the yellow. These are simply the probability of a severe storm being within 25 miles of your location. So, guess what? Orange, you have a 1 in 3 chance. And by orange, I mean this area from Nocona, Corsicana, Tyler, Longview, Texarkana, Paris. This red, this is issued because there's nearly a 1 in 2 chance, nearly a 50-50 shot. You have a severe storm within 25 miles of your location. And K, guess what? Rockwall County, right there. You're right in the middle of the red. So you've got a 50-50 shot of a severe storm in your area this afternoon and evening. Muck, thanks for the super chat. Keep an eye out, especially after 4 p.m. Maybe a little later, but you're going to have storms in the Denton County area, probably during the evening rush hour. Same thing for DFW. DFW, I'm going to say 4 to 4:30 to 7:30. Might be a little later than 4:30, but you know what? Let's just keep it on the early side. And look, here's a good way to do things. Have one of your mobile apps. I mean, most of you watching me right here probably are going to have a pretty good idea of, apps and whatnot. But guess what? Here's a couple of ideas. I'm going to put links in the chat right now. There's the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can download that. It's free. Click on the radar tab. You'll get radar. You want a different radar? Click the more button. Click zoom radar. There's radar. The real CH3, thank you very much for that generous super chat. We appreciate it. If you want the radar on our website, you just want to open it on a web browser. There you go. TexasStormChasers.com/radar. You can watch us live in the mobile app. You can watch us live on the homepage of the website. And we're going to be here for you. Well, minus the few minutes here and there where I have to run to the little boy's room. I'm not taking y'all with me there. Sorry. This isn't Baldy-in-Chief After Dark. So we're going to be here through the afternoon and evening for you. And again, we're still at the very onset of this. That's why we're taking our time and just being casual and talking. This nasty, nasty, nasty storm north of Windthirst definitely is a big, bad, very mad hailer. We could be looking at the potential for at least tennis ball size hail northeast of Scotland. This is now moving into Clay County. The hail core should mostly stay southwest of Henrietta. This is going to follow the path kind of where we had storms on Saturday, except this storm's moving due east right now. So this storm, if it continues moving due east, is going to be a threat to Dick Worsham and Bellevue. You're not going to want to be on Highway 287 between Henrietta and Bowie as this keeps moving east. Now, at some point here, this may start moving southeast. And yes, we are starting to see some rotation now east of Scotland on the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, this is the Doppler component to Doppler radar. It's just us being able to see the wind direction. So we're watching things carefully. And we have an amazing team of moderators. We have an amazing team of meteorologists and storm chasers. We have a lot of folks here that are going to be helping us out today. We have storm chasers out in the field. We have people sitting at home helping us. And you know what? We're going to have some new faces on here today, too, because we're doing our best to bring you Texans for Texas weather information. All right. Oh, speaking of which, I'm going to get this set up real quick on my end. So this is the only severe storm we have right now, northeast of Scotland. And again, you know, I want to emphasize, I'm kind of looking around. I've got monitors around me. I'm still kind of getting set up. We're still in the onset of this. Those of you who watched us over the last few years or found us out on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, you know, when things get big, bad, very mad, we're hyper-focused and we're looking at things. We may end up getting our first tornado warning of the day soon with this storm northeast of Scotland. Definitely seeing an uptick in the low-level rotation component now. You see that little hook starting. So we might get a tornado warning there in just a second. So we'll keep an eye out. That's going to stay east of Scotland. It's already east of 281. It's northeast of Windthirst. Same areas as Saturday. What I'm going to do really quick, before things start getting mad and we have alarm bells going off, I'm going to take a wee little quick visit to the little boy's room. I'll be back here in 1 minute. You're going to see a frozen screenshot of me. And these are the magical times where y'all often find great times to take screenshots. But give me just 1 minute. Visit the little boy's room. And I'll be right back. And we're going to be here the rest of the day. Because seriously, we're going to be busy. But you know what? This is Texas. And I want to emphasize, before I go to the little boy's room, I'm postponing that visit just for you to tell you that, guess what? Today's a day to be prepared. You don't need to be scared. This is not a day where we have a big high risk of a bunch of tornadoes. We have a lot of hail, winds, and yes, we do still have some tornado threat, but not all storms are going to be producing tornadoes today. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to load this real quick. I'm going to let you all look at the latest high-res rapid refresh model run, just so you have a basic sense of timing. And again, this is not the gospel here. This is not necessarily going to be right. So use it with some caution. But again, it does give a basic timeline. And yes, those of you in DFW, if you're anywhere near the Metroplex, we got
Archer
proms.
And Clay County in Texas.
Okay, there is that tornado warning now. Let me talk quickly about this. Now, this is mostly rural areas. So again, tornado warning now, east of Scotland by about 3 to 4 miles, northeast of Windthirst. This does not include Bellevue or Dick Worsham yet. Southern Clay County, far southeastern Archer County, okay? So that's going to be our first tornado warning of the day. So now, I'm going to show y'all the timing of the HER model real quick. I am now going to skedaddle. See, this is what happens when you procrastinate. We're going to get this done very quickly, and then I'll be right back. All right, let's get back to it. Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have a tornado warning now for southeastern Archer and Clay County. This is going to include areas east of Windthirst, southeast of Scotland. This does not include Henrietta. This does not include Bellevue. We do note this storm is starting to turn to the southeast now. You can see that in this tornado warning polygon. So, let me click on some buttons here. And again, possibility of tennis ball size hail. This tornado warning includes, I guess by definition, Lake Arrowhead, Scotland, Blue Grove, and Joy. And those of you in DFW, 4 to 7 p.m., 4 p.m. for those of you west and north sides of DFW. This severe thunderstorm is going to be capable of producing tennis ball size hail and a tornado. So here's the which way the winds are blowing mode. And again, you can see that circulation did pop up a couple miles east of Scotland here in Archer County. That's going to be very near Highway 172 and Kinder Road. 172 and Kinder Road moving southeast. This is going to be crossing over Scaling Road, Armstrong Road, Sanders Road, Myers Road, Fletcher Road, down to Highway 174. And again, this is the general area that got hit hard on Saturday from this storm. On 174 east of Windthirst. As it moved towards Highway 148. So these same areas, you know what? We had, tornadoes on Saturday. We're doing it again today. We do not have any ground reports at this time of this actually being down, but we definitely do have concerns that this is going to be a situation where we're going to have a storm capable of producing very large hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a tornado. So we're going to be here all day. And those of you in DFW, you are in the uh-oh category for today as this moves off to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. Just got a report of a rotating wall cloud with this thunderstorm east of Scotland. So we have a report of a rotating wall cloud now with this storm southeast of Scotland. We don't have any other storms yet. Now, that's not true. Other severe storms. We have a couple storms east sides of Wichita Falls up Highway 79 to Dean and Petrolia. It's just rain and small hail. We're not doing what we did the other night up there. And then we have a decent amount of rain on 287 right now with lightning in Clay County from Henrietta to Dick Worsham out towards Bellevue. And then the hail and the tornado threat east of Scotland. We note this storm has turned southeast. So again, as this storm has turned southeast, well, unfortunately, that means those of you in northern Jack County, southern Clay County, the same areas hit on Saturday up here, north of Jacksboro, y'all need to start paying attention to this as this storm's heading your way. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be producing tornadoes that whole time, but the potential certainly exists. Actually, there's not really any potential. The almost certainty that this is going to keep producing very large damaging hail as it moves off to the south at about southeast at 25 miles per hour. So we're going to be watching things very carefully as this activity continues to move off to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We'll take a look at the timing for everyone else in just a second. I need to put a camera over here, but I don't have a good way to auto-switch them without me pressing buttons, and frankly, I'm not in the mood to press a bunch of different buttons to move a bunch of different stuff around right now. So So we do have a tornado warning until 2:45 p.m. for southern portions of Clay County. This does not include the city of Henrietta. This does not include Jolly, Bellevue, or Bowie. Now, if this storm continues on its present track, it may end up including a little bit more of Bellevue. And if it moves more east-southeast, well, kind of like it's doing right now, you can see how it's moving like this. We're going to have to keep a close eye on it. Because this would be the general direction this is moving right now. And again, it's moving at 25 miles an hour. So I guess I can do something else here besides draw a obnoxiously large arrow. Let me go ahead and put a 2-hour storm track on this. And again, this is going to be a very large fan here because I want to encompass possibilities. So this is a 2-hour storm track. And again, I'm not even trying to necessarily be specific on the timing, but I do want to at least give, a 2-hour heads up. In 2 hours, this storm, if it continues on its present course and speed, could be anywhere from near Runaway Bay to Bridgeport to Decatur, up towards places east of Alvord to Forestburg. All right? And again, this is a very large fan here. Not everyone in this area is going to be dealing with this storm. We do have new storms going up, though. This is not going to be a 1 or 2 storm day. This is going to be, we're probably going to be dealing with many. So again, we've got a storm that has tried to go up west of Graham. That's not succeeding right now. We have a new shower trying to go up north of Throckmorton. And I'll turn the satellite on here. And again, I'm going to switch to a different mode. To y'all, it might look a little weird. It helps us see... Well, I don't like the pink there. I'll admit that. Let's do this instead. Just helps us see where we have some developing clouds. And you can see, if my satellite data would actually update here and not be mean, hateful, and obnoxious. But apparently, it's just going to be that kind of a day. So let's just not bother. But we're going to have more storms. Now, we have... Whoa! Little Windows XP background. Congratulations. We do have some storms going up in Oklahoma. Those might eventually move southeast towards the Red River in northeast Texas. We have nothing in northeast Texas right now, so that's a nice thing. But again, it's 2 o'clock-ish. It's pretty early in the day comparatively, so we've got a lot of day to get through. Let me show you the latest high-res rapid refresh model to help answer timing and questions. If you're in DFW, yes, you're probably getting storms today. And don't necessarily play this timeline to heart. I can't even control this program. Man, this thing's being really bad today. Here, let's do this. The computer and I are going to have some mallet time. But I'll show you what the model's showing here. Again, timing-wise, it could be off a bit. But it does give you the general idea that DFW probably is going to have an issue with storms today. All right. So it's 2:10 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail, and the possibility of a tornado now in western portions of Clay County. This thunderstorm is moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour, with the potential of again, hail up to size of maybe tennis balls to baseballs. And damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. This storm will be staying south. Oh, y'all can't even see what I'm looking at, can you? Technology and I just don't get along, y'all. It's really a sad, sad state of things. There. There we go. So, moving off to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Staying south of 287 for now, but this could eventually cross 287 between Bowie and Decatur, the way it's moving. It's moving southeast now at about 25 miles an hour. Yeah, y'all could actually see. I wasn't lying when I said I had 12 monitors. I've got 8 hooked up on this one machine, and then I've got another 4 on a different computer, and then I also have an iPad and all that other stuff. I sent you a pic of your tech fail. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that so much. Technology and I just don't get along. All right. Oh. So let me try showing the her model again, and maybe this time we won't have a catastrophic destroying everything moment. And here you can see, yes. It's going to storm. Is this... Yeah, there we go. And yeah, there's labels at the wazoo, too. J-Bro Jr., thanks very much for that generous super chat. Yeah, my poor electric bill. Suzanne, thank you very much for the super chat and the heads up. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this activity today. Let's go back to the statewide view. Y'all can see what all is going on. And you can see, most of the state, after this morning's storms in North Texas, has been quiet. Those moved into Arkansas. Now we have storms firing up along a boundary from Throckmorton and Graham up to Archer City to Wichita Falls. Those thunderstorms are beginning to move southeast. We have a tornado-warned storm capable of producing a tornado. That's going to be in southern Archer County. Moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. And you can see we do have a very strong area of rotation now. This is going to be in southern Clay County. That is going to be very near the intersection of 1883 north of Sanders Road on Wilson Road. We've got winds moving towards the radar out here at about 35 miles an hour. Come on, radar, be nice. About 35 to 40 miles an hour, moving away from the radar at about 50, so almost 90 mile an hour shear here with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the southeast on the which way the wind is blowing mode. And guess what? You can see here on the radar, that's your general hook echo, and guess what? The storm itself does have a hail signature. Of note, we have a storm developing on the southern flank of this storm, moving on to the southeast. So from Windthirst down towards areas, really, northeast of Olney. New storm developing here. We're going to have to watch for the development of a hail core. And all this is going to be moving southeast towards DFW. And again, DFW. Places like Decatur, Runaway Bay, could be as soon as 4 p.m. Rest of DFW, 4:30 to 6. DFW itself, yes, you are probably getting hit today with storms. The strongest storms will be capable of producing hail up to the size of a DVD. That is 5 inches in diameter, bigger than a softball, twice the size of a baseball. So that's the most intense storms. Now, does that mean everyone in DFW is getting hit with softball to DVD size hail? No! At least I hope not. If you do, well, that's going to really stink. Damaging straight line wind potential, yes. There is a tornado watch for North Texas through really until the storms are over. Let's just say it that way. And it's just not a good situation for that. So we definitely want folks to be weather aware today as we continue to deal with severe weather mischief. And again, we do have a tornado warning in effect for southern Clay County. This is going to be for a severe storm capable of producing hail up to the size of tennis balls to baseballs, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and perhaps a tornado. With that tornado being located perhaps near Myers Road, just north of Raymond Edwards Road, and Wilson Road out here south of 1883, north of 174. And again, this is going to be moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Oh, we have a hail risk. The hail risk is the main risk today. Make no mistake about it. Even if we start talking about tornadoes, these storms are still going to be dropping gargantuan size hail. So that's not going to change. And folks asking if this is going to be Saturday, but worse. For some folks, yeah, this could be like Saturday. Is that going to be like that for everyone? No. We're going to have a lot of hail today. And yes, some of these storms are going to have damaging winds and perhaps a few tornadoes. But in the sense of us explicitly saying we're going to have a bunch of, long-track, long-lived tornadoes, no. But guess what? If we have one tornado today and it comes down your block and takes off your roof, it's Saturday to you. So that's why we're going to be paying attention. The potential for a few tornadoes, but numerous instances of hail. This storm is bringing the potential for hail now to Highway 287, southeast of Henrietta to Bellevue. there on 287. Eventually, this storm may try to get a bit close to Bowie, especially the portion of hail. You can see we're starting to get a little messier here. We're starting to get some pretty high amounts of reflectivity. And with that, we're starting to see a surge of wind here east of Windthirst. That surge of wind could be over 70 to 80 miles an hour, moving down towards Highway 174. And again, straight line winds are going to be a big problem today, just like the hail. And those of you in Springtown, I want to emphasize, Springtown, you have no imminent issues right now, but you could have storms approaching from your northwest this afternoon into early evening, and, you know, they may have big hail, strong winds with them, and maybe a tornado risk. But again, most storms today are not going to be doing tornadoes. Most storms today will have hail and strong winds and heavy rain. And the hail itself could be quite damaging as well. So here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see that area of rotation here east of Windthirst. We're starting to see more of a straight line wind signature develop. Pretty good surge of wind here. We're seeing some wind speeds approaching 60 miles an hour on the radar. And this is going to be moving off to the southeast, about 25 miles an hour. So I'm going to draw a storm track on here real quick. And again, I don't want you to take this exact timeline as guaranteed. This is just more of a timeline over the next 2 hours for the potential of storms. And again, I'm making a big window here. Not everyone here is going to get hit with storms, but this is over the next 2 hours. If storms keep moving southeast at 25 miles an hour, this would be into Bowie by about 250, City of Jacksboro about 305 to 310, Runaway Bay about 330 to 340, and then Springtown, this would be probably 415 to 420. Boyd, 415, Decatur, 355. Based on where storms are right now and just using a baseline southeast at 25 miles an hour. And again, it's not everyone that little fan there is guaranteed to get a storm. We're still watching these evolve. We do have a new storm developing now with what could become our next hailer. That's going to be south of Windthirst, northeast of Olney. And again, that's probably going to move southeast too. So we could see a threat of large hail and damaging winds increase with this storm northeast of Olney as it moves southeast into Young County and eventually western portions of Jack County. We're going to be watching things very carefully here. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Archer and Clay County in Texas.
We should not have ads on this live stream. Let me check. Stand by. If you're watching on YouTube, you shouldn't be getting ads. Mid-roll ads, so I don't know what that would be about, but they're off. If you want to watch this on our website, TexasStormChasers.com, You can also watch in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app under the Videos tab or the Articles tab. Yeah, if YouTube's putting ads over the chat section, that's something on its own that I can't control, unfortunately. All right, so what we're going to do is we're keeping an eye on things. Again, we have no ground reports right now of tornadoes, which is good. We have no ground reports of no recent reports of hail, but these are over rural areas. So that new severe thunderstorm warning we had come out a couple minutes ago, that's going to be for up here in the northern and northeastern part of Archer County. That's for the potential of maybe some tennis ball size hail trying to edge its way towards Bellevue. You can see that independent supercell structure we had. It's gotten a lot messier. There is still an inflow notch here approaching 148 and Wind Road at 173, but hail, again, is going to be the main threat today, and you can see a pretty nasty hail core now coming up on Highway 287. Let me see if we can't pop up some hail settings here.
From 4 miles
and I'll be honest, I have not used
County,
this
Texas. Hail magnitude estimated
setting on here before, so it may just not work.
Reported by amateur radio.
Let me see. I might be able to pull it up on my iPad. Give me just a second here, and we'll see. All right. Yeah, we'll use the iPad for this. Again, pretty good hail core right now. The potential of tennis ball size hail west of Bellevue, northeast of Windthorst, coming up to Highway 148 and Highway 174. Over the last couple hours, that's not what I wanted. Over the last hour, you can see the hail swath of this was over 3 inches back east of Scotland on 172. So nasty hail indications with this thunderstorm. A little bit of a hail core popping up now, maybe quarter-size hail southwest of Windthorst. This storm is now severe southwest of Windthorst with the potential of ping-pong ball-size hail, etc. So we're going to be watching that carefully. We'll be watching all the hail indications as this thunderstorm activity moves southeast. Folks on the app, if you're having issues with the radar, try using the More tab and click Zoom Radar. That's the backup. And I'm sorry about that. You know, it's just technology. All right, looks like we have a mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center now. Let's pop over to that. This is going to be a discussion from them indicating the potential for peak intensity hail over 4 inches in diameter. They do note the increase in severe weather threat. And this storm, they indicate right now, is moving towards Wise County, Denton County, Cook County, and Montague counties. So we're going to have to see. Now, we've got some thunderstorm evolutions here, and we'll have to see what's going up and going on. But regardless, these storms are going to make it down towards DFW here over the next couple of hours. So keep an eye to the northwest. And we'll be keeping an eye on things as well. So again, the only storms we're dealing with in the severe department right now in Texas are going to be from northeast of Olney out here in southeastern Archer County, extending northeast up through eastern southeastern Clay County. And then this nasty hailstorm just west of Bellevue with some embedded rain-wrapped rotation. And again, this is just a lot of wind energy out here right now. Looking more like straight-line winds to me right now, but definitely the potential for maybe a quick spin-up rain-wrapped tornado. A lot of hail and a lot of wind with this activity as it moves off to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. So soon, we're probably going to see new severe weather warnings issued for parts of northern Jack County, maybe northwestern Wise County, and southwestern Montague County. For those using the app, it may take, it just took me 30 seconds to get past the loading screen. And y'all on the app, as convoluted as this is, if you're having issues moving around the app, try on the bottom left side of the radar. It looks like some font API broke, so that's why that's not working. But you can also click on the More tab and click Zoom Radar, and that is working. And that'll let you use the data as you need to. So again, those using the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, if you can get it to open, I guess it's overloaded right now. Yes, I know, great timing. Click the More tab and use Zoom Radar. Otherwise, go to our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. You can use the same radar there, and that should be working fine. Y'all could try to overload that website as much as you want. It's not going to happen easily. Storm north of Loving, south of Windthirst, here on the southwestern side. Definitely starting to see an increasing risk of hail with that as it moves off to the northeast, or excuse me, the east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. If we're not talking about you, there's nothing going on where you are. So that's the simplest way I can say it. Reported tennis ball size hail 3 miles west of Blue Grove back on Highway 172 east of Scotland, and that's from this tornado-warned storm. Jack Sparrow, yeah, you're probably eventually going to be dealing with storms here. These storms are going to make it into the Metroplex over the next few hours. They're probably still going to pack a punch. Even if they're in a cluster or a line, I still expect embedded hail cores. And honestly, they may not stay in this cluster or line. It's possible they're just reorganizing and they may try to break off each other. Those of you in Bowie, you are about to get pummeled with lightning, heavy rain. Depending on the track of the storm, if it turns east, it is going to move right towards Bowie. So Bowie may have to deal with issues from this in Montague County. But for now, Montague County is getting rain and lightning. The threat of hail will increase from Stoneburg down to Bowie, probably Fruitland, over the next 30 to 40 minutes. And we are live on pretty much everything. We're on the YouTubes. We're on Facebook, X, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, our website, our mobile app, which hates us. Springtown, yeah, you're going to have storms probably in the next 2 to 2.5 hours. Montague, the town, if the storm moves more east, yeah, it will hit Montague, the community. But you've still got quite a bit of time. I'm going to try to get some cameras set up for y'all. Oh, excuse me. Appreciate everyone taking time out of their day to pop on in for some weather information. I do know a lot of folks are rattled. I know a lot of folks have not had a good couple of days in the storm department. And we're here for you. We're going to do the best job we can to give y'all good, reliable, safe weather information. Y'all let us know where you're watching from today. The storms we're tracking right now are located off to the northwest of DFW for now. Whoop! And they're moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. I'll pop on the high-res rapid refresh model here. Or try to. What we're going to do is I'm going to clear everything off the map. I'm going to load this from 4 p.m. through 2 a.m. Again, the point of me doing this is so y'all can see where this model has storms. Now, the timing may not be super right on, but it at least gives you an idea of who may be dealing with what going into tonight. So those of you in DFW asking, are you going to have storms? The answer is yes. The evening rush hour and a wee bit after. Again, you can see these storms run from near Nakona to Bellevue to now north of Loving to near Newcastle are going to be moving southeast with the potential of very large hail, damaging straight line winds, and a low potential of a few tornadoes. We're going to be here for you. Don't worry about that. So back to the radar. I'll even pop on some satellite data. And you'll be able to see what we're dealing with over the last little while. You can see we've had some attempt at developing storms just southwest of Breckenridge. That hasn't happened so far, but we see the towering cumulus down here, so we're going to have to watch for development of some storms out here, Albany to Breckenridge, over the next hour. It's not guaranteed. You can see for sure we've got storms up here. Northwest of Jacksboro, northwest of Decatur, and we're starting to get those lightning strikes, just like Saturday. We're starting to see lightning strikes extend out well ahead of these storms again. So those of you in Jacksboro, to Decatur, to Alvord, to Gainesville, you're probably going to start dealing with lightning. Bellevue, storm near y'all has the potential to produce at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail. A tornado warning continues for southern southeastern Clay County. This storm is on a beeline to impact the community of Newport on Highway 59. Those of you near Newport on Highway 59, this storm with its associated rotation is heading towards you. You're not officially under a warning yet, but you're going to be. So if you're around Newport on Highway 59, FM 2127 up here.
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Clay County in Texas.
Get ready. So this tornado warning now includes the community of Newport, includes technically includes Bellevue and Vashiti. So Bellevue and Newport, you are now in a tornado warning. That means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Do not release students onto buses. We need you to move to a sturdy site-built structure, the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No vehicles, no mobile homes, no travel trailers. We need you to be in a sturdy site-built structure. If we do get a tornado out of this, it is going to be heavily wrapped in rain. You will not visually see it, so don't go outside and look. This storm is going to be capable of producing hail to the size of baseballs and damaging straight-line winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. A tornado warning has been issued for southeastern Clay County, including Newport and Bellevue, until 3:15 p.m. A warning, whether it be severe or tornado, will be issued shortly for portions of northern Jack, southwestern Montague, and perhaps northwestern Wise counties. Vashti, thank you. This storm is on a beeline to impact the communities of Chico and Alvord within the next hour. And yes, those of you in Runaway Bay and Bridgeport, this line of storms with large hail, damaging winds will impact Runaway Bay probably by 4 p.m. Lightning could be there sooner than that, so start getting ready if you're assisting in the damage recovery efforts. A dangerous line of severe storms with severe weather will enter Lake Bridgeport and Runaway Bay by 4 p.m. In case you're wondering how tall these storms are, they're tall. The severe weather threat for North Texas, including Denton County, Cook County, Montague County, Wise County, Jack County, Young County, is increasing over the next 2 hours. The potential for severe thunderstorms moving southeast into those areas by 4 to 5 p.m., with the potential of hail up to or larger than the size of a baseball. damaging winds, and the potential for a few tornadoes. Those of you on the west-north sides of the DFW Metroplex, northwest of DFW, you will be dealing with this in the next hour to hour and a half. So here's your threat graphic with that. And again, we are live on everything, and we're going to be live. So if you've got family out in these areas, you got friends, shoot them a note, let them know they've got bad weather on the way. You could shoot our stream link if you want. If you don't, that's your choice. If you haven't already, feel free to hit the like button on the video. That helps us in the algorithm land get the video out to more folks. I promise you, it's not a conceited effort to make me feel super duper special. Trust me, I have a bald head, and I'm 30-something years old, and I'm here chatting about weather in front of a computer screen and monitor. I gave up on thinking about myself in that way a long time ago. So, the threat of severe weather, including the possibility of a few tornadoes, is increasing up here in areas north of DFW, northwest of DFW, Wise County, Montague County, Cook County, Jack County. That includes Jacksboro, Runaway Bay,
The
Lake
National Weather
Bridgeport,
Service
Chico,
has
Albert,
issued a
Decatur,
new severe
Boyd, Bowie,
thunderstorm
Munster,
warning for
Denton
Jack,
over the next
Montague,
1 to
and
2
Wise
hours.
County in Texas.
And yes, eventually Grayson County. We have storms north of the Red River we're going to have to watch. We note that tornado warning about 40 miles north of Lake Texoma. Now, let me go ahead and show you this new severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for this cluster of storms. This includes Montague, Wise, and Jack counties. This does include Runaway Bay. Runaway Bay, you are in this warning. So folks near Runaway Bay, start getting to a safe place. Specifically, I'm concerned about a lot of debris flying around from the tornadoes and storms Saturday night. A lot of that debris that could get flung around easily. This storm, now approaching Newport, continues to show indications of producing a tornado. Definitely a wound-up storm with that hook there. You can see that on the which way the wind's blowing mode. We have a good velocity couplet. So, even if we don't have a tornado, we definitely have damaging straight-line winds. Stand by. We have a tornado down now. So we do have a confirmed tornado reported by storm chasers just a couple miles north of Newport. This is now a confirmed tornado in southeastern Clay County. This is going to be moving southeast towards Newport. This is now a confirmed tornado. Storm chasers reporting a multi-vortex tornado now. This is going to be coming up on 1288, just north of Highway 59, moving southeast towards Newport. So folks up in northeastern far northeastern Jack County, southeastern Clay County, southwestern Montague County. This is going to be a confirmed tornado as of 2:46 p.m. with that wrappy up hook, and that's going to be moving southeast towards Newport. So we need folks in Newport on Highway 59. Please be in shelter. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy site-built structure. This storm and this confirmed tornado is moving southeast towards northwestern Wise County and northeastern Jack County. So again, it is now a confirmed tornado with this storm. The storm also has baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, and at least a brief tornado as of a couple minutes ago here on the which way the wind is blowing mode. Radar am I on here? All right, let's switch to this. Now, we'll keep it on this for now. This seems to have a better view. All right, so again, confirmed tornado now, 2 to 3 miles north of Newport, moving southeast. This is going to be crossing over Highway 59, probably just east of 1288. It's going to cross into far southwestern Montague County, far northeastern Jack County, kind of around 2127 up to 1288 on Highway 59. After that, it's going to kind of ride down 2127 into northwestern Wise County. So again, this is a storm with a confirmed tornado moving off to the southeast. This is staying southwest of Bowie, the circulation. Those of you in Bowie and Bellevue, you're getting hail and the possibility of large hail with that. So we're going to be standby, new tornado warning.
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Montague and Wise County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado about 2 miles north of Newport. That's going to be moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Bowie, includes Chico, Sunset, Lake Amon G. Carter, Fruitland, Park Springs, and Crafton. This is a confirmed tornado. A tornado warning is now in effect, so we want no one on 287, probably going north out of Alvord, though to be safe, honestly, at this point, I wouldn't want to be going north out of Decatur. We don't want folks going on Highway 101 north out of Chico. This circulation, as it stands now, looks to stay north of Runaway Bay, so on the north side to Lake Bridgeport, closer to 287 in Alvord, but this is going to be a storm now with a confirmed tornado moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, pretty strong area of rotation up here. That's going to be southwest of Bowie, moving off to the southeast towards far southwestern Montague County, including perhaps areas just southwest of Bowie, down into northwestern Wise County. This tornado warning includes Sunset, Chico, areas just northwest of Alvord. So if you're in that tornado warning and your phone just went off with the tornado warning, that means you are now in a tornado warning. And that means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You need to be in a sturdy site-built structure. We do not want folks in a mobile home, travel trailer, school bus, vehicle. And these storms, again, are moving southeast. Now, further to the west, we have storms with large hail potential developing back. We're going to get a warning for hail in a second. Into northern Jack County, northeastern Young County. And that activity is also going to be moving to the southeast.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Jack and Young County in Texas.
We're keeping a close eye on this. So that's severe thunderstorm warning. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings now for eastern Young, Jack, Wise counties. Line of storms moving southeast. They're saying about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So let's do this. Let me put a storm track on here. I'm going to do 30 miles an hour, all right? If the storms are moving slower than that, you're just going to have some extra time. But it at least gives you an idea, right? So let me do this. I'm going to do 30 miles an hour. Present course and speed, if that's correct, these will be approaching Jacksboro probably in the next 10 to 20 minutes. Bryson, probably 15 to 25 minutes. Chico, around 3:15. Alvord, about 3:20. Decatur, maybe 3:40. Bridgeport, about 3:20 to 3:25. Runaway Bay, 3:20 to 3:25. And again, we have one storm with a confirmed tornado as of about 10 minutes ago. That's going to be this storm crossing very near Highway 59, probably just northeast of Newport right now. Newport, you're getting blasted with heavy rain and wind. Tornado, if it's still down, is going to be very close to Highway 59, probably near or just east of Frog Hollow Road, Lover's Lane, moving towards Bug Scuffle Road in southwestern Montague County. Eventually, the storm will be moving southeast towards 1125 out here in southwestern Montague County. Those of you in Bowie, you're in this tornado warning. The circulation as it stands now, Bowie is going to get the hail. The circulation in rain-wrapped tornado would be closer to Newport, and then this is all moving southeast and is going to move towards Sunset, Chico, and Alcord, whatever it wants to be today. And again, we've got some very strong rotation with this right now. What radar are we looking from? Let's go back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. I'll tell you what, this is one of the strongest signatures we've seen today. Are we in range of the TDWR yet? Not yet. All right. So again, we have a storm with a history of producing a tornado and a pretty strong signature right now of one right near Highway 59. And again, that is going to be very near Bug Scuffle Road and Highway 59. This storm did have a confirmed tornado with it 10 minutes ago. And we note it is so hazy. Alvoid, thank you. So hazy and so moist, you will not be able to see this thing until it's pretty much hitting you. So again, what could be a tornado still down, crossing Highway 59, a few miles northeast of Sunset, a few miles northeast of Newport, moving southeast towards Alvoid, Chico, areas southwest and south of Bowie. So we need you to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this is going to be a situation where we need folks to be in a safe place as this storm rolls southeast. We don't want folks on 287 from Bowie down to Alvoid. We don't want folks going up 101 from Chico to 287. Those of you in Springtown, you are going to be getting storms probably by 4:15. Could have strong winds and hail. Runaway Bay, same thing by 3:30. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, pretty good velocity couplet with that. And Bob, if you're listening, I've got your stream running well. Thank you. All right, so the time is 2:59 p.m., coming up on 3. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're covering a severe weather event unfolding across portions of North Texas this afternoon. We've already had one tornado confirmed south-northeast of Newport in the last 10 minutes. These storms have a history of producing hail up to the size of baseballs, and they are moving southeast at about 15 to 30 miles per hour. Those of you in the DFW Metroplex are in the direct line of this as it moves southeast over the next, few hours. So DFW, it is going to storm. And yes, these storms are going to pack a punch. Tornado watch for DFW, and you will likely be under severe weather warnings within the next 60 to 90 minutes. I'm going to actually try to stand up. This thing's killing my back right now. So again, we're still seeing very strong winds out here. In southwestern portions of Montague County, up into portions of northeastern Jack County and southwestern or northwestern Wise County. So again, this is a tornado warning until 3:15 p.m. for northern Wise County, southwestern Montague County, and northeastern Young County. Circulations crossing Highway 59 between Bowie and Newport in the next couple minutes. And we're getting a pretty good surge of damaging winds coming down the backside of the supercell here across northeastern Young County. So y'all be prepared. Don't be scared. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. So my phone says it's going to be a very small one just to cover southern Clay County on the backside of these storms. So time is now 3:01 p.m. A possible tornado is going to be located just southeast of Highway 59, moving towards Hanging Tree Road, Rhodes Lane, FM 1125. Carter Lake Road, Oak Street, off 1125 in southwestern Montague County. So y'all need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a bike helmet if you got them. These storms will be moving southeast through DFW within the next 2 hours. So look northwest, you'll see them, and pay attention. On the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see we've got a pretty good velocity couplet with this thunderstorm. Those colors in the green are going to be winds moving towards the radar in Fort Worth. Colors in the red are moving away, and as you can see, we have a pretty good area of rotation with this thunderstorm southwest of Bowie, moving down towards Alvoid and Chico. So those of you in Fruitland, Sunset, Alvoid, hold on. Whoa. This thing turned east. Bowie, Fruitland. Hey, those of you in Bowie and Fruitland to Sunset, be in your tornado safe places, especially if you're in Bowie along and west of 287. This thing's moving more east now than it was. It was moving southeast. Now it's kind of moving more to the east, which could be an occlusion here where the rotation starts to wind back up into the storm and weaken a bit, but it's not a guarantee. So we definitely have some strong winds. Bowie is about to get pummeled with rain and hail. It's already storming and pouring in Bowie. Alvoid, you know what? Everyone wants to say it differently at this point. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. I'm not caring that much. I'll go through my phonics lessons after. But those of you in Bowie down to Fruitland, damaging winds, possible tornadoes, some very large hail with this thunderstorm. We'll go back over to the how hard it's raining mode. And again, you can see that there. That hook's kind of wrapping in on itself there. Maybe a bit of an occlusion cycle going just southwest of Bowie there on 59, which could maybe get this thing to weaken a little bit. We might see a new one develop here. But regardless, it's still quite strong rotation. The possibility of a tornado now southwest of Bowie moving towards Fruitland, Sunset here on Highway 287. We have storm chaser Bob Peck. He is on his way. Now, skadoodle my head there. You can see he is coming up from Fort Worth right now. So we'll have a visual from storm chaser Bob Peck soon from this storm. But again, it is wrapped in heavy rain and hail. So it's going to be difficult to see, especially with all this haze. So let's zoom back out. And again, DFW, you are going to be dealing with this as it moves southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour over the next 2 hours. It's going to move through DFW during the evening rush hour. If you're in places like Tarrant County, Parker County, Denton County, I think you're going to be good until after 4 p.m. at least. Those of you in Jack, Wise counties, you're dealing with this now. What is it, 305? I mean, if they're moving 35 miles an hour, it's going to be getting near Denton County, maybe even parts of Cook County by 4. So, Heads up, everybody here in DFW, keep your eyes to the northwest on these storms. Back to the tornado warning here near Bowie. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode, and again, you can see we do have a area of rotation here coming up towards the community of Bowie and Fruitland. Kind of a broader rotational signature now, probably a lot of damaging straight line winds with this as it moves off to the east, east-southeast. You can see this is kind of taking more of an easterly component of motion now over the last several minutes. And sometimes you see that when these circulations start to what we call occlude or wrap back into the storm. If you've seen a lot of radar imagery or whatnot, you see those big, bad, very mad hooks. Well, sometimes they curve back up. But we want folks in Bowie, Fruitland, and Sunset to please be in a safe place. I don't like the fact we have some strong rotation just north of 59 now, just west of Bowie. We need folks to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, if this ends up just being no big anything, it's going to be okay. If we have issues in terms of wind, yeah, we're going to have issues. Do not be on 287 around Bowie right now. And if you're in, Fruitland and whatnot, be in a safe place as well. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on things as this activity moves off to the southeast. Yeah, y'all might have gotten a little music on that thing from Bob Pack. That would have been me and my weather stream that, well, y'all probably seeing running. So again, those of you in Fruitland up to Bowie, we'd like you to please be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So, this is a nasty looking storm, and I know we focused a lot on the rotation component the last few minutes. Let's take a look at the how hard it's raining mode. Again, you can see we've kind of got big few, by phone, embedded supercells in a small cluster of storms here from northeastern Young County up into northern Jack County, northwestern Wise County, southern Montague County, southeastern Clay County. And even though this storm near Bowie is kind of embedded in that and it all looks like a big blob of slop, that storm continues to show distinct supercell characteristics. It's just a very high precipitation storm. Sit back down, see if the camera gets mad. Hi, camera. Follow my head. Be good. Thank you. There we go, camera. I'm proud of you. So we'll get this out of my face. And what y'all can see here is there's still a well-defined supercell structure here. And there you go. And again, this thing's messy. It's probably got a lot of wind with it. A lot of hail. A pretty good surge of wind. Those colors in the green, that's a good rear flank downdraft here. And this storm is moving a little more east. Yes. It does seem to be moving more east now than it was earlier. So if that continues, that's going to increase the threat for areas north of Decatur towards eventually Slidell and Leo up in northeastern Wise, southwestern Grayson County. Back southwest into Jack County. Guess what? These storms are kind of moving more easterly right now as well. But they probably do have some southeastward component of motion, which is going to result in these storms eventually making it down towards Cundiff and Jacksboro over the next probably 20 to 30 minutes with the potential of hail. And again, some of these storms could be producing hail over the size of golf balls. And all this is going to keep moving southeast over the next few hours. Now, we're getting a lot of questions about, am I going to get storms tonight? Am I going to get storms tonight? Am I going to get storms tonight? So let's go over this real quick using the super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up weather idioms too. High resolution rapid refresh radar. So this is what the HER model shows at 4 p.m. All right, here's 4 p.m. It's not doing too bad. It's not going to be perfect, but it's not doing as bad as it could be. 5 p.m., guess what? It's storming in DFW. 6 p.m., guess what? It's storming and hailing in DFW. 7 p.m., guess what? We have storms from Weatherford to Dallas to Kaufman, even some storms up on the northeastern Texas Red River, Paris, Powderly, over to Idabel, Oklahoma. Here's 8 p.m. Guess what? There's storms in North Texas. There's storms in Northeast Texas moving southeast. 9 p.m. storms south of DFW to Tyler. 10 p.m. storms Hillsborough, Corsicana, Palestine, Jacksonville, Henderson, Tatum, Marshall, Shreveport, and then moving southeast still at 11, but weakening, and then, yeah. So that answers your question. If you're in DFW, you're probably getting storms tonight. And by tonight, I mean probably starting within the next 90 minutes. New tornado warning, stand by. So now everyone who asked that question in 20 seconds because they weren't here for the answers, well, y'all in the chat can help us out and help us answer them. All right, this is going to be a new tornado warning. This is going to include Fruitland, Bowie, Sunset, Slidell, Leo, and Cook County. So this is a new tornado warning. Hey, radar, let me press some buttons, please, and thank you. For the potential of a rain-wrapped circulation capable of producing a tornado. Let's see where they've got this located at. Probably very near Fruitland right now. Fruitland and Sunset, just east of Lake Amon G. Carter, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This is going to be moving towards Leo, Prairie Point, Greenwood, Roston, Slidell, Fruitland, and Forestburg. This should stay south of the community of Montague. Rotation right now is over 287 in Fruitland. And Storm Chaser Bob Pack is on his way up there to help give us a view. And we'll see. But again, folks, even folks near and under this storm, they're not seeing anything because there's so much stinking haze. So don't think you're going to see anything out if you're trying to go look outside. So again, this storm's moving more east now towards northern Wise County and southern Montague County, moving off towards southwestern Cook County and northwestern Denton County. Now, Denton County is not at issue yet, but it is worth noting if this continues, this storm will impact Valley View, Sanger, over towards, and I messed this lake up on the May 2024 event some, so I'm making sure I get it right. This is going to be eventually making its way towards, again, Valley View, Sanger, Roston, Era, Slidell, Bolivar, Sanger, Ray Roberts Lake. We still got time, though, for those of you near Ray Roberts Lake, Sanger, etc., but this storm is heading your way at 35 miles an hour. The potential for a spin-up tornado, heavy rain. Yeah, Jason, I see that. We might have had a brief tornado here just south of Bowie. Now, I'm not confirming that. I'm just saying we had a little bit of a spooky signature here. Let me look from this angle real quick. And again, you can get a lot of false negatives out of this thing, which is why we're looking. So I don't want to hear the weather service saying I said this was a confirmed tornado and then all that nonsense. Yeah, a little bit of an interesting signature right there at 309. A little bit of a velocity. It's kind of displaced, but, I mean, well, ignore that. That's just the radar being stupid. We'll see. We'll find out, I guess, if we hear some damage near 287 just south of Bowie. All right, so back to the how hard it's raining mode. We are looking at the severe weather threat beginning to increase for places like Cook County, Denton County, Wise County, Jack County over the next 30 to 45 minutes as a cluster of severe thunderstorms moves off to the east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Now, we're going to have some benefit of this getting closer to Denton County, and I don't say that because I want y'all to get hit. I say that because we'll be able to start using a weather radar that has a 1-minute update time, so that'll help us actually get some good real-time velocity data. But again, stand by, new tornado warning. Where's this
tornado warning for
Jack County.
County in Texas.
Okay, so I guess they're going to warn one of these. This is going to be a new tornado warning for areas. What is this? The north sides of Jack? Yep. All right. So, new tornado warning being issued now north of Jacksboro. Yeah, you can see it right there on 148. Circulation spinning up right now. We've got a new tornado with a new storm trying to get going here. That's going to be a tornado warning now for portions of northern and eastern Jack County. This tornado warning will include Cundiff. It's going to include areas that pretty much had the issues on Saturday. And I am so sorry to say this, I really am, but if this track verifies, this is going to take it near Runaway Bay here in about 30 minutes or so. So, you know, I'm sorry, I really am. I know y'all don't want to hear that, but those of you around Runaway Bay, start getting ready. The storms to your northwest are intensifying with rotation. So, again, don't be scared. Be prepared. We're going to be here, and we're going to walk you through it. Bob Pack is going to be there before this storm is, so we're going to know if something's going on. You bet your behind, all right? So stay with us. We're going to keep you up to date. And you know what? I'm not going to hype stuff. I'm just going to tell you the honest truth. Okie dokie. So we now have 2 tornado warnings. Tornado warning number 1 is southeastern Montague County, a possible tornado very near Fruitland right now. That's moving off to the east, due east right now at 35 miles an hour. That's going to track towards portions of southwestern Cook, northeastern Wise, and eventually parts of northwest Denton County. Sorry, whenever someone calls me on this thing, like every monitor I have goes nuts. It's kind of weird. Okay, but we're going to have to watch it. So that's Storm 1. Storm 2, staying northeast of Jacksboro. Back on the how hard it's raining mode, you can see a bit of that hook now starting to develop with that circulation. That circulation would be just on 148 near 2190, moving southeast towards Cundiff. Same areas. It's going to cross over 1810 and Highway 59. Very reminiscent of what we saw Saturday. I'm not saying we have a tornado down. We have no confirmation of that, but we do have a tornado warning in this general area, and I really am so sorry about that. I really am. But these storms, again, are going to be highly wrapped in rain with the potential of damaging winds, very big hail, and all this haze making it difficult to spot. So again, we have 2 storms right now capable of producing tornadoes. One is going to be near Fruitland, moving off to the east. Now east to 287, that's going to be moving towards southwestern Cook County and southeastern Montague County. So folks, east of Sunset to Leah, west of Era to Fruitland, southwest of Munster, southwest of Mira. Get ready. Tornado warning, possible rain wrap tornado. Second storm, possible tornado now developing. That thing, I don't like that at all. We're going to have to go back to the Sunset Storm real quick here in a minute. But second storm now. Circulation, again, coming up on Post Oak Road. Probably near or just east of Highway 148. And again, that's strong rotation as well. Let's go back to the velocity modes. And again, I don't like that. I don't like either of these storms, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Definitely not good. Very strong rotation with this storm now east of Fruitland. I saw this. This is winds moving towards the radar at 80. Winds moving away at about 20. So we have a near 100-mile-an-hour circulation with this storm now east of Fruitland, east of 101 and 287. This is going to be over rural portions of southeastern Montague County. Forestburg. You are under direct threat. If you know anyone in Forestburg, shoot them a text, give them a call, let them know there's a possible tornado heading their way. This storm's moving east at about 30 miles an hour and will move towards southwestern Cook County. So those of you on 1749, 455, 922, and 677 around Forestburg, then this is going to try to ride 922 east towards Era. If this storm turns southeast again, it's also going to be a threat to places in northwestern Denton County in the next hour. Farther west, this thing is wound up, tired, and a ticks behind now. This thing's trying to get its oomph on as well. Very well-defined area of circulation with this thunderstorm out here in northeastern Jack County. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, this storm as well has a strong area of rotation now just east of Highway 148. I don't know why I said 199. That's going to be over Campsie Road and Post Oak Road. That storm seems to be moving a little more east-southeast right now, and unfortunately that trend, if it keeps moving more east, it's going to stay on the north side of Lake Bridgeport. But if it keeps moving southeast, this is going to be a direct issue for those of you in eastern Jack County and eventually western Wise County from Chico to Bridgeport to Lake Bridgeport and Runaway Bay. We also have a storm west of Jacksboro with hail. Jacksboro, you're getting hail out of this. So, again, we're getting busy. Like I said, we weren't going to be dealing with just one storm today. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on things here, and we're going to do our best to keep you informed. That's all I can do. Okay, so again, Tornado 1 is going to be located now several miles east of Sunset, moving kind of near 1749 towards Forestburg out here in southeastern Montague County. This storm has the potential to produce a tornado. Quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging winds. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you'll be able to see that pretty quickly. That bright green against bright red with that velocity couplet right now. That's moving due east. Eventually, it's going to be an issue for southwestern Montague County, Era, Forestburg, southeastern Montague County, southwestern Cook County, maybe northwestern Denton County. Those of you from Gainesville to Sainer, including Valley View, Roy Roberts Lake, pay attention to this storm as it moves east, all right? Back west, storm northeast of Jacksboro's got its rotation tight or ticks behind now, with the potential of a tornado now near Post Oak Road and Campsie Road, moving off towards Campsie Road, Crooked Creek Road, and eventually Highway 59 near FM 1810. Same areas as Saturday. Storm northwest of Jacksboro is also starting to show some indications of increasing rotation and hail. So Jacksboro, you're going to get the hail threat of this. And we have another severe thunderstorm developing pretty quickly now, just northwest of Graham. That could have the potential to bring hail. All these storms are moving southeast at 25 to 35 miles per hour, and that means we will have the potential of these directly impacting the DFW Metroplex over the next 1 to 2 hours. So stay weather aware, stay tuned in, and we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on this as it makes its way up towards, down towards the DFW Metroplex, I should say. And again, we have 2 pockets of pretty decent rotation right now, and I'm going to show you that in just a second. No, these are not skipping Fort Worth. Anyone in DFW, if you're anywhere in the Metroplex, you're getting storms this evening unless something really obnoxious happens. We do have a new tornado warning. This is going to be up in Oklahoma, but eventually this storm could be an issue for the Red River. Possible tornado now just southeast of Ardmore, Oklahoma. That's going to be moving towards Medill, Kingston, Lebanon, and Powell, Oklahoma, eventually Lake Texoma. If that track continues, these storms are going to pose a direct threat to portions of Fannin, Lamar, and Red River counties up here in northeast Texas in an hour or two. So again, busy day So Cundiff and northeastern Jack County, take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Montague County rotation looks a bit weaker right now. That's good. We'll see. This storm out here in southeastern Montague County, moving to Cook and Denton counties, is a bit weaker. So that's good, but still, tornado warning southeastern Montague County, including places like Forestburg, southwestern Cook County to areas west of Era, and then northeastern Wise County, now northeast of 287. Tornado warning for northeastern Jack County. Strong rotation continues with this storm, and we are starting to see an uptick in rotation northwest of Jacksboro as well. So, back to the how hard it's raining mode. Damaging winds and large hail will be moving into the city of Jacksboro in the next probably 20 minutes. And yes, the storm northwest of Jacksboro is starting to show a wee bit of rotation as well. So, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on all these. Same thing with the storm west of Graham. That storm probably getting up in the hail department pretty quickly here. So these storms all moving east, southeast at about 20 to 35 miles an hour with the threat of severe weather, meaning big hail up to the size of baseballs at times, localized damaging winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour, and yes, we do have a few tornado warnings we're dealing with right now. I guess this is the part where I tell myself to actually drink some water. So again, most of these storms today are going to have hail. Those of you in Irving, you're going to have severe storms in your area between probably 5 and 7 p.m. The threat of large hail, damaging winds, and maybe a tornado risk. Heavy rain and lightning. So, let's give some clearing here. Bowie, you're clear. Bellevue, you're clear. Those of you in Clay County, you're clear. Those of you in Nocona, this isn't an issue for you. Those of you in Sunset and Fruitland, it's off to your east now, so you're clear. 287 is not going to be a good place to be around Decatur. We got cameras. Top camera is going to be Bridgeport. Middle camera is Decatur. Bottom camera is Storm Chaser Bob Pack, who is, I believe, near Runaway Bay. Runaway Bay right now. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, watching multiple circulations here. We have one circulation that looks a bit weaker now in southeastern Montague County. We have a circulation northeast of Jacksboro, near Cundiff. That's intensifying. And we have a storm with some increasing wind and hail threat northwest of Jacksboro. And then we have a new storm going up just west of Graham. That's going to need a severe thunderstorm warning. So all these are moving east or southeast at 20 to 30 miles an hour. At 5:30, I have an outdoor event in Fort Worth. Is it a bad idea to go? Yes, it's a bad idea to go. All right, so we have an update to the tornado warning in Jack County. It's going to be a tornado warning until 4 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles north of Jacksboro, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. This storm, again, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So those of you near Cundiff, and then eventually in eastern Jack County towards the west side to Lake Bridgeport, this is heading your way with the potential of large hail, damaging winds, and very heavy rain. We also have a storm just north and northwest of the city of Jacksboro. We're starting to see increasing rotation with that. So those of you northwest of Jacksboro, just north of 281, watching an area of rotation, northeast of Jacksboro, coming up on 59. Both these areas of rotation are going to be moving off to the east, southeast, at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So again, as this continues, the potential for large hail, damaging winds, and maybe a tornado or two. We're going to do our best to keep you updated. Those of you on Runaway Bay, you've got about 20 to 30 minutes before these storms arrive. So you need to get to a safe place, preferably away from any debris that could go flying in strong thunderstorm winds. Rotation in southeastern Montague County is weakening, which is good. This storm still has some hail, still has some strong winds and heavy rain, but we're not seeing as much of a rotational component right now. We might be starting to see these storms back west towards Chico to Cundiff to Jacksboro kind of take some of the oomph out of this activity. And again, these storms are moving to the southeast. Storm clusters are moving southeast at 25 to 30 miles per hour. Decatur, you're going to have a problem here within the next 45 minutes. Storm northwest of Jacksboro, I think, is probably getting close to needing a tornado warning. We're seeing increasing rotation with that. And just because I say rotation, I want to emphasize that's not just maybe a tornado threat. Damaging winds become likely. And we're seeing pretty good hail cores. Now, let's talk about storms that are not as intense. This storm east of Bowie, kind of starting to become a little less intense. Probably some quarter-size hail. Strong winds. Still some weak rotation. We're watching it, but that rotational component is weakening. So maybe we can get rid of that warning soon. We'll see. Storms between Alvord, Alvoid, whatever, Chico, to Jacksboro, to Graham are intensifying. These storms have the potential of, we're going to need a tornado warning northwest of Jacksboro here pretty quick. Are intensifying pretty quickly. The potential for hail larger than the size of golf balls, damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. Graham, you're going to be getting hail soon. Jacksboro, same thing. Is Frisco and McKinney good? No, the whole Metroplex is probably getting storms this evening. So we are seeing increasing amounts of low-level rotation now with this thunderstorm coming into Jacksboro. As that moves southeast, we're probably going to get a tornado warning here. Maybe for the city of Jacksboro soon. So if you're in Jacksboro, I'd start getting ready to get to a shelter. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in case we get a tornado warning for Jacksboro shortly. But regardless, we're going to get some pretty nasty hail in the city, and that will have the potential to cause issues with, windows and whatnot. Those of you on Runaway Bay, you're going to be getting some nasty storms here soon with heavy rain, lightning, maybe some hail, strong winds. So we'd encourage y'all to go ahead and find sturdy, safe shelter. Tornado warning for Montague, Cook, Wise counties has been canceled. The tornado warning for Cook, Wise, Montague counties has been canceled. This area of rotation has weakened. The storm is no longer capable of producing a tornado. We have a severe storm moving towards Medill, Oklahoma, out of Ardmore. That storm is going to eventually probably try to impact parts of Fannin, Lamar, Red River counties up in northeast Texas on the Red River. So we're not forgetting about y'all. You just don't have storms yet, but we're watching this activity up in Oklahoma that is generally trying to move this way. So we're going to have issues in northeast Texas later. All right, how are we doing with this? Do we have any data with this yet? We do not. All right, so those of you northeast of Jacksboro, tornado warning remains in effect for the Cundiff area. Circulation is coming up on Highway 59 near the intersection of 1810. New tornado warning. This is going to be for the city of Jacksboro. Hey, Jacksboro, get your butt into shelter. I told you it was coming, and guess what? It's here. So those of you in the city of Jacksboro, this is a tornado warning. Move to shelter now. So those of you in the city of Jacksboro, you're now in a tornado warning. That means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This tornado warning does include the entirety of the city of Jacksboro. So if we have school releasing right now, that needs to stop. Get the buses back into a safe place or shelter immediately. Those of you at Lake Bridgeport, this is going to be just west of Lake Bridgeport eventually in Runaway Bay. This includes Fort Richardson State Park, Gibtown, Joplin, Lost Creek Reservoir, Wizard, Wells, and Vineyard. You are now in a tornado warning. A possible developing tornado is located just northwest of Jacksboro, moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. This storm is capable of producing half-dollar size hail and damaging straight-line winds. Schools have stopped. Students are sheltered in Jacksboro. That is great to hear. Good job. So those of you in Jacksboro, possible tornado developing northwest of town, moving southeast into town. Also going to get some pretty big hail, it looks like, and damaging straight-line winds. Now, here's the wind component. And again, even if we don't get a tornado out of this, we're seeing some very strong winds approaching 60 to 70 miles an hour moving southeast right now into the city of Jacksboro. So that's going to be a problem, especially if we have hail in that. And that's going to be an issue with wind. So again, two circulations of Jack County right now. One, weaker than it was near Cundiff, 59 and FM 1810, moving east-southeast. Circulation with a pretty good wind component to it. Could have a good surge of winds coming out of the northwest here, moving into the city of Jacksboro in the next 5 to 8 minutes. Also, quite a bit of hail. New severe thunderstorm developing over the city of Graham. This storm out west showing indications of some pretty big hail potential. They'll probably have to put a severe warning on that, but again, that's a pretty strong, severe storm out here now near Graham. We could have quarter to golf ball size hail. That's going to be moving southeast over the city of Graham and especially towards Bryson over the next several minutes. And there's the severe thunderstorm warning.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Jack, Palo Pinto, and Young County in Texas.
Okay, so severe storm over Graham, moving southeast with potential for up to golf ball size hail. That's moving southeast. Eventually, it might just ride down 337 towards Grayford, northwestern and northern Palo Pinto County. So this may skirt Possum Kingdom Lake to Grayford, Salesville, and Perrin. That storm, large hail. 2 tornado warnings right now, and these are both going to be in Jack County because y'all won the Spinny Spinny Doom Doom lottery for this hour. I'm very sorry. No confirmed tornadoes, I might add. These are all radar-indicated signatures right now. So damaging winds for sure. Not guaranteed to be a tornado. We have one circulation. That's going to be off Highway 59 and FM 1810 out here in eastern Jack County, kind of the same area we were talking about on Saturday. This is a lot weaker than that, by the way. I want to emphasize these signatures a whole lot weaker than what we saw during Saturday's events. We're going to get a view from storm chaser Bob Pack soon. In fact, here you go. Bob is taking a look at this activity. You can see that well-defined anvil blow-off from that thunderstorm activity as he continues to transition up towards these severe thunderstorms. Now, real quick. Hi, I'm me. I'm shiny. He. Sorry, I'm just getting my cuteness set up on here. I promise I'm not going to take up your whole screen because that's just obnoxious. There we go. Now I can at least talk and narrate pretty easily for you. All right. So here we go. We're keeping a close eye on the activity. Bob's camera behind me. And I will go ahead and fix this a little bit. It's not what I meant to do. There. I make myself smaller. We'll get you kind of out of that camera shot. All right, so again, these storms are moving southeast. We'll put a loop on this just so you can see it, and then we'll look at the how hard it's raining mode. And for those of you using the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, it may be being a bit sluggish. We had something break last night in the user interface, and well, yeah. So if you're trying to use radar, click the More tab, click Zoom Radar, that'll work. We have two radars, one's under the More tab. All right, so again, let's talk. Circulation 1 is kind of heading toward Lake Bridgeport, towards Runaway Bay, with damaging wind potential, maybe a spin-up tornado. Circulation 2 is coming into the city of Jacksboro right now. These storms are moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Let's zoom out. Yes, if you're in Parker County, you're getting hit in the next hour. Northern Palo Pinto County, same thing. And again, the main issue with these storms today should mostly be hail and localized damaging winds, though a few tornadoes are possible. But the overall tornado risk is not super duper high. I want to emphasize, we're not doing anything like Saturday right now. If that changes, I will adjust my tone very quickly and we'll go into bad daddy mode. But, or whatever I called it on Saturday, big bad, very mad, I don't know. But again, these are severe storms. They have hail. Right now, the hail sizes are actually pretty manageable. We're doing quarter to golf ball, which is a lot better than it could be. We're doing damaging straight line winds, heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning. We have intermittent areas of rotation here. And with that, we have seen a few tornado warnings. We had a storm try to spin up in southern Montague County. That did produce a tornado in southeastern Clay County earlier. That storm is moving into Cook and Denton counties in his weekend considerably. That probably doesn't even have hail above the size of a nickel. A lot of cloud to ground lightning and heavy rain. We have storms now from Alvord, Alvoid, Al Capone if you want, to Chico, Cundiff, north sides of Lake Bridgeport, about to move into Runaway Bay, about to move into Jacksboro, Vineyard. These storms have shown intermittent rotation, pockets of very strong winds. Now, I'll tell you right now, Jacksboro, the radar is right. Y'all are getting blasted in Jacksboro by wind, showing winds over 70 miles an hour near Jacksboro, like right in town. They're on the rear flank downdraft of this storm. So Jacksboro might begin some wind damage right now. So what we're going to be doing with this activity, again, those of you in Springtown, this stuff is going to be probably approaching by 4:30 to 4:45. We could have heavy rain, damaging winds, maybe some hail. Not something you want to be outside for, that's for sure. Starting to see a little bit of intensification with this circulation west of Chico again. Could just be a surge of some strong winds. Straight line winds. It's starting to look a little stronger here. And again, we have two circulations with this storm. Neither are looking particularly strong, but both could produce a spin-up tornado or more than likely some damaging winds. One is now over and just east of Jacksboro. The second is going to be just south of 1810 at Grace Ranch Road, about to make a beeline towards Lake Bridgeport in the city of Bridgeport. Jacksboro 1. That one's going to stay a little farther west. That's going to move southeast, probably towards eastern Jack County Highway 380. So I definitely wouldn't want folks being out on 380 right now between Bridgeport and Jacksboro. Wouldn't want folks on 281 from Jacksboro down to 254. And again, these storms are going to be capable of producing some pretty strong winds, heavy rain, and hail. So Runaway Bay, Lake Bridgeport, hail, heavy rain. Coming on into the southeast. Bev Muniz, thank you very much for that generous super chat. And thank you to everyone who's been clicking the like button, stars, super chats, etc. It helps us out. It helps get this video into more folks' feeds. All right, so what I'm going to do real quick. Y'all give me about 60 seconds. You know what time it is. It's time for one of these rapid run to the potty situations that we get done very quickly. So give me just a second. Here's the radar. Be back in 45 seconds or less. And that's unless I slip and fall. Be right back. Good news. Didn't slip and fall. Let's keep going here. So again, Jacksboro, the worst is town to the southeast right now. We've got cameras. We've got one camera in Bridgeport. That's the camera on the top right. That's Bridgeport. Second camera, that's 380 and 287. Third camera is Storm Chaser Bob Pack. You can watch him on YouTube, by the way, if you just want to watch his feed, not listen to good old me. He is up in the vicinity of these storms. We'll see if he gets any views. You can see it is hazy out there today. And it looks like TxDOT's actually doing us a solid here. TxDOT's trying to give us a view to the northwest here from Bridgeport. Highly appreciate that. If that's actually what they're doing here, and somehow the folks controlling the cameras up here in TxDOT can hear us, reach out. I'll send you some donuts or something, some TSC gear. We really appreciate that. These cameras are a great way that we can use to help get visuals on what's going on with these storms. All right, so it is 3:49 p.m. I'm Texas Weather Roundup, Storm Chaser, old guy, Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are monitoring severe thunderstorms northwest of the DFW Metroplex. These storms are capable of producing large hail, localized damage to straight-line winds,
storm report from
and
5
heavy
miles south of
rain.
Bison in Jack County, Texas.
This activity is going to be moving
Hail
off to
magnitude
the
estimated
southeast
1.00 inch. Reported by amateur radio.
at about 20 to
Additional
30 miles an
information.
hour.
Amateur radio
We
operator
have
relayed
a
report of
couple
1
of
inch hail
tornado
5
warnings
miles
right
south
now,
of
and for all
Bryson.
intent and purposes, I'm just going to treat it as one out here in eastern Jack County. 7 p.m. in the Metroplex, there's going to be storms, but they'll make it south of DFW not long after. So we're looking at the straight line wind component here, or the which way the wind's blowing mode, and this looks a lot more like straight line winds around Jacksboro right now. Seeing some pretty good winds of could be 40, 50, 60 miles an hour with this activity. Over a little to the east, back in the rain, we're seeing some pretty good winds here just north of Lake Bridgeport, up towards areas west of Chico. But nothing right now is standing out in the spinny, doom, uh-oh department. We have a lot of heavy rain, we got hail, we have wind, but right now I can't pinpoint something on radar that explicitly shows something trying to turn into a spinny, doom, which is good. I'd rather have it this way. That means, maybe if we have something, it's brief and not, raging. Here's a look at the hail map. This is current. You can see a little bit of hail possible southeast of Forestburg. We're seeing up to maybe golf ball size hail just northeast of Jacksboro. That's going to be moving southeast towards Runaway Bay, the west sides of Lake Bridgeport. And then we've got this just east of Graham. We could have some quarter-size hail with that. And we do note, apparently, we have a wall cloud with that storm too. So we'll have to keep an eye on these as they keep trying to build west. So let's go back to the how hard it's raining mode. I'll put the cameras on here. And again, we're just going to be watching things carefully. Top right box is going to be Bridgeport, now looking north up towards Chico. Second box is Decatur, looking west down 380. And third box is Storm Chaser Bob Pack, who is in the vicinity of these storms out near Jacksboro.
Hail magnitude estimated 1.25 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
So let's take a look. Pretty good wind
information.
component right
Train
now with this
Spotter
activity.
reported $50 sized hail northeast of Graham near us 380 and Cement
Now, I will
Mountain
say
Road.
this. Here on the west side of Lake Bridgeport, still on the Jack County line, seen a little uptick in the wind velocities here. Now, I'm not sure if this is one of these radar artifacts. If it is, it's going to go away in the next frame, but it's possible we might have just a little bit of extra spin here, a couple miles northwest of Lake Bridgeport, moving southeast towards Lake Bridgeport. Now, this just looks like a big old blob of rain moving towards Lake Bridgeport, Runaway Bay. We're about to have a lot of rain out here. Tornado warning does not, at this point, include Lake Bridgeport or Runaway Bay. Y'all have a severe thunderstorm warning for hail. We're watching it. We are most definitely watching it. But maybe a little bit of increased wind moving towards Runaway Bay, Lake Bridgeport, areas southeast of Jacksboro, as this all is moving off to the southeast. I'll put this back into motion for y'all. I'll zoom out. We'll take a look. We're keeping an eye on a couple of these storms. We've got a severe storm. You're supposed to be at work till 5. Fine. A severe storm, southwestern Cook County. Or, I'm sorry, not even severe. A strong storm, southwest of Munster, southwest of Gainesville, moving east towards Valley View. That storm is starting to look a little more robust. Frequent cloud to ground lightning, maybe some small hail. Strong winds, heavy rain. That's going to move east towards Valley View. It's going to move east towards Sanger and eventually Roy Roberts Lake. We've got some showers here in western Dallas or Denton County with some cloud to ground lightning. And then we have all these storms back in Wise County, Jack County, eastern Young County, moving off to the southeast with pockets of hail, pockets of strong wind. Now, it's actually a good thing we have all these storms that have fired and congealed here, because that is disrupting, they're disrupting each other. They're not letting each other reach their full potential. They're fighting each other. If we just had 1 or 2 storms here, it'd be a different story. We'd probably have softball-size hail. We'd have damaging winds and
National
maybe,
Weather
even
Service
a few
has issued a
tornadoes.
new
But right
severe
now, they're all
thunderstorm
having to
warning
fight each
for
other.
Jack and Wise County in Texas.
And because of that, these storms, for the most part, are still producing hail. That's, quartered ping pong ball, maybe even golf ball. We have damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour in spots. And yes, we have had a few intermittent
Texas
areas of
local storm
stronger
report from 7 miles
rotation.
northeast
But at
of
this
Jacksboro
point,
in Jack County,
this
Texas.
activity,
Hail
we
magnitude
could be doing
estimated
worse right now. Now, the
0.88
question
inches.
is that going to
Reported
continue
by
to
Train
stay that
Spotter.
way or not? I don't know.
Additional
But
information.
regardless, all
Train
this is moving
Spotter
down
reported
towards
nickel-sized
Mineral
hail
Wells,
east of Jacksboro.
Weatherford, DFW. It is going to rain. It's going to storm. And at some point, one of these storms may take hold completely. And if that happens, this activity is going to end up strengthening considerably. And that could happen as it moves into DFW. So you can see we are starting to see some pockets of these hail markers gain a little more potent. We can take a look at echo tops here. And again, guess what? Just because on radar they may not look as intense, guess what? The storm just west of Runaway Bay, storm tops nearly 70,000 feet. Storm just east of Graham, over 60,000 feet. So what might be happening here with this storm just west of Runaway Bay, which they're not putting a new tornado warning on right now, we may start seeing these storms consolidate a bit. And if that happens, we're going to start to see the threat of hail, the threat of damaging winds, the hail sizes increase. So, a severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for Wise County. That is going to run until 5 p.m. Severe thunderstorm. Capable of producing ping pong ball size hail and damaging winds moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. So, I can put a timeline on this at 35. I don't know if it's really moving at 35, though. But regardless, that means these storms are going to be heading southeast towards Tarrant County, Parker County, Palo Pinto County. And yes, that means those of you in Springtown are going to have storms probably by 4:30. Those of you in Runaway Bay, it's already raining now. In fact, we're looking at a camera up here. This is going to be Bridgeport looking northwest from Bridgeport. And you can actually see what looks like a little bit of a wall cloud there. On the top right side of your screen, you can see it's very hazy. It's very difficult to see anything. Here's Decatur looking northwest from 287 and 380. We got a lot of clouds, haze, darkening skies. That was 380 and 287 looking northwest. And then here we have Bob Pack out here trying to get a visual. And we're going to be keeping a very close eye on all of this. But it looks like we actually have folks at TxDOT controlling the cameras today to give us pretty good views of what's going on. For that, I'm appreciative wholeheartedly. All right, so here's the radar. Here's the loop, just showing that we do have storms moving towards DFW. Right now, these storms are producing some strong winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. The storm west of Valley View, northwest of Sanger, has some small hail with it, cloud-to-ground lightning. I'll tell you what, that's actually a pretty good view we're getting out of Bridgeport. We're looking northwest out of Bridgeport right now. What seems to be a wall cloud. This is from 380. And I believe 1658. And again, they're looking northwest out of Bridgeport right now. You can see clouds on the right side being ingested up into the thunderstorm base. And with that, we're just keeping a close eye on things. We're seeing some stronger winds in the vicinity of this storm, looking out of Bridgeport northwest. I'm going to keep a close eye on that. We'll keep it in the big box top right side of the screen. Y'all holler if you see anything. But again, there is no tornado warning left. All the tornado warnings have been expired. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, damaging straight line winds and hail are going to be a good bet today with this activity. We're seeing a pretty good surge of wind here
Texas
over Lake
local
Bridgeport.
storm report from 5 miles south of
And that's going to be
Bryson in
moving
Jack County,
off
Texas.
to the
Hail
southeast
magnitude estimated 1.00
about 35 miles an hour. So we're seeing Runaway
Reported
Bay.
by
Y'all are
amateur
about to be
radio.
dealing with some pretty high winds
Additional
here. Could be
information,
50 to 60
amateur
miles an
radio
hour.
operator
Heavy
reported
rain
1 inch hail
and
5
cloud to
miles
ground.
south of Bryson on FM
Lightning.
1191.
And yeah, maybe some hail. Again, the radar has been saying some pretty large hail with this. Y'all in Chico are going to get the hail right now. Those of you in Bridgeport, Runaway Bay, they may be sounding the outdoor warning sirens for the hail and strong winds. We have no tornado warnings right now. We have some strong winds. We have heavy rain, etc. We have no tornado warnings at this time, but we're keeping a very close eye on this activity. Make no mistake of that. And this is all going to be moving southeast, again, about 35 miles an hour, which means this is going to move into Tarrant County and Fort Worth. It's going to move into Springtown, Boyd, Azle, Weatherford. Could have heavy rain, ping pong ball size hail, strong winds. And actually, I'm going to move the tech stock camera from 380 we were looking at. We'll take a camera view up here near north sides of Sainer. See if we can't get a good view of the storm near west of Valley View. And again, that's not even a severe storm right now. That storm is moving off to the east towards Valley View and Sainer. We do see that little hook on it, but again, here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. And you can see not a lot of wind velocities with that. So again, even though it looks like it has a spooky hook on radar, it doesn't have that big, bad, very mad look to it. Now here's
Texas
the view
local storm
looking
report
out
from
of Bridgeport
5
to
miles
northwest.
south of
I can tell you
Bryson
what
in
you're
Jack
looking
County,
at there.
Texas.
That is
Hail
actually going to
magnitude
be
estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by amateur
a
radio.
severe storm,
Additional
bit of
information,
inflow up into
amateur
that wall
radio
cloud
operator
base right
reported
there.
golf ball-sized hail
And with
5
that, you'll see the
miles south of
clouds
Bryson on FM
consolidating from
1191.
right to left. We're going to keep an eye on that. We got some pretty good heavy rain. We definitely have the potential for some hail moving out of Chico down towards Bridgeport. We'll be watching that carefully. Back to the radar. And again, we're seeing some pretty good wind with this activity. Starting to see a little more hail pop up north of Lake Bridgeport. But right now, this is not a tornado situation. This is a heavy rain, hail, high wind situation. With this activity, moving on to the southeast again, about 35 miles per hour. As it moves off to the southeast at 35. So again, Decatur, Runaway Bay, Vineyard, all the way west to north sides of Possum Kingdom Lake, Graham, South Bend. It is storming. Quite a bit of lightning with this storm from Bridgeport to Runaway Bay. We're starting to get a lot of lightning down into northern Parker County, Springtown and Ames. Your lightning has already begun. So those of you Springtown to Ames, you are getting lightning, which means it's time to move indoors. If you're doing outdoor recovery work, it's time to go ahead and get indoors. We're going to be watching this activity as it moves southeast. So top camera is Bridgeport. Second camera is going to be north of Weatherford as this activity starts moving southeast. Third camera, that's going to be Storm Chaser Bob Pack, moving on to the southeast, or at least in vicinity of these storms. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on where he ends up and what he ends up seeing. But again, right now, storms are kind of reorganizing out here. You can see we have a big old blob, which is good in the sense that it kind of prevents any one individual storm from popping up. Agnes, thank you. These storms are moving southeast. So, you know what? I can extrapolate it here. And what we're going to do... Can I have my monster? Okay. Is as this moves southeast, I'm going to switch this to the last hour. I want to give you all actually a good timeline of what this is doing. And you can see the motion. Gracias, senorita. Ooh, yummy. And as this moves off to the southeast, guess what? Those of you in DFW, you're probably going to have to deal with it. Those of you in Weatherford, you're going to have to deal with it. Those of you in Mineral Wells, same thing. You're going to have to deal with it. Now, do they have mega high severe potential ongoing right now? No, we have winds probably of 55 to 65 miles an hour. We could have some hail up to ping pong ball size. Maybe some golf ball size with that storm south of Bryson moving towards Grayford and Possum Kingdom Lake, at least areas north of that. We definitely have the potential for these storms to intensify, but right now, because they're kind of in this cluster, because they're kind of fighting each other, we're not dealing with those individual storms that, you know, out by themselves could be dropping softball size hail and damaging winds. Now, does that mean that potential is gone? No. If these storms are able to organize, and they're kind of showing some signs they're trying to consolidate here, these storms could produce very large hail, damaging winds, and maybe a few tornadoes. And that threat, it continues as they move southeast towards DFW. Now, up here in southern Oklahoma, we're watching storms that could eventually make it into parts of northeast Texas over the next few hours. And we're going to be watching for that. That storm near Medill seems to be weakening. Kyle, thank you very much for that kind note. And yeah, you know, we're just doing our best. You know, we're Texans, giving Texas weather information. That's all I focus on. You know, I'm not here to talk about, you know, other states. We're looking at Oklahoma, though, just because those storms are going to come down here. But if y'all appreciate the info, feel free to hit that like button. It helps the algorithm make it show up in other people's feeds, and yeah. Ooh, yummy juice. What did I do? I love you. Technically, I'm not supposed to have monsters. Usually it has an interesting reaction. How much sugar does this have? Oh, it could be worse. 49 grams. At least it's not 75. But again, we're watching what's going on. So Springtown, guess what? These storms are heading your way. So if you're outdoors doing some work, damage, it's time to go inside. When thunder roars, get your keister indoors. All right, especially since we have a lot of tree debris and all that down. That stuff's going to get picked up pretty easily by these outflow winds. Now, in terms of what we do have a little bit of spin just west of Bridgeport. I say very little. We have a pretty good surge of straight line winds near Runaway Bay. We're watching Bob's cam there on the bottom right. You can see Bridgeport's getting lightning. Let's pop into Bridgeport. And here's Bridgeport right now. You can see the rain's begun. We're getting some pretty good winds. Looks like they're looking up. You can see it's pouring. It's storming. And by the way, given the amount of rain y'all had the other day, it will not take long for street flooding to occur and rapid rises on creeks and streams. Those of you in Springtown, by the way, definitely start moving towards shelter, sturdy shelter away from windows. Just, we don't want you getting impacted by debris. But lightning has begun, which means it's time to take cover. All right, so top camera is Bridgeport, middle camera is north of Weatherford, and then third camera is Storm Chaser Bob Pack. And I suppose I could turn a setting on here and see where Bob is. Okay, I'm done singing. All right, so let me press some buttons on here. And again, we are watching this storm northwest of Grayford, by the way. It does have that little hook. Does have a bit of spin with it. Azle, it'll be storming probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes in Azle. Heavy rain, maybe some strong winds and hail. And again, we're watching these storms. You know, these are not static. They're living, breathing things in the sense they're always changing. So this storm over Wise County, you know, we had a couple storms fire up here, and they're still kind of fighting each other to become dominant. If we get a storm that can become dominant here in Wise County and kind of start to take the energy, that would become a problem in the severe risk department. I'm going to reset this real quick. You're going to get some Windows XP background. Enjoy the beauty of it all. But we are starting to see a little bit of consolidation here in Wise County. Now, it looks like a blob right now, right? But let me show you what the echo tops are, how tall these storms are. And guess what? This storm over Runaway Bay is 65,000 feet tall. This storm near Grayford is over 60,000 feet tall. And we even have development back north of Breckenridge now. We're going to have to watch that. Hey, let's be nice. So, as this continues moving east-southeast, first off, ignore the storm tracks. They're all over the place like an ADHD me. Second, we're going to be watching things carefully. And then we do have this little storm west of Valley View. Again, this storm northwest of Sanger Valley View, very, very small hail, if any. A few cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. I'm not too worried about that right now. Our main energy seems to be with these storms from Wise County, southern Jack County, northwestern Parker, northern Palo Pinto, southern Yum, northern Stevens. And these storms are generally moving east-southeast. Now, we're going to keep watching this storm near Bridgeport. So here it is. You can see these are all moving southeast at 35. So towards Mineral Wells, Grayford, Weatherford, Springtown, Azle. The next 30, 60 minutes, it is going to storm. We've got a decent little hail core on Bridgeport right now. A lot of heavy rain, and you can see that. Here's the view out of Bridgeport, and you can see it is storming. It's pretty windy right now. You can see rain curtains moving from right to left on the camera. And with that, you know, we might start seeing a bit of hail here soon based on the reflectivity, how hard it's raining mode. Now, here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. We're seeing a pretty good surge of outflow winds right now, extending south of Runaway Bay, west sides of Bridgeport. It's windy. Here's the the which way the wind's blowing mode, and generally overall, again, this is not a tornadic look. This is a wind being pushed out of your thunderstorm look. So we're watching that carefully, but right now we're not seeing anything that suggests a tornadic issue. We'll zoom back out. And again, we're watching this camera. You can see the fine folks at TxDOT giving us a view here. I appreciate it. All right. Gracias. So this storm from Runaway Bay to Paradise to Bridgeport, we're seeing increasing amounts of wind with this. Again, this storm is becoming more organized, and we're going to need to watch it, because if it starts to become dominant here, which it might be doing, I'm becoming a little we need to see if we have a mid-level mesocyclone materialize, and if it does, we might start seeing more of a classic or high precipitation supercell look as this moves southeast. So we're going to watch that. All right, this storm over Bridgeport may start becoming just a big old meanie pants, right? Back here in Grayford, this storm, I mean, it has that hook. It has a bit of rotation. And each one of these storms do have pockets of modest low-level rotation, but they're not able to consolidate right now. They are kind of fighting each other, which is good. We don't have a lot of low-level wind shear today. Our main risk in terms of if we had tornadoes would be, one, if a storm found an outflow boundary left over from storms last night or this morning, and also because we have so much juicy air in place, we have a lot of instability. So sometimes that can counter the weak low-level wind shear. So, I mean, I might be able to pull up a sounding or a weather balloon launch from Fort Worth taken a bit earlier. Let me see what we have. And this was from back at 2 p.m. And I'll show you what we're looking at here. It's a little meteorological mumbo-jumbo. But what we're looking at here is, one, Fort Worth still had a pretty good cap in place at 1 p.m. Clearly, that's going to change as these storms roll southeast. Two, at 1 p.m., they already had an extreme amount of instability. The amount of instability on this graphic, over on the dyslexic Dave. Okay, so back over under the Cape on the left side of this, you're looking at values near 5,000. That's extreme. Now, I'm not going to go into the meteorological mumbo-jumbo and tell you all about it. Just understand a lot of instability today, which you'd guess because it's hotter than a hot dog and humid. We also had decent amounts of storm relative helicity here on the SRH column, and a little bit of low-level wind shear as well, a little bit of turning with height. So we're keeping an eye on things. And again, you know what? Today, if we have tornado issues, it's going to be more of what we call a mesoscale accident versus a sustained long-term threat. But I want you to look at this. I'm going to turn these storm tracks off. I'm going to actually bring on a different window. Y'all get to see the analysis window I'm typically using here. What I want you to see real quick. This thing's trying to become more organized here. A little bit in southern Wise County. Look how it's kind of starting to ingest some of these showers. And notice the lightning output's increasing. Now, this is still a big old blob. We have a lot of lightning. We have heavy rain. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. Notice we have a lot of wind being pushed out south of Runaway Bay. Probably some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, making their way towards Springtown and Agnes over the next 20 to 30 minutes. So we got wind. We do have some hail. But what we also need to watch for is, I'm watching this just southwest of Bridgeport. If we had a mesocyclone organized in the low levels, that might be where it would do it. Not right now, though. But again, we're seeing some 60, 65 mile an hour winds with that. Now, here's the storm northwest of Grayford. This thing just looks like a big old hail bag right now. The potential for hail over the size of a golf ball, right? So this is your hailer north of Grayford. And then we also have storms developing back west along a boundary all the way to South Bend and Elizasville now, north of Breckenridge. So all these, again, they're moving southeast. So right now, those of you in Tarrant, Parker, Palo Pinto counties need to pay attention. Notice this storm up near Valley View kind of is dead. And then we also have storms in southern Oklahoma. And we're going to have to watch this activity northwest of Hugo for northeast Texas. But I can also show you a different view here. Let me show you the satellite imagery. And this might explain to some of you, or show it at least, why we don't have storms trying to develop in Denton or Collin counties right now. And it may stay that way. Y'all may luck out, and you may yell at me and get to say, "Oh, no storms for me, you busted, blah, 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 blah." Well, trust me, I stopped caring a long time ago. I'm just old and grumpy at this point. But here's the satellite. Look at all these clouds we have sitting over Denton and Collin counties. And here, I'll even, turn this off. I'll turn on a different product. Turn this on. We'll loop over the last hour. I'll even switch to this. Look at all these anvil clouds over Collin Denton counties. We are starting to see new rotation develop southeast of Runaway Bay. This would be about 5 miles southeast of Runaway Bay, southwest of Paradise. We might be starting to see a little bit of rotation tighten up there. We're going to watch it. But as for the rest of DFW, Cook County, Grayson, Collin Denton, look at all these clouds. That's why we don't have storms out here closer to Denton, Collin counties right now. And it may stay that way. We may just have this cluster west of DFW that eventually moves southeast into DFW. But check out, you can see these storms developing out southwest towards Breckenridge. We're going to have to watch that. And again, hail, damaging winds, etc. Now, here's what I'm starting to get a little more concerned about. We are starting to see a little pocket out here east of Runaway Bay. Runaway Bay, unless something dumb happens, y'all are past the worst of it. The storm's moving southeast of you. Now, after what happened Saturday, that was pretty... That was just... I'm going to... Literally, I expect some research to be done as to what happened with that, because that was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. So, here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. Let me get rid of all these blobs of doom. And here, we'll just do that. And again, you can see a pretty good surge of wind moving southeast across southwestern Wise County towards Ames, Springtown, or Agnes, Poolville, Carter. We're going to have a severe thunderstorm warning soon for Parker County. And this is moving southeast, so it may eventually make it towards Tarrant County. Notice we're starting to see some brighter colors with this. We're starting to see some straight line winds over 60, 65 miles an hour. We're going to have to watch and make sure we don't have a little hook try to swing out of this. Notice how we got inflow. All this is inflow up into this storm for now. We're going to have to make sure we don't have a circulation develop. But for now, we have plenty of wind and we have hail. Could be golf ball size hail with this storm moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Golf ball size hail and the potential for wind gusts of 60 to 65 miles an hour. It's being a big old windbag now. And again, I want to be clear. It don't matter if this thing's not tornadic. Wind is wind, and wind will ruin your day. It doesn't matter if it's a 70 to 80 mile an hour straight line wind or a tornado. I also know folks out here in Springtown, Azle, Agnes, Poolville, Carter, Hester, north of Weatherford. Y'all have had more than enough. You got wind coming. And again, right now, it doesn't look to be the equivalent of what we saw Saturday. But guess what? This storm still has hail, still has high wind, and a lot of things that were hit on Saturday may be weaker now. So we may have stuff flying around. We want you to be in a safe place up here. And preschool play, thank you. Yeah, if you want weather content for Texas and just Texas, click the subscribe button. Seriously. But you know what? We're here for everybody. All right, let's check on some things here. What time was that? 4:24. We are getting some reports of increasing rotation with this storm northwest of Grayford. We'll keep an eye on it. But at this point, we have severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. The potential for large hail up to the size of golf balls. We're going to be keeping an eye on cameras. Again, this is a camera. Top camera's Bridgeport. You can see it's pouring, it's storming. Looks like some street flooding. Second camera's north of Weatherford. And third camera is Bob Pack in the vicinity of these storms. So let me put this back in motion. We definitely have some strong winds with this thunderstorm. South of Bridgeport, west of Paradise. And you know, I don't like the way this is trying to trend, if I'm being honest with you. We're starting to see that little inflow notch develop northwest of Springtown. See how we're seeing some inflow notch here, kind of where the rain's clearing out? And again, I want to emphasize, this isn't a tornado issue right now, but we are seeing some pretty strong winds being pushed by this thunderstorm, and we're starting to see more of a convergent signature here. Kind of, let me show you it this way. Notice how back here over Runaway Bay and Bridgeport, these winds were mostly oriented to where it was like a straight line, like this. That was back at 4 p.m. Well, here's how it looks like now. Notice how we've gone vertical. We're going to have to watch this carefully. Could be seeing increasing amounts of rotation with this storm, and if that continues as it moves southeast, the potential for it to attempt to become a bit of a problem could exist. And yes, this is heading southeast towards Springtown, Azle, Agnes, and the storm itself could eventually end up in western Tarrant County, southeastern, and eastern Parker County. With strong winds over 60 miles an hour to 65 miles an hour, the potential for hail up to the size of golf balls, and heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. So those of you, again, this storm's moving southeast right now at about 25 miles an hour. We're watching this very carefully. So we kind of have pretty much at this point a little line of storms extending from Ivan and South Bend back on highway out west, southwest of Graham, to Grayford. From Grayford, it extends to Paradise in Decatur, west of Denton. At this point, Denton, you're not getting anything, and same for Collin County. This may be an issue for western DFW again. All these storms are generally moving in the direction of, well, southeast at 25 miles an hour towards western DFW. Tarrant County, Parker County, Palo Pinto County, moving southeast. Now, let's see what Bob has. Besides a copious amount of traffic, and y'all may know where Bob is. I don't have his icon up on a map right now. So if y'all know where Bob is, give us a holla. Let us know. And you can watch Storm Chaser Bob Pack's feed directly on YouTube if you want. We'll definitely get something set up to where I can put his little icon up here. All right, let's take a look at what we have going on near Paradise. And I'm going to pop on the radar. And this is using a terminal Doppler weather radar, just a fancy term for a higher resolution, faster updating radar with shorter range. And folks, I'll be honest with you, the wind potential is definitely increasing out here southwest of Paradise. If this storm attempts to become more organized, I'll be honest, we may end up with a tornado warning out here in parts of southeastern Wise, northeastern Parker, and northwestern Tarrant County, if this organizes. And look, it very well may be. So, I'm not saying that to scare anybody. I'm not
Texas
saying that
local
to,
storm
you know,
report from
be a
2NW
hyperbolist,
Paradise
but,
in Wise County, Texas.
you know, definitely
Hail
don't like the
magnitude
trends.
estimated
We're starting to see some more
1.75
inflow into
inches.
this northwest of
Reported by
Springtown.
public.
Starting to see a pretty good rear flank
Additional
downdraft.
information, report of golf
Northwest of
ball-sized hail
Springtown.
near Paradise.
The way it's looking, this
From
storm is attempting to become more organized. Like I said, if it could stop having to fight other storms, it might do that. And unfortunately, what we're seeing here indicates, there you go.
Your attention,
So-
please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Parker, and Wise County in Texas.
Go ahead and talk about it. This is going to be a tornado warning for Springtown, Reno, Azle, Boyd, Fairview, Briar, Sanctuary. A tornado warning has been issued for northeastern Parker, southern Wise counties until 5 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Paradise, 9 miles south of Bridgeport, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Azle, Briar, Reno, Springtown, Boyd, Sanctuary, La Junta, Condale, Highland Edition, and Keeter. I'm sorry, I really am. I know this is horrible timing. I know the fact y'all just went through another severe storm a few days ago. I really am sorry, but you know what? You know what to do. It's time to get to a sturdy, site-built structure. Get as low as you can get. Center room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is going to be a tornado warning for southern Wise and northeastern Parker County. This does include the community of Springtown, Sanctuary, Azle, Reno, Briar, Fairview, Boyd, Paradise. This circulation is going to be south of Paradise now by a few miles, moving southeast. You've got winds moving towards the radar about 50 miles an hour, winds moving away at about 40. Now, this is still in the development phase. It's not that really bright pink against bright green or bright blue. And again, I do want to emphasize this, we're not talking crazy super wind velocities right now. We don't have what we had the other day. But this storm is still dangerous and still capable of producing damaging winds over 65 miles an hour as it moves southeast. And folks in Fort Worth, Tarrant County, this is heading towards y'all. I need to go ahead and emphasize now, we do not want people on the roads when this thing hits Tarrant County by 5:30. So either, get home before then or stay a little late. I don't want folks out on the roads. Yes, I'm having to eat a snack. Huh? I got my bars. Those of you looking for the radar in our app, click the More tab and click Zoom Radar. Otherwise, you can view the radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Again, we're getting a lot of wind with this thunderstorm in southern Wise County, northeastern Parker County. We don't have any confirmed reports of a tornado right now. Pretty large area of winds, could be 60, 70 miles an hour. With that, moving southeast towards Springtown, Boyd, Reno, Azle, Fairview, Briar. Back west, we have a severe storm over Grayford, northern Palo Pinto County. This storm's going to be moving southeast as well, the potential for golf ball size hail. And all these storms have the potential for golf ball size hail, by the way. As they move southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So for those of you in Boyd, Fairview, Reno, Sanctuary, Springtown, what we want you to do is just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get as low as you can get. We want you to be away from windows. We really don't want you in mobile homes, travel trailers, or trailers. That seems to be where we have the most serious injuries in these situations. So if you, by chance, are in, Azle, you've got a few minutes, just get to a neighbor's house or something, if they're in a sturdy site-built structure, a fast food establishment, etc., and we'll get you through this. Again, this is going to be a tornado warning for those communities until 5 p.m. And this storm is on track to move towards downtown Fort Worth, by the way, by like 5:30. So what we're going to be doing here is keeping a very close eye on things. Top camera is Bridgeport. Middle camera is north of Weatherford. I'm going to try to switch this over. And this camera now is, top camera is Azle. Trying to get a good northwest view out of here. So, this is just not good timing with rush hour and whatnot. But again, those of you... All right, that velocity couplet's getting a bit stronger now, south of Paradise. So let's go ahead and talk about it. We're going to have to focus on this. Like I said earlier, we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms. So that's going to be this storm right now. And if you want to track storms near you, website radar is texasstormchasers.com/radar. Area of circulation is now moving southeast towards FM 2123, now near Spring Valley Road, coming up to County Road 3381, just southwest of Highway 51, where it splits off of 114. So this is going to be very near 114, coming up towards Highway 51, maybe a mile or two west. That means this is going to be on 2123 right now, near County Road 3381 or 3381. Just west of 51. This is going to stay west of 114 for now, but this will be crossing over Highway 51 north of Springtown. This is staying further north than the storm on Saturday. This is going to be moving southeast towards areas west of Boyd, and eventually this may end up moving towards Azle. Again, here's just a loop over the last several minutes as this storm moves southeast. This is staying farther north than the storm Saturday and seems to also be moving more east-southeast than south-southeast. So those of you towards Azle, this is going to be an issue for Lake Worth, Pecan Acres at some point, maybe even Newark. We're going to be watching things carefully here as this moves southeast. So those of you in Springtown, those of you up to Boyd, southeast of Paradise, moving towards Fairview and Briar, we'd encourage you to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Like I said a bit earlier, these storms were fighting each other. But if they were able to become dominant or take hold, we'd have some issues, and that appears to be what we've had occur. This storm in southern Wise County certainly looks much more organized than it did earlier. Though I want to emphasize that we're not doing Saturday level, wind velocities right now. But we definitely have the potential for issues to arise, the potential of a tornado, damaging winds, hail up to the size of golf balls. You going for a walk? Are you cold? Howdy. So as this activity continues, moving off to the southeast, we're going to watch it, and we just want you to be in a safe place. All right. Sorry, too much caffeine. Had to eat something to counter it. All right, so this is going to be a tornado warning for southern Wise County, including Boyd, northeastern Parker County, including Reno and Azle, and Springtown. Now, Springtown, this one's going to stay to your north. Springtown's at 199 and 51. This is mostly staying a couple miles north of town right now, moving southeast. We need folks towards Azle, Fairview, Boyd, and Newark to go ahead and move to a safe place. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do have storms farther west, by the way, that are going to move into places like Weatherford, Mineral Wells with hail. In fact, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for all of that. The potential for hail up to the size of golf balls. This storm up here, for all intent and purposes, is going to parallel 199 as it moves southeast towards Tarrant County. Threat of hail is also beginning to increase now. Places like Paradise to Boyd, y'all are probably going to get some hail out of this. And you can see how this storm went, it looked kind of blobbish earlier. Not super discernible features. Well, now there are. Like I said, if this was able to kind of organize itself, fight off some of the other storms, it had the potential to become a more organized supercell, and that's what we've had happen. You can see we kind of have that big old hook. It's your hail core, that's your hook, your rear flank downdraft, and some very strong winds here. Now, we have no reports of a confirmed tornado, but we definitely have some very strong winds. We're seeing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour right now north of Springtown, even a bit higher in spots, coming up to Highway 51, FM 2048, FM 2143. Again, this storm definitely has the potential of producing damaging winds, hail, and perhaps, yes, even a tornado. But I also want us to keep our, wits about us here. This is not a confirmed tornado. This is not something where I am looking at radar being like, uh-oh, in the sense of a confirmed tornado. This is something where we have a lot of wind, a lot of rain, a lot of hail, and it's moving southeast. Now, you can see here which way the wind's blowing mode. We do have inflow here over Boyd, your rear flank downdrift back here, but it's kind of, it's a broader area of rotation. It's not bright green or blue against bright red and pink. But this whole thing is rotating. And if it is able to, what we call tighten up, like a skater or a ballerina, when they're spinning, their arms are out, they're spinning slower. You bring them in, they're able to go like that. And the same principle applies to storm scale dynamics. So with that, we need to be keeping a very close eye on all of this as it moves southeast. And we're going to do our best. Again, this is going to be entering a highly populated area of Tarrant County here after this. Those of you in Newark, Haslett, Keller, Fort Worth, guess what? This is heading right into DFW at rush hour. You do not want to be on the road when this thing hits. Very heavy rain, hail, strong winds. All going to be issues with this as it moves southeast. Farther west, we have storms with hail up to the size of golf balls from north of Mineral Wells to Grayford, all the way back to places like Salesville, north of Brad, north of Caddo, east of Ivan. And I saw the Ivan person. Enjoyed the shout out. So with that, those storms are also moving east-southeast with the potential for high winds, hail up to the size of golf balls. Now, up here in places like Denton, Collin, Cook, Grayson, you can see there's nothing, there's nothing going on. That's because this storm over Boyd has kind of taken all the energy for now. But we're going to get some rain out here in Denton County soon with lightning. And then Tarrant County, I just don't like the look of this storm heading down towards Tarrant County. This could be a problem over the next hour or two as this thing continues to try and organize with a lot of heavy rain. We're probably going to have flooding, hail, strong winds. And this is also another one of these days where we could get lightning way like 50 miles east of this storm. So we're getting lightning galore right now, northern Tarrant County, Azle, etc. Keeping an eye on what Bob's looking at. Let me see, I can probably press some buttons here to figure out exactly where Bob is. I'm going to do my best not to seem Bob the Builder, but it's tempting. But this is actually Storm Chaser Bob Pack there on the bottom right box. All right. So again, those of you northeast of Springtown to Azle to Boyd need to be in your safe places. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We want you to be in a safe place up here as this activity continues to attempt to organize. All right, I see where Bob is. Bob is northeast of Mineral Wells. He's keeping an eye on these storms farther west. Like most sane people, you're not going to be chasing storms in the DFW Metroplex at rush hour. It's just not going to happen. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that. But again, we do have severe thunderstorms capable of producing hail up to the size of golf balls, damaging winds of 55 to 70 miles an hour. And then this storm over southern Wise County, northeastern Parker County, did try to spin itself up into a tizzy here. The rotation's a little less organized, but we're getting a lot of wind with this on the back side of the storm. So we're getting winds now just north of Springtown, probably over 65 miles an hour. And this is going to be moving southeast towards Azle, Eagle Mountain, Pecan Acres, Pelican Bay there in Tarrant County, Hazlitt, Saginaw, Lake Worth, north sides of Fort Worth. And you can see the storm does have a pretty potent-looking shape to it. We have no reports of a tornado at this time. We have several reports of a rain-wrapped wall cloud. But again, we have a lot of wind, hail, and we can't rule out a spin-up tornado with this. So that's why we have that tornado warning in place. That's why the Weather Service is keeping a very close eye on it. And this storm will likely continue producing severe weather as it moves southeast into Tarrant County. Those of you in Denton, it's going to rain. You're going to get some lightning. Justin, North Lake, even Louisville, we're probably going to get some lightning. We already have lightning underway around Keller to DFW Airport well ahead of this storm. New severe thunderstorm warning. Stand by. This is going to include all of Tarrant County pretty much. This is going to be a pretty long duration warning. So it'll eventually yell.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Denton, Parker, Tarrant, and Wise County in Texas.
All right, so we're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Tarrant County. I'll reset this map real quick. Sometimes it needs a good old reset. So this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for parts of Denton County, and they made it pretty large here, I'll admit. This does technically include the city of Denton, all the way down 35W to downtown Fort Worth. This includes Justin, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Euless, DFW Airport, Colleyville, Grapevine, Keller, Hazlitt, Saginaw, Lakeside, Eagle Mountain Lake, Lake Worth, Rome. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. And the hail threat may be increasing a bit here. This storm is definitely taking on a more supercellular look with the potential for quite a bit of strong winds. And again, you can see we're getting a pretty good surge of wind here just northeast of Springtown now. We're seeing indications of winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. This is going to be just east of Highway 51 near FM 2048. That's going to move southeast towards FM 2257 and cross over the Boyd Road near Briar and Newark, Pecan Acres here in the next several minutes. So you can see these winds here are actually coming on the back side of this storm and this circulation. As it moves southeast. So we're going to have to watch that. You can see it does have a pretty good little hook to it right now, but not really a lot of, in the sense of inflow. It's not showing a crazy amount of rotation, just a lot of wind being pushed out, the potential for hail up to the size of golf balls, and we're going to watch it. It might try to do what it did a wee bit earlier in terms of trying to spin up a little bit, but those of you in Tarrant and southern Denton counties, a severe thunderstorm with a history of strong rotation, golf ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So I'll put a storm track on this. And again, this is just to see where it's going over the next 30, 60 minutes. Hazlitt by 510, if this is right for maybe some of the hail. Azle, next 10 minutes. Fort Worth, probably about 5:20 to 5:30. DFW Airport, about 5:40. Flower Mound, 5:35 to 5:40. And here is what the Storm Prediction Center is saying now. That was riveting, y'all. Let's try that again and actually have it work. Give me a second. You're going to see a black screen for a second. I promise it won't stay that way. All right, whatever. So, Storm Prediction Center saying storms are going to remain possible in DFW over the next several hours with intense severe storms possible. Let's go back to the wind mode, and you can see we are starting to get some nasty winds northeast of Springtown now. We're seeing winds now getting closer to 70 to 80 miles an hour with this thunderstorm activity as it moves southeast. So again, we're seeing some real nasty winds coming down with this storm. Straight line winds. We're seeing hail. Could be golf ball size hail in Boyd right now. Keeping an eye on what Bob is seeing out there. He's on the storm near Mineral Wells, I believe. And then, again, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so that's going away. That's been canceled. But we have a severe storm capable of producing damaging winds, heavy rain, large hail. Boy, those are some nasty winds of Mineral Wells. So, again, the tornado warning's been allowed to expire. We are starting to see some uptick in rotation. Look at this just north of Mineral Wells. Let me get rid of that. Let me fix this. We got too many arrows on the screen. It's turning me into jambalaya mode. Check this out. We're starting to see a bit of spin just north of Mineral Wells there. Bob Pack's looking back west at it. We'll keep an eye on his feed just in case it happens. But we are seeing increasing rotation now just north of Mineral Wells. You can see that with that little hook echo now just north of the city out there near Mineral Wells. So again, the tornado warning for Parker Wise is going to expire at 5. We have a severe thunderstorm warning going out into Tarrant County till 6. And then this thing north of Mineral Wells, they might put a tornado warning on that if that continues to try to spin up. Out here in portions of far northeastern Parker, southeastern Wise, into Tarrant counties, this is going to be a pretty good surge of wind now coming into Reno areas east of Springtown. Springtown, the worst is over for you from this storm. It's east of you. Back out here, Briar, Newark, Aurora. We're watching this carefully, seeing winds right now, probably over 70 miles an hour on FM 2257 as it moves east towards Pecan Acres, Pelican Bay, far northwestern Tarrant County. And again, don't necessarily like the look of that appendage on this thing. Definitely don't like this at all. It's becoming more pronounced, so we're going to have to watch. This thing may end up trying to reorganize a bit, but definitely look, regardless, damaging winds, a weak tornado, either are going to be a problem. We have very strong winds. We're seeing a pretty good hail signature with this as well. So this has this storm moved into Hazlitt. This would have it moving in Hazlitt around 5:20, Keller about 5:35, Bedford about 5:55, Colleyville about 5:50. We'll see, right? We're going to keep a very close eye on it, though. But again, those of you in Tarrant County, a nasty, severe storm is rolling southeast with pockets of rotation, strong winds, heavy rain, and hail up to the size of golf balls. And that thing north of Mineral Wells is getting spooky. All right, so we're watching at this point new tornado warning for Mineral Wells, Weatherford,
Palo Pinto, and Parker County in Texas.
All right, so this is going to be a tornado warning now for the storm over the city of Mineral Wells and just north. This tornado warning is going to run until 5:45 p.m. for eastern Palo Pinto into Parker County. This tornado warning will include Cool, Millsap, Weatherford. This is going to include Annetta, Hudson Oaks, Willow Park. So Mineral Wells, Cool, Garner, Millsap, Weatherford, Hudson Oaks, Willow Park, Annetta. If I just named your town, you are now in a tornado warning. It's going to be meaning you need to move to a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this thing just north of Mineral Wells is spinning up really quickly now. The potential for a tornado quickly increasing now just north of Mineral Wells, and that's going to be moving southeast over the northeast sides of Mineral Wells down towards Cool. So those of you out here north of Mineral Wells, you need to be in a safe place and into Mineral Wells. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Tornado warning. This tornado warning includes Weatherford, Mineral Wells, Willow Park, Aledo. It doesn't include Aledo. Brock, Hudson Oaks, Western Lake, Annetta, Cool, Lake Mineral Wells, Lake Weatherford, Annetta South, Annetta North, Millsap, Salesville, Brock Junction, Althon, Tin Top, Pedenville, Garner, mile markers 396 through 417. Again, very wound up storm now, just north of Mineral Wells, moving off to the southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. This dangerous storm is capable of producing a tornado now, maybe 2 to 3 miles northeast of Mineral Wells as it moves southeast. So those of you in Mineral Wells, move to a safe place now. Those of you in Cool, Garner, Millsap, Weatherford, same thing. It's heading your way. The potential for a severe storm to produce a tornado at any time as it moves off to the southeast. Up here in northwestern Tarrant, southeastern Wise, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail, damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. This storm's moving southeast into Tarrant County and southern Denton County. Those of you out here, you need to go ahead and, one, I wouldn't recommend being on the roads, but we could definitely see some very nasty winds with this. Springtown, you're fine from this. You're clear now. Those of you in Azle, up to Pecan Acres and Newark to Rome, this is heading your way with very strong winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning out the wazoo, hail up to the size of golf balls possible. They may sound the outdoor warning sirens out here in Tarrant-Denton counties for golf ball size hail 70-mile-an-hour winds, but we don't have any tornado warnings right now. So you can see the latest radar scan coming in. Boy, that thing near Mineral Wells. Look at that. Oh, mama. Oh, that is just nasty sauce, folks. Probable tornado just northeast of Mineral Wells. That's going to be moving southeast. You can see even stronger rotation with that now. That possible tornado, again, is going to be very near Highway 281, kind of just where it splits off with FM 1281. FM 1281 just north of Northeast 23rd Street, there in Mineral Wells. So again, very strong rotation with this storm. Northeast sides of Mineral Wells now. Winds moving away from the radar at 70. Winds moving towards the radar at about 45, so over 100-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear with this possible tornado now just northeast of Mineral Wells, moving southeast towards Highway 180, Garner, Cool, and Millsap. Y'all out here need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Very dangerous storm trying to make its way towards y'all out here in portions of eastern Palo Pinto and Parker counties. This storm is going to be moving towards the west sides of Weatherford. It's going to be making its way towards Millsap. So heads up, y'all need to be in a safe place out here. This storm probably has the strongest rotation and most organized signature we've seen all day. Now, let's go back up here into Tarrant, Wise, Denton counties. This storm, potential to produce 70-mile-an-hour winds. Pretty good amount of wind right now between Aurora, Fairview, Newark. Is going to be moving southeast towards Hazlitt. It's going to be moving southeast towards Con Acres, Pelican Bay. With the potential of, again, damaging straight-line winds, heavy rain, golf ball size hail or hail up to the size of golf balls. And again, this storm looks pretty strong right now as well. You can see a pretty interesting hook echo, but we don't have as much rotation with this storm right now. We have a lot of wind being pushed out by the storm, but no significant rotation right now. We're going to be keeping a close eye on it. You can see the camera up in Azle getting some rain right now. That's the top right camera. Middle camera is there north of Weatherford. And then the bottom camera is Storm Chaser Bob Pack. He's going to be out towards the storm near Cool, I believe. So we're going to be watching all this carefully. Let me put motion on here. And again, the potential for a tornado with this storm northeast of Mineral Wells is pretty high right now. So those of you in Mineral Wells to the east side of Mineral Wells, you need to be in shelter. Very nasty looking storm with strong rotation now, crossing over Highway 180. Or just about to. This is going to cross over 180, probably near FM 1195 to FM 113. Very, very strong rotation. Very strong rotation now, just east of FM 1821 near Ellis White Road. This is coming up on Hamilton Road, Van Story Road. Y'all need to be in a safe place out here, all right? We've got extremely strong rotation now. Hiking Polly, thank you for that super chat. We have very strong rotation out here. We have winds moving towards the radar at 80. We have winds moving away from the radar out here on the northeast sides of Mineral Wells at 30. 110-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear. Very ominous hook. I would say there is high confidence that we have a tornado very near the northeast sides of Mineral Wells right now, moving southeast. So again, this is probably a tornado just east of FM 1821, moving southeast towards Highway 180 near Lee Road. Y'all need to be in a safe place now. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. After that, this storm's going to move southeast towards Millsap. Those of you in Cool are in the direct path of this as well. So Cool and Millsap, after those of you on the east sides of Mineral Wells, you need to be in a safe place immediately, as we likely do have a tornado in progress now just east of Mineral Wells. All right, back up here. Boyd, you got hail. Newark, You've got wind. You could have winds over 60 miles an hour. This storm is showing lots of indications of producing heavy rain, hail, and wind as it moves off to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So as we continue to monitor that, those of you in Tarrant County, heads up, this thing has an attitude as it's heading your way back west. Again, a probable tornado in progress just east of Mineral Wells. I mean like 2 to 3 miles, if that. Rotation remains extremely strong with this, what we call gate to gate. And this storm and this probable tornado will be moving off to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. The tornado, if it's down, would probably be very near Hamilton Road, Lee Road, coming up to Highway 180 east of Mineral Wells, very near FM 1195. This is going to be crossing Highway 190, very close to Muddocks Road, near Cool. Again, you can see the which way the wind's blowing mode here. Wind's moving towards the radar at 70. Wind's moving away at about 20. So we still have 90 mile an hour shear. And again, this thing is wrapped up, tire ticks behind. And if we have a tornado down, it's probably wrapped in heavy rain. You can see how much rain, hail is around this. This is a big old blob of nasty moving southeast towards Millsap and Cool. And eventually the west sides of Weatherford. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm, highly capable of producing a tornado now on the Parker, Palo Pinto County line, west of Cool, east of Mineral Wells, moving towards Cool. It's going to be moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. So those of you out here need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we're keeping a very close eye on this thing as it moves off to the east-southeast. All right, and we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on it. Top camera is going to be I-20 near Brock, where this storm is heading. Second camera is north of Weatherford, and third camera is storm chaser Bob Pack, who is out on that storm. Let's go back to the storm in Wise, Tarrant, Denton counties. That storm seems to be moving southeast now into parts of southeastern Wise. We are starting to see a little uptick in the rotational element of this, just northeast of Pecan Acres, east of Newark. Damaging winds and hail remain the main threat with this storm. Seeing a good amount of wind, could be 60, 65 mile an hour winds from Fairview to Newark to Pecan Acres, Pelican Bay to Eagle Mountain Lake. We're watching it carefully. So again, this storm has the potential of quarter to maybe ping pong golf ball size hail over Rome to Boyd, moving southeast into northern Tarrant and southern Denton counties. This storm has a decent amount of wind with it, a lot of heavy rain, and cloud to ground lightning. We have a confirmed tornado in progress east of Mineral Wells now. So with that, keeping a close eye on things. But again, we do have a tornado now in progress with this storm. We've been able to get some evidence visually of that. So again, that is a tornado down. We have a tornado debris signature now as well. So again, here is the tornado. We do have a confirmed tornado on Highway 180. Winds moving towards the radar at 85, moving away at 30. Tornado debris signature now evident on the radar. So we have a confirmed tornado now doing damage east of Mineral Wells, very near Lee Road and Highway 180. We'll look back at the reflectivity. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, this is now a confirmed tornado. This is going to be on Highway 180, very near Park Road 71, just east of Hood Road now. Remains very strong velocity signature. We have winds moving towards the radar at about 55, winds moving away from the radar at about 63. So we've got a 100 angry circulation. So we've got a circulation capable of, and now a history of, producing a tornado east of Mineral Wells. So again, this is a confirmed tornado now, east of Mineral Wells, just west of Cool. This tornado is going to be moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So again, back to the how hard it's raining mode. This is a confirmed tornado just west of Cool. I'll put a mile tracker on this on my end. It's going to be about 2 miles west of Cool. I'll show you on the iPad. Again, that's your tornado right there. But guess what? Just as quick. Look. Circulation started to occlude. That rotation just went... Adios, almost wall. Beater Zang, bye-bye. And that's what can happen with these. They develop, but then they can also die very quickly. That being said, you can see almost a whole new hook has begun developing with this storm just west of Cool. So again, this remains an extremely dangerous thunderstorm now, with a history of producing a tornado just east of Mineral Wells. This storm and its associated rotation now approaching Cool and Millsap. If you're in Millsap and Cool, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm continues to remain capable of producing additional tornadoes and very large hail. Look at that hail core just northeast of Mineral Wells. That's probably baseball-sized hail falling right now. Moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So those of you in Weatherford, back west to Millsap, Interstate 20 as well. No travel on I-20, let's say going northeast of Highway 281 and west of Hudson Oaks, or the 180 split on the east side of Weatherford. No travel on that, with these dangerous storms moving off to the southeast. This is a storm that just produced a tornado back on the east side, just east of Mineral Wells, just west of Cool. All right, back up into Tarrant County, we do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour. The lean edge of these winds now extend from Lakeside, just west of Saginaw, just west of Hazlitt, up towards Justin. This storm is going to be capable of producing, again, some hail, high winds, and heavy rain. We're not doing the whole spinny doom issue with this storm right now. It's weaker than it was earlier. We're still going to watch it, though, as it moves off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So we're going to get some heavy rain in Tarrant County, Denton County. It is raining in Denton. It's raining in North Lake, Justin, Roanoke, Flower Mound. It is raining. It is pouring. And am I not snoring? But we're going to be keeping a very close eye on these storms as they continue moving southeast. So again, it's raining in Denton, Tarrant counties. That storm has some hail. Storm with a history of producing a tornado now east of Mineral Wells. Mineral Wells, you're clear from the storm with the tornado, but you've got another storm just west of town trying to move in with hail. And then all these storms are moving east-southeast. Let me go ahead and put a loopy-doopy on this, and we'll see what's going on here. Oh, and that circulation near Cool, that might still be down. It might have already developed a new tornado. We'll go back to that in just a sec. But again, those of you in Millsap, those of you in Cool, those of you west of Weatherford need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm continues to remain highly dangerous and capable of producing additional tornadoes, and it very well may already be doing that. Just south of Cool, just north of Millsap, would be right on FM 113 right now. It's about to move over Old Millsap Road, just east of Millsap. It's going to be close. Then it's going to be moving southeast right towards Interstate 20. Probably very near Interstate 20, from maybe just west of the Ranger Highway merge there, Quanah Hill Road, Dennis Road, maybe near FM 1189. That may be where this is heading. And again, this is a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes. It continues to look highly dangerous. In fact, I'll switch on to the debris mode. There is still some signature here south of Cool. I think we probably still have a tornado that's at least hopscotching along here, causing problems. We'll get a new scan here in a second, and you can see that hook's actually become more defined on the latest scan. We do have damage east of Mineral Wells now. We've got some metal buildings that have been hit. Don't know more than that. So again, this storm has produced damage just east of Mineral Wells, and we still continue with a circulation capable of producing a tornado at any time as it moves southeast, kind of very near Millsap, just north of the Millsap, moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So we want folks on Fairview Road, Clay Road, all the way down to Interstate 20, FM 1189, Brock, to the west side of Weatherford near Dennis Road. Move to a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this thing probably is still producing a tornado very near Millsap. Okay, so Weatherford, you may end up with more of the hail from this than the tornado. But we do have some damage just east of Weatherford there on 180. Excuse me, just east of Mineral Wells on 180, not Weatherford. We have storms moving back into Weatherford now with the threat of hail. Some of those storms could have at least golf ball size hail. And we're watching this camera carefully. This is I-20. This is I-20 at... here, let me get rid of the... I-20 and Summerstone Road. We're watching to see if this comes into view. Whatever we have out here is probably heavily wrapped in heavy rain. You're not going to see it. We'll still be keeping a very close eye on it as just looking at some data here.
Texas local storm report from 1 miles west of Cool in Parker County, Texas.
All right, let's pull up some cameras in
Thunderstorm wind
DFW.
damage.
And again,
Reported
DFW,
by
it is
train
about
spotter.
to be unpleasant.
Additional information,
Keller?
Train spotter
Ooh, what is
reporting
that?
a swath of
What
tree
is
damage
that?
near
What is
Mineral
that?
Wells Highway and Maddox Road.
Keller, Hazlitt, it's about to storm quite a bit. Heavy rain. Quarter to ping pong ball size hail. And just all sorts of nonsense. Maybe wind gust over 65 miles an hour possible. With this thunderstorm as it moves east-southeast. Starting to see a little bit of an interesting signature up here near Hazlitt, west of Keller. You can see kind of how that's starting to swing around a little bit. Take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode, and, you know, there's not really too much of a signature there. So that is good, but it's also a little interesting. It's definitely not going to be a fun time up here in Tarrant County, northern Tarrant County especially, but let's be honest, I'm looking at traffic cams. It's not fun anyway. All right. So again, we do have this storm continuing to produce strong rotation, a little weaker than it was a bit earlier, which is good, but this storm definitely remains capable of producing a tornado out here southeast of Cool, near Millsap. This storm's moving southeast towards the west sides of Weatherford. And then we have these storms in Den, Tarrant counties producing maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail, heavy rain. We're going to be keeping a close eye on all these cameras. And
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
McCurtain County in Oklahoma. Red River County in Texas.
all right, we do note the Weather Service has issued a tornado warning up in Idabel, Oklahoma. That barely touches the far northern tip of Red River County. So this is going to be a tornado warning way up in northeast Texas for a sliver of Red River County right along the Red River. So if you live up here, up on FM 410 to FM 1159 on Highway 37, right up on the Red River, this is going to include you. Y'all be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows, but a majority of that storm will remain north of the Red River. Back in Tarrant County, for what it's worth, from the Shreveport radar, you can see this storm over Tarrant County remains quite strong. And yeah, we see this signature up west of Keller. And again, I'm going to switch to a different radar that literally should give us a straight eye view into this. And again, we're not seeing tight rotation with this right now, nor are we seeing real strong winds. But we definitely do see it is spinning. We do have a bit of rotation with it, and we're going to keep an eye on it, but it's worth watching. Potential for hail. Potential for high winds. We've got heavy rain, maybe some small to quarter-size hail. The hail might be a little bigger than that here on 114 at 35W, Texas Motor Speedway. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles south-southeast of Mineral Wells in Parker County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 59 miles per hour.
Thank you, Cow Treats, for the super chat.
By ASOS.
So we're watching this, and again, this thing does have a little bit of a hook near Hazlitt, but we're not seeing super strong rotation with this at all.
The National Weather Service has issued.
All right, let's go back here. Weatherford, you're getting in on the hail. Weatherford, the potential for tennis ball size hail with this thunderstorm moving southeast. Tornadic portion of this, not as evident as it was a wee bit earlier, but still, area of rotation with this as it moves off to the southeast. This is going to be crossing Interstate 20, probably just northeast of 1189. So those of you on the southwest sides of Weatherford, you are in a tornado warning. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have hail and Mineral Wells. We have unconfirmed reports of structure damage east of Mineral Wells. Well, we know it happened. Just the extent of what happened there just east of town. We've got this storm still moving southeast. It's going to bring big hail to Weatherford, the potential for tennis ball size hail. And then that's going to keep moving southeast. The area of circulation is going to cross Interstate 20... near Ellis Drive, probably near Bennett Hills Drive, over to Dennis Road and the Ranger Highway exit there on the west side of Weatherford. And again, right now, I want to say we do not have a confirmed tornado. This looks a lot less spooky than it did 10 minutes ago, but the circulation's still there. The hook of doom is still there, so this thing could tighten up again and produce another tornado. So again, Weatherford in the next several minutes. Eventually, if this storm continues, it is going to approach Annetta, Aledo, Annetta South, Benbrook, and Crescent on Highway 377 over the next hour. All right, let's go back up here. This storm in northern Tarrant, Denton counties. It's storming, it's pouring. You've got hail, maybe quarter size at best. I mean, it's technically warned for golf balls, but we haven't had any recent reports. Now, I'll tell you, this does not look like a nice thunderstorm. We're so close to the radar, I want to take a different look. We're going to look from Shreveport just to get a better view of this thing. Again, you can see this thing's all mad and angry. We need to watch this little hook right here. And again, we're not seeing any angry rotation with this right now. This Tarrant County, Denton County storm. I know it's got a hook on radar, but we're not seeing any super duper spooky rotation. I could take a look from a couple different radars here. And again, we do have winds probably closer to, 30, 40 miles an hour moving towards the radar just east of DFW. Winds moving away about 30. We're watching it. And we do have damage east of Mineral Wells, the Walters Village area. Storm over northern Tarrant and Denton counties is an intense storm, by the way, capable of large hail, damaging winds. Now, let me go ahead and zoom in. Let's do some loops. I know we got a lot of folks asking, where's this stuff going? So our two main intense severe storms right now, northern Tarrant and Denton counties. Second intense severe storm is going to be over Parker County. Parker County storm produced a damaging tornado just east of Mineral Wells about 15-20 minutes ago. Storm over northern Tarrant and Denton counties almost looks like it's turning southeast. We'll have to watch that. Both these storms have large hail potential. The storm in Parker County could have tennis balls. The storm in Tarrant, Denton County could have up to golf balls, but, we haven't heard any reports of that lately. And, we're just doing our best to keep y'all updated, so stay weather aware. Tarrant County storm, by the way, we're going to need to keep watching it. I know it's kind of been somewhat lollygaggy as of late, but that doesn't mean it's done, and we need to make sure it's not going to try to become more organized. Those of you in Boyd, Paradise, Springtown, you're done, you're good. Azle, you're done. Weatherford, stay in shelter. You're going to get the hail from this, and we have other storms behind this first storm with hail as well. So this storm near Weatherford, potential circulation crossing I-20. In fact, here, you can see the couplet here at I-20 and Summer Stone with the camera, I should say. That's where we have some very strong winds right now, heavy rain and hail. And that storm's moving off to the southeast. Here's a slightly different view. You can see I-20. It's storming. It's pouring. And then here's the northern Tarrant County storm, looking north from Interstate 35W at Meacham. So again, and then we also have storm chaser Bob Pack out here keeping an eye on these storms. Let me get rid of this storm tracker nonsense. So again, most of these storms are moving east-southeast about 25 to 30. We are definitely watching the northern Tarrant County storm. We're watching the Parker County storm. We have additional hailers back in Mineral Wells to Palo Pinto County and even eastern Shackelford County. And then we have storms right up on the Red River in northeast Texas. That's staying mostly on the Oklahoma side. But we do technically have a tornado warning for the extreme north part of Red River County, up towards the Red River. Okay, let's make sure I haven't missed anything. Let's drink a little more Monster. Circulation. Hey, we need to go back to this. This thing's tightening up again. Tornado about to cross Interstate 20. Probably a few miles west of Weatherford. Watch these traffic cams real close. That circulation trying to tighten up again near Ellis Drive, just north of Interstate 20. So there we go. Let's go back in. And again, I know Tarrant County's getting stormed on. I know. We need to focus on the most life-threatening. And guess what? Sometimes that's not where there's 800,000 to however many people. So, tornado right here. Back in the rain, about to cross Interstate 20, probably just near or just west of the Ranger Highway and where we have I-20 merged there on the west sides of Weatherford. And we're watching these cameras carefully. Top two cameras, those are from near Weatherford or just west. Then the third camera, that's Bob Pack, who's somewhere in that area. Y'all holler if you see anything. So again, this storm near I-20, Ellis Drive. Let me see if we can't put some roads on here on this version. It's going to be very near I-20 here in just a second at the Spur 312 Ranger Highway I-20 split out here on the west side of Weatherford. That's going to be Dennis Drive coming up towards West Canyon Creek Lane. Again, this could be a tornado trying to drop right now, just southwest of Weatherford. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. Y'all in Weatherford are probably getting hailed on galore. We have that storm in northern Tarrant County
National
dropping
Weather
hail.
Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Hood, Palo Pinto, and Parker County in Texas.
And this camera, that second box, that middle box, if we have a tornado down, it's going to be right next to that camera shortly. So we need to watch that middle box carefully, and if something happens, well, yeah. Okay, so your circulation not as prevalent here, about to cross I-20, right on top of that middle camera, and I know, there's big old Baldy and me on the third box there. All right, let's go back to Tarrant County real quick. We do have a severe storm over northern Tarrant County. Keller, Grapevine, Colleyville, Trophy Club, Marshall Creek, 114 from 35W down to 121. You've got the hail right now, probably. Could be decent hail, quarters, maybe. We honestly haven't had a recent report, so maybe, you know what? Maybe it's just a bunch of heavy rain nonsense. Storm itself, we're not seeing any defined low-level rotation. Storm itself is going to keep moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So at this course, it's going to keep moving over DFW Airport. It's going to move southeast over DFW Airport, Grapevine, Colleyville, and eventually towards Irving, Love Field, University Park, and downtown Dallas by 6:30 p.m. It's only 5:30. Good grief. So we're going to have to watch that. Second storm, and I see Bob's got a view of something. It's going to be a base. Let me see where Bob is on this map. Bob Pack. You can watch his Storm Chaser feed direct on YouTube if you want. Issue of chasing today with these storms is everything so hazy, and then you don't want to deal with DFW. I see Chad Casey is up there. Bob Pack's looking west right at this, so he's actually on 171 southeast of Weatherford. So let's take a look at what Bob Pack has. And again, what you're going to be looking at here is just a lot of, you can see the low cloud base. If we have a circulation back here, it's going to be wrapped in heavy rain. Again, these are high precipitation supercells, meaning they have a lot of moisture, a lot of rain, and this storm's going to keep moving southeast. So, by the way, these are going to keep staying severe. We are oh, sweet mama made that. We're nowhere near done with these. It's 5:30. I have to remind myself of that. These are probably going to keep going for hours. So guess what? Hood County, Johnson County, this is going to be your problem. The Weatherford storm's going to be your problem. If it keeps moving south-southeast, it may end up being even part of southwestern Tarrant County. All right, we're going to keep the middle box up. We're going to put, on that top box, I want to put Storm Chaser Bob Pack. So that's Storm Chaser Bob Pack. He's south of Weatherford there on 171 going south. We have multiple reports of pea-size hail from Keller to Roanoke to Justin. I'll be honest, that clearly is not doing the whole, quarter to golf ball mostly right now, which I guess is good. But that storm's going to be moving southeast. I'm sorry, I'm being a rude host. Let me press that. Oh, I don't want that. I don't want that. How the heck do we have a camera right there? That actually is a interesting view. So that camera there is at 171 and FM 51, which is almost right where Bob is. We'll keep that up for the views. I guess this thing's going to be moving down towards 377 and 71 eventually, so I'll pop a camera up there. But Again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is Tuesday, the 28th of April, 2026, now in like hour 4.5 of our severe weather coverage. We're tracking multiple severe thunderstorms moving across North Texas this afternoon. We have a severe storm in northern Tarrant County capable of producing quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. This storm is producing heavy rain. We may have some flooding issues. The worst of the worst right now is going to be over South Lake and Grapevine. It's going to be moving southeast towards DFW Airport, Irving, University Park. If it survives and doesn't weaken, it'll make it into Dallas pretty quick. We're watching that shot from Bob Pack. He is on 171 now, south of Weatherford, and that storm, again, we'll go back to that. This is the tornado warning storm. First off, big bad hail alert just southeast of Mineral Wells, moving southeast. Weatherford, you're clear from the tornado. This would be south of I-20 and moving east towards 171 southeast. You can see we definitely have rotation here, right? Storm's moving southeast. If there is anything, it's going to be wrapped in heavy rain. You can see there at the camera at 171 and 51 there south of Weatherford. We're getting some gusty winds. Camera's shaking a bit. We're keeping a close eye on things. Just had a report of quarter-size hail in South Lake. We'll check. You can see he's traveling down 171. And he's on his way past Annetta South towards Crescent there at 377 to keep an eye on this storm. Back in DFW. We've got this storm moving through. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see we do have a bit of a hail core now showing up a little better on 114 northwest of Grapevine. It's going to be moving off to the east towards DFW Airport. See if we can't get a good feed from this. Again, you can see if I switch back to this view, there's the camera there. That top camera's on 114. That's going to be a Carroll, 114 and Carroll. And you can see it's just not happy. Traffic is slow. People are driving with their blinkers on. So I'm guessing there's some hail there just based on how slow everyone's driving, even on the access roads. And again, that's going to be moving southeast towards DFW Airport. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. Keller to Grapevine. Southeastern Denton County, northeastern Tarrant. We'll see if the Weather Service extends this southeast into parts of Dallas County here shortly. This storm is moving towards Euless, Irving, Farmers Branch, eventually towards Love Field. Out here, Parker County, tornado warning continues for southern Parker County until 5:45 p.m. We'll see what the Weather Service decides to do here in a few minutes. Storm itself does still have rotation with it. It keeps trying to reorganize a bit. You can see that hook is starting to wrap back around a bit. They're south of I-20. Weatherford, you're clear. Millsap, you're clear. Cool, you're clear. Now, Millsap, you're getting hail from another storm, but you're clear from this tornado. Hudson Oaks, Willow Park, you're clear. Annetta, this is you're still technically in the tornado warning, and especially Annetta South. This storm's going to keep riding down 171, by the way. It may actually stay a little southwestern Tarrant, northeastern Hood, northwestern Johnson. Very nice emergency manager in Johnson County. I'm very sorry he's going to have to deal with this nonsense. This storm does continue to show some rotation. You can see that hook there continues, and we do still have the potential for some large hail with this storm as it moves off to the southeast. The view from Bob as he drives down 171, And again, you can see it's hazy. It's really difficult to see storm structure today. It's real difficult to see much because of how much haze is present with this activity as these storms move southeast. So, you know, they're doing their best. We're doing our best to keep you updated. I hope y'all are finding the information useful. Back to the radar. Let's go and take a look up here. And again, we technically have a tornado warning for like far northern Red River County, up on the Red River. This storm, if it's up in towards Idabel, Oklahoma, and Highway 70, that's not going to be an issue for us in Texas unless something changes. So Red River counties were doing better. Now, taking a look at the radar, the storm over DFW Airport is weakening. So that storm is weakening at this point, but we'll keep an eye on it. Those of you in Parker County, your storms are not. We have Big Bad, Very Mad Supercell just south of Weatherford now. We probably got hail in Weatherford. We have hail in Willow Park. We have hail in Annetta. The circulation itself is back here on 171, just west of 171. It's still there, just south of Interstate 20. And again, keeping an eye on this camera. This camera is Highway 51 and 171, south of Weatherford. Moving off to the southeast. I should say, you know, show you the radar and say it's moving off the southeast. So, tornado warning expires here in 3 minutes. Not sure if they're going to put a new one. The storm's still very severe. It's got hail. It's rotating. We'll see. And then we have these storms back over Millsap. We're probably getting some big hail out here on I-20. That's going to be closer to Brock Junction. Moving down towards Dennis. Here's a view at Interstate 20. FM 113 out here, where that hailer could be crossing Interstate 20 right now, south of Millsap. And that's the storm I'm talking about here, heading towards Brock. The tornado warned storm. You want to do a little meteorology? Fine, we'll do a little radar analysis. This is your rear flank downdraft here. That's what essentially your hook is, a bunch of rain and hail wrapping around. These reds, these are your inflows, and we still have a circulation here, for sure. We also have a tornado watch for east and northeast Texas until 1 a.m. Oh, good! So, again, we'll see what the Weather Service decides to do. This storm's still dangerous, and if it reorganizes, it could easily put another tornado down. But I'm not sure if that is something that is going to happen within the next few minutes. We'll see. This tornado warning is about to go away, and, well, slap my knee and say, what the bippity-boppity-boo, ladies and gentlemen, it's a minnow! Sorry, overstimmed. Blame Twister. And now my desire for Chick-fil-A. It's unfortunate. Darn you, Moo. Anyway, here we go. That camera, by the way, is looking west from 51 and 171.
Issued a new
I'd actually be looking right back into where the circulation is. Well, let's take a look at that. Don't see any twirly things on the ground. That's good. But again, see how, well, one, the cloud bases are low, and two, look how hazy it is out there. And notice it's not really raining there at 51 and 171 much. That's because y'all are kind of in that hook echo right there. Okay, new tornado warning. So let's go back. We do have a new tornado warning now, and you can see, and you can also see off Bob's shot. Actually, we're about to get a view of that wall cloud. Watch screen next to me for the wall cloud. That might be it. New tornado warning does include Aledo, Annetta South. This includes areas just north of Crescent. Based on this storm track, storm is trying to move a little farther east now, so it is going to clip southwestern Tarrant, northwestern Johnson, eventually southwestern Tarrant and Johnson, and southeastern Parker. So again, tornado warning now includes Aledo, Annetta South. It includes areas north and west of Crescent. We're just watching things carefully. This camera has a really good view back into this circulation. It's so hazy, but notice how low the clouds are. We're not seeing any sort of, rapid rotation. And where this camera is, notice the wind's dead calm right now. This is the intersection of 171 and 51 here south of Weatherford. And again, Storm Chaser Bob Pack in the top box. Bottom box is camera at 171 and 51. And real quick, completely off the point, I want to give a big shout out and thank you to TxDOT. They, in the last few months, made these cameras not just static images, but where you can actually access live video feeds. And guess what? That helps so stinking much when bringing you live coverage here in Texas. So I want to thank them, and whoever was controlling the cameras earlier up for Bridgeport, it's like they were watching our feed and knew when we were watching because they pointed right at the storm. Thank you so much. Seriously. I know TxDOT cameras are for roads and all that, but these are real helpful tools helping to show y'all what's going on. So we're watching carefully. But again, tornado warning until 6:15 p.m. for Annetta South, Aledo, and it's for this storm. Circulation really close, honestly, to where that TxDOT camera is right next to my head. That is going to be a little southeast of where the circulation might be developing now. But we're watching. Keeping an eye on Bob's feed. He's on Highway 171 there, northwest of Crescent. And this storm's moving southeast, so a present course and speed, Aledo, next 10-15 minutes. We also have a storm just southwest of it with hail. So, storm with the rotation and let's go. What do we got? Notice things just changed. Visibility is reducing. It's raining. Let's take a look at Bob's feed now. Bob's looking up Highway 171. Again, really hazy up here. You can see the base of the cloud. What's he looking at back in there? So Bob's looking at the area of rotation. He's on 171, well southeast of Weatherford, northwest of Crescent. He's looking back northwest now. Unfortunate tree location. It's always a pain dealing with those, but you can see a bunch of precipitation. Very scary looking clouds there looking up 171. And also, you've got your cloud bases. This is what we call a high precipitation supercell, where it's real difficult to actually see what's going on back in the storm. So let's go back. Let's give you radar updates. First off, Tarrant County. Storm moving over DFW Airport to Grapevine. We have a bit of hail over Grapevine right now. Could be quarter size. Y'all let us know if you end up getting hail. Definitely the potential for some wind as well. We're not doing any low-level rotation right now. Again, storm's not a tornadic candidate. Definitely capable of maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Localized damaging winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour. That storm is slowly skedaddling off into northwestern Dallas County. And again, this is more of a baseline severe up here. We're not doing baseball size hail, softball size hail, 80 mile an hour winds near DFW right now. So I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of hate mail because, well, we kind of said there was a big risk of that. And, well, clearly that risk has mostly translated just west of DFW for now. Taking a look at Bob's feed, you can see some ominous clouds. You can see the rain has begun there in areas north of Weatherford there, or south of Weatherford at 171 and 51. And you can see pink shelf galore fading in my cutout there. And boy, that's an ominous shot from Bob. Again, that's what these storms look like. He is on this storm southeast of Weatherford. Weatherford, you're clear. in terms of being along and north of I-20, you're clear. This storm now riding down 171 eventually may approach Crescent to areas southwest of Benbrook. We got hail. Pretty nasty hail signature now over the Dennis to Brock area. Y'all aren't dealing with tornado, but big hail right now crossing 1189 near Dennis Road. Some of the biggest hail we are seeing on radar right now. We've got a storm south of Mineral Wells with some small hail. We got a storm on 180 back west. Actually, it wouldn't time that report coming. Okay. And then we got a storm west of Palo Pinto on 180 near 16 with some small hail. Only severe storms we're dealing with in Texas right now. One storm, again, DFW Airport moving into northwest Dallas. Second storm is going to be this storm in southern and southeastern Parker County. Now, the radar site is right here near Burleson, so we're starting to get a little close to that. And that sometimes could give a false sense of what this looks like. So let's look at these storms from the radar east of Abilene. Big old blob of a mini storm out here in southeastern Parker County right now. That storm, again, moving southeast. Radar thinks it's moving at like 30-something. We'll see. But that is going to be a threat for Johnson County and southwestern Tarrant County, along with southeastern Parker County. And it still has very strong mid-level rotation, so that's why we're watching it. Trailing flanking line out west has hailers. Those aren't tornado issues, those are hailers. We got a hailer back over Brock to Dennis, a hailer south of Mineral Wells on 281, and a hailer back on 180 just west of 16 west of Palo Pinto. And then we have the storm over DFW Airport. We'll take a look at that from the Shreveport radar. Again, it's holding its own. It still has a bit of a hail curve right over DFW Airport. We can take a look at the storm. And again, there's no indications of low-level rotation, but we still may have some hail out here. DFW Grapevine moving into Farmers Branch, Irving, Coppell. Camera there at 171 and 51 getting poured on now. And again, here's a radar loop over the last little while. So, Hazlitt, you're clear. Keller, you're clear. Rome, Aurora, Boyd, you're clear from these storms. Bob's going down 171 towards Crescent. And that's our strongest storm by far right now. So, let's give some clear. Weatherford, again, you're clear. Willow Park, you're clear from the tornado. Netta, if you're right near I-20, Netta North, you're clear. Those of you in Aledo to Netta South, you're still in the tornado warning. In all likelihood, this will stay a bit west of Aledo. The tornadic portion. Now, most of these are hailers at this point with wind. So, there's hail. You're still going to get the hail. Now, check this out. Are we starting to see a little resurgence of that hook? Let's see. I'm going to put lip balm on. Y'all didn't really need to know that, but I'm just an open book here and clearly have no passive filter, so I'll just talk out loud. It's Arkansas. So a big thank you, by the way, to our amazing moderators, Sarah and Scott, and a big thank you to our chasers who are out today. We have Chad Casey, we have Bob Pack, we have meteorologist Jason Cooley helping behind the scenes. And a big thank you to all of y'all. Y'all are helping us out too. You want to know how? You're helping make sure folks you know are weather aware. And you know what? Some days overperform, some days don't. And you know, most of DFW today, y'all been lucky. You know, we haven't had big, bad, very mad hailers in most of DFW. We've had, unfortunately, we did have a tornado just east of Mineral Wells earlier. We have damage. It's going to be damage out here to structures and homes on Lee Road east of Mineral Wells. And again, we'll keep an eye out to news agencies and DFW Scanner for information on that as we hear it. But, you know, a big thank you to everyone who's helping us, seriously. And remember, we cover all of Texas. We're Texans giving Texas weather. That's what we do. We focus on Texas. So whether it's a day where, you know, we have a tornado outbreak in Illinois and everyone's focused on that, like, you know, the last few days, we're focused on Texas. Today, where maybe everyone's focused on Texas, we're focused on Texans. Because that's what we do. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hitting the subscribe button on YouTube. You can do that if you want to get notified of new Texas weather content. We do videos every day for Texas weather. And guess what? Later this week, we're not going to be covering the severe weather. We're going to be covering heavy rain and maybe some flooding across Texas. We do that too. We do everything. Starting to see a bit of a rotational signature here near Anetta South on 171. You can see that little hook right there. It'd be wrapped in heavy rain. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Well, shiver my timbers. Let's take a look. Oh, look at that, Dallas County. You have been promoted to severe thunderstorm status. Look at that. In fact, let's do this. It's time to do my little stand up and stretch time. Otherwise, I'll be even fatter than I am. So let's adjust the microphone. Camera, do me a favor. Follow my big shiny head of doom. It's not that difficult. All right, so we are going to stand up and do this. And y'all should mostly still be able to hear me. I just turned the gain up on the microphone, so even though I'm a little farther from it, it should technically still be working. Severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to be for northern Dallas County and northeastern Tarrant County. The potential of quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles per hour. Soldad Nefish and Jeremy Wendelin, thank you both very much for your super chats and support. Appreciate it. This storm over DFW Airport could be dropping up to quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. So this is a baseline severe warning. You know, it's not the softballs, baseballs, spinny, doom. It's not going to probably try and blow all your windows out, knock on wood. But this is going to be a severe storm moving towards Love Field, Farmers Branch, Carrollton, Dallas, University Park, Highland Park, Richardson, Garland, Mesquite, Bulk Springs, Sunnyvale. It's going to be big, bad, very mad. A lot of heavy rain. Storm's not moving that quick, so depending on how much rain you may get some street flooding, and you may end up having to deal with the risk of lightning. Well, you are, because it's lightning. So maybe some hail, maybe some strong winds, and heavy rain. And again, we're keeping a close eye on this storm. So far, and for quite a while now, it's been a good little stormy in the sense it hasn't tried to hit anything with a tornado or drop baseball-size hail or anything like that. Clearly, not like the storms out in Parker County. Someone didn't take their medicine out here with the storm because this storm's been a big, bad, very mad meanie pants. It did produce a damaging tornado just east of Mineral Wells earlier. We do have damage to homes and structures out here. It's going to be on Lee Road, east of Mineral Wells. In fact, our amazing moderator,
reported by emergency management.
Well, he had a real close call up near Mineral Wells earlier. Not chasing, but yeah, for a weather camera that was in existence for like 4 days. Boy, I don't know if that's a good thing I called that or what, but I'm sorry, Scott. That might have been my fault. You can see Storm Chaser Bob Pack. Boy, that's a mean-looking storm. Let's take a look. You can see as we take a look at that, and, you know, it freezes. I'm standing up, clearly, looking down at one of the monitors around me. You can see that's a big, bad, very mad, dark sky there. We've got a report of golf ball-size hail on 171 just west of Anetta. We'll go back to the 2-box here. And again, so that's going to be golf ball size hail here southeast of Weatherford. Zach, thanks for the report of nickel size hail in Aledo. And again, this storm is going to make it down to Johnson County here soon. So those of you in Johnson County, you're about to have to deal with a severe storm capable of producing some pretty big hail. Golf ball size hail at least. Localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Now, let's take a look at Bob. Here you go. Check out Bob's feed. You can see up there, we've got a pretty... Hold on. Sorry, the Scary Hornet of Doom scared me. Say hi to Scary Hornet of Doom on the camera there on I-20. Yeah, so that was interesting. Sorry, again, ADD. Up in Dallas, Fort Worth, guess what? It's raining, it's pouring, the roads don't look happy. Let's take a look. Good position of where he is. He's there north of Crescent on 171. Circulation's near Annetta South, a bit west of there. You can see that on his which way the winds are spinning mode. There's the how hard a training mode, and I can show you mine. Oh, there you go! Look at that! We do have the supercell itself moving southeast away from Weatherford. Weatherford is clear. Crescent, you are going to be under threat here shortly. Camera, follow my obnoxious head as I sit down. Gracias. No, come on, chair, let's go. Oh, goodness, clearly I need to get a walking treadmill or something. Or a standing treadmill, whatever. So again, this is going to be moving towards Crescent. I don't know why it doesn't like to show up on this radar. But here, I'll show you on here. We'll go back over here. Here's Bob's view again. You can see it just looks like a blob of angry rain up here from Bob's camera. So Bob's on 171 northwest of Crescent. And again, this is what it looks like. Heavy, high precipitation supercell wrapped in rain. So any rotation back in there, you wouldn't see it. It's a big old rain bucket with hail. And then I can show you what it looks like on my iPad. So here's the iPad. Again, Crescent is down there at the bottom. You've got 377 and 171 right there. That's Crescent. We'll look at the which way the wind is moving mode. And again, you can see, I mean, there's broad rotation, but the radar is so close, we're actually looking really low here. So let's look up. And now you can see that rotation much more cleanly, right? So again, we were looking pretty low in the storm there. What does Bob have? Hold on. Let's go back to Bob. It's looking back in there. And I'm able to tweak a few things here. Let's see if I can't do a little bit. I'm able to adjust some settings on my end. What does he have back in there? You see that? What is that? What is Bob looking at? That's the question, right? And again, I'm just adjusting the contrast a little bit to give us a good view. And again, this is how difficult it is to spot weather or spot with high precipitation supercells. Again, don't know what you're looking at back there. Certainly looks interesting, doesn't it? Could just be rain. Could just be some hail. I'm adjusting the contrast. There's something back there. You see that? Now, this all might just be the leading edge of hail. Or some dust getting kicked up. But that's a pretty cool shot, right? This is a high precipitation supercell. Look how much I'm having to manipulate the camera view to actually get a decent view. Again, most of the time in real life, you're not able to see it like this. You're actually, just seeing it like this, right? Well, I can adjust some settings here to see what we have. And again, you never know. So we're going to watch that with great interest. And again, that is Bob Pack. You can watch his Storm Chase feed completely on its own, by the way, on YouTube. Just search for Bob Pack on YouTube. We're going to watch that with great interest. He's looking up 171. So here's what that looks like on the radar mode. And again, he's looking up from this general area right here, looking up towards Crescent. What the heck?
In Texas.
Hold on, what'd I just get? Oh, for heaven's sakes, Chad. All right, well, let's just throw this on the screen. This was from Storm Chaser Chad Casey on this storm just a few minutes ago. He's not even supposed to be chasing today, but his event down in Hood County got canceled. This is Chad luck right here. This is why we call it Chad Casey luck. He can literally not even be chasing and, just drive down the road on his way home, and whoop-de-doo, what does he pull out? It looks like some spinny, spinny, doom, doom. That might have been a brief tornado right there earlier, 14 miles south of Weatherford. But again, that's Storm Chaser Chad Casey.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning.
And again, goes to show, sometimes you get mysterious things. We'll keep an eye on it. But again, looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for southwestern Tarrant County and Johnson counties. This is going to be for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing hail to 2 inches in diameter and localized damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles per hour. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that activity as it moves off to the southeast at about, what do they got it moving at? 20, not fast. Give me just a second. All right. I'm just looking at some things real quick. Yes, I know. All right, so let's try this. So y'all can see Bob is driving away from the scary dark clouds now as they move southeast. So let's do this. All right, so it doesn't look like they're going to continue the tornado warning for now. So they're going to keep this storm moving southeast at about, 20 to 30 miles an hour. The radar thinks it's moving about 30. What it's worth, we're going to have to go look at a new severe thunderstorm. One, severe thunderstorm southeast, or just south of Palo Pinto. That's going to be moving across Interstate 20 near Highway 281. So near Santo de Brazos down to Lipan, this storm has the potential of producing quarter-size hail and damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. So we're going to have to watch that as it moves southeast. And again, that's southeast. Storms up in far northeast Texas remain north of the Red River. Possible tornado near Idabel, Oklahoma. That's not an issue for Texas. And we have a severe thunderstorm that has developed south Texas, technically the eastern Big Bend. This is going to be near Sanderson, and we'll watch that. I don't know what the heck just happened, but the storm going into Hood and Johnson counties just went what the heck mode. My hail indications just tripled. So this storm out here is getting mad again. So let's get back to it. Severe storm, northern Dallas County. Again, this storm, Farmers Branch, we could have some quarter-size hail with that over 635 and 35E. That's going to be moving east-southeast towards Farmers Branch, across North Dallas, University Park, Highland Park, Love Field, because the flights weren't messed up enough. Then eventually towards Garland, Richardson. Let's go ahead and look at that. And then Bob continues to have a very ominous shot. So again, this storm, northern Dallas County, is now just east of DFW Airport, still over the 17s and 13 right runways. And then it's moving east towards, along 635, towards Richardson, University Park, North Dallas. And again, this could have quarter-size hail and damaging wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour, dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning, and heavy rain. We're not doing any, rotation with this storm. All right, back to this storm. This storm, as you can see by the hail marker, suddenly went from, not crazy hail to uh-oh hail. The radar indications with this storm have gone through the roof in terms of the hail core loft. So the hail threat could be increasing considerably now with this severe thunderstorm moving southeast. In fact, it looks like they just upgraded the hail risk to baseballs. So again, this storm now has baseball-size hail to softball-size hail over southern Parker County, moving southeast right towards Crescent. It's going to be riding down 171 towards and crossing 377. So heads up, Crescent, 377 at 171, the potential for baseball to softball-size hail in the next 20 minutes as this severe thunderstorm moves southeast. Tornado warning technically continues for another few minutes in southeastern Parker County. I don't think that, well, I said they weren't going to extend it, but we do have a signature here. A little bit of a signature showing up. A few miles north of Crescent in far southeastern Parker County, the storm moving southeast, again, about 25 to 30 miles an hour, capable of producing baseball-size hail at least. It could be bigger. It could be closer to softball. This is going to be crossing 377. Would not recommend travel between Benbrook and Granbury until this passes, and they might extend the tornado warning. We'll see. This is a very intense, severe storm. The hail threat is going up really quick with this. This is probably one of the first indications of true giant hail I've seen on radar today. So again, potential for baseball to softball size hail now with this storm moving into southwestern Tarrant, northwestern Johnson, northeastern Hood County. This will stay north of Granbury. It's going to move southeast, kind of pretty much down 171. So Godley, Joshua is going to cross the Chisholm Trail Parkway, eventually towards Keene and Cleburne. This would be in Keene around 7:05 to 7:10. Cleburne about 7. Joshua around, what is that? Train! This ain't a train sim channel. Why do we got a train blocking view of the wall cloud? Come on now. Joshua about 6:50 to 6:55. So again, heads up. Okay, can we get a view of that again? You can see Bob's shot. That's what I'm looking at. But again, this is a mean storm. Moving southeast with baseball to softball size hail, damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. And I see that little hook it's trying to do. We're not seeing any real significant indications a second. But again, based on the rapid explosion of thunderstorm intensity with this over the last several minutes, the potential certainly exists we're going to have an issue. Yeah, Cleburne State Park. This storm may impact that area, yes. This is generally heading down towards Cleburne by 7 p.m. Joshua, 6:55. Keene, about 7:05 to 7:10. Alvarado, maybe 7:10. Crossing near 377 in Crescent over the next 5 minutes. Again, this storm is showing indications of producing baseball to softball size hail. And storm tops with this now exceed 63,000 feet. Storm over northern Dallas County is about 45,000 feet. Storm in northern Dallas County still moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Yeah, there's 177, or excuse me, there's 377 and 171. So again, storm in northern Dallas County moving east across North Dallas. The potential for this storm to produce quarter-size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. And John, if you're listening, that picture you just posted, DFW Scanner on X, how far outside of town is that? So again, this storm in North Dallas moving east. You can see some spooky clouds there on Bob's shot. And this storm again, University Park, Sunnyvale, Rowlett, Garland, the potential for quarter-size hail Localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Back to the storm near Crescent. This thing's moving southeast. The potential now for baseball to softball size hail. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire. And this is going to be moving southeast about 25, if I can ever get the stinking thing to pause. Thank you! Stop it! Move it southeast about 25 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for baseball to softball size hail. Okay, and a report from Palo Pinto County ESD1. It's the fire department. They have a large area of structure damage in mineral wells with some structures completely down. Some injuries have been reported at this time. So again, this storm back near mineral wells, the east sides of mineral wells especially, has produced significant damage, and now we have confirmed reports of some injuries, and that is from the Palo Pinto County ESD1. It's going to take quite a while yet for us to find out what exactly has happened, but again, that was a strong tornadic signature we saw on radar earlier. All right, we're going to watch Bob's feed. And again, this storm, we have no tornado warnings. We have 3 severe warnings. First off, this storm riding down 171, baseball to softball size hail. Again, and it's just nasty. We are seeing rotation increase up here just north of 171 on 377. So there still is rotation with this. And if that gets stronger, they're going to have to put a tornado warning on it. And that storm is, again, moving southeast at about 25, right down 171 towards Godley, towards Cleburne, the Chisholm Trail Parkway, and 35W eventually, and 67. So Godley, again, those of you in Godley, get ready. Probably by 6:35 to 6:40, this is going to cross the Chisholm Trail Parkway just north of Cleburne around 6:45 to 6:50. Joshua on 174 about 6:55. Keene, about 7:05 to 7:10. And I think we are about to get a tornado warning for the Crescent rotation. So we might get a new tornado warning here for Johnson County in a minute. Again, we are seeing a pretty good little spin here on 377, just north of 171, as that storm moves southeast to 25. So again, Godley, Joshua, maybe Cleburne, areas southwest of Crowley, heads up. You may get a tornado warning here in a minute. And regardless, this storm is very dangerous, capable of producing a baseball to softball size hail, destructive winds over 60 miles an hour. North Dallas, this storm is moving off to the east with quarter size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. The potential for that, University Park, Farmers Branch, moving towards Richardson, Garland, Rowlett. Moving east. Back over Palo Pinto County, a severe thunderstorm about to cross Highway 281 and Interstate 20. That's going to be moving southeast. The potential for some pretty big hail with that. Quarter-size hail. Localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. And then we have no other storms in Texas right now we're dealing with. That Santos storm is mean. We also have a new storm going up. Breckenridge. That storm's going up pretty quick. That could start throwing out some hail here pretty quickly. And I lied. We do have one other storm. It's way down here in the eastern Big Bend. East of Sanderson, north of Highway 90, crossing Highway 349. That's going to be a severe storm capable of producing ping-pong ball-sized hail and damaging winds of 70 miles an hour. I still don't like that rotation right there over Crescent. I tell you what, there's something spinning right there. There very well could be a bit of a circulation spinning up right now over the northeast sides of Crescent. Really probably am going to need a tornado warning on this any second. But again, those of you just northeast of Crescent, we very well could have a spin-up tornado developing now. This would be just east of Crescent, moving down southeast. This will cross 171 just southeast of Crescent. So those of you on Rusty Spur Court, tornado warning. Rusty Spur Court, County Road
Your
1000, Gunsmoke
attention,
Lane,
please.
get to
The
shelter.
National
Tornado
Weather
warning.
Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Johnson County in Texas.
It's going to be a tornado warning now for Joshua, Cleburne, Keene, Godley, Cleburne State Park, and the lake. Tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado is on the east side of Crescent, moving down 171. The circulation is now on 171, very near County Road 1000, just southeast of Crescent. This storm's moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So, Godley, this is heading your way. Tornado warning. Joshua, Cleburne, Keene, tornado warning. It's time to exercise your tornado safety precautions. What's that mean? Well, it's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got them. And this storm again also has baseball-size hail and damaging straight-line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. So, again, heads up. Damage on the mineral wells damage would be on the east sides of town, by the way. Storm over Interstate 20 back on 281. We are seeing some hail with that at Interstate 20 and 281. We'll keep an eye on that. That storm is moving southeast. That's going to be southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Possible tornado now about a mile southeast of Crescent, moving southeast down 177. We have a severe storm over northern Dallas County, actually starting to look a little more intense with hail now. We're getting reports of near quarter-size hail just north of Love Field. That storm looking a little more rambunctious now as it moves off to the east towards University Park. 75 and Loop 12, Lover's Lane, up towards eventually 635 and Loop 12 and Highway 78 there in northeast Dallas County. Garland, Rowlett, that storm's moving your way. Tornado warning for Johnson County at this point. For those of you near and just southeast of Crescent, that's going to be moving down Highway 171, the potential for a tornado there. Crescent, you're about to get annihilated with hail. So Crescent, the hail's moving into town now. Fort Worth is fine. Pull up a camera here at 281 and 20. Let's see what we can see. So that camera there on the bottom right is going to be 281. Top camera is going to be in Keene looking west. So again, tornado warning continues for Johnson County, including Cleburne, Godley, Joshua, Cleburne State Park, and the lake. Tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. Storm is also capable of producing baseball-size hail. Lake Pat Cleburne, tornado warning. And again, this thing's riding right down 171. You can see it right there, just northwest of Godley. We don't have a debris signature right now. That's good. But again, could easily have a tornado riding down 171. That tornado right now would be coming up on County Road 1233.
Texas local.
And then eventually the circulation may stay a bit west of Godley. Texas. It's going to be close, though. Farm to Market 2331, County Road 1232, and then eventually it's going to cross FM4 south of Godley. So again, this is the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see you've got some red and green right here, very close to the radar. So that could be a tornado down right now, on or just west of 171. The how hard it's raining mode, you can see we've got hail galore on 377 now, from just southwest of Benbrook down to Crescent, moving southeast. Crescent, you're clear from the tornado, but you've got hail. So stay away from windows. And this is all moving southeast down towards Cleburne, Godley, and Joshua. North Dallas, you've got a weakening storm northeast of Love Field with hail. And then the middle camera here, that's the hailer here, south of Mineral Wells, 281 in Mineral Well, or 281 in I-20. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We have a storm going up near Breckenridge, maybe some hail, and then way down here east of Sanderson, we got hail. Press some buttons here, you get some Windows XP view. Meanwhile, is this the third or fourth day in a row we've shown this? Chad with the baseball to near softball size hail, 3 miles south of Crescent at 622. So again, not only is there that possible tornado, apparently we have near softball size hail. That's on 171, 3 miles south of Crescent, and that is from storm chaser Chad Casey. Again, it's like the third or fourth day in a row we've gotten a picture of like 3 or 4 inch hail from him. But thank you to Chad for that. Again, so guess what? There's your baseball to softball size hail. Again, tornado warning continues, and this thing looks mean, and oh yeah, did I mention mean? Coming up to Godly. So Crescent, you got hail. 377 all the way up to just southwest of Benbrook, you got hail. Granbury, you're fine. This storm that is near 281 and Granbury, why can I not click any buttons? Someone's getting hit with a mallet. Hold on. This thing's being dumb. Bad little Stormy, don't be mean. I'm going insane. Oopsie. Okay, so this storm over 281 and I-20 with hail up to the size of quarters is moving southeast towards Lipan, Tolar, Granbury, Hood County. That's a hailstorm, not a tornado storm. This storm over just northwest of Godly, rotation's a little weaker now. Still present, still seeing some rotation. Might even see a little rotation back in the actual hail core now. This is moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour with the potential of baseball to teacup size hail. It's 3 inches in diameter now. Godly, Joshua in the next 20 minutes by 6:45 to 6:50. Cleburne about 7. And again, this storm has a history now of producing very large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain along with a tornado. Have a good walk? Good job. Yeah, it tends to happen. I do. Gracias. So, this storm's moving southeast. We'll put the loop-de-loop-de-loop-dees on. Yes, I would not recommend eating the hail. So this storm in North Dallas is weakened. It's no longer severe now. So Garland, University Park, Northeast Dallas, the potential for some small hail, heavy rain, and lightning. Down here, big, bad, very mad, severe storm with a history of baseball to 3 inch diameter size hail. Moving southeast. Moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour with the potential of very large hail up to baseball size. And as well, we've seen intermittent areas of rotation. A little bit of pretty decent rotation trying to show up again a little north of Godly now. It might be a new circulation that's tried to develop, but the original circulation that was on 171 just southwest of Godly is pretty weak now in comparison. Regardless, this storm, one little factor to consider, this storm's on the radar here in Burleson, so it might look a little weaker than it is because when it's eating all the energy of the radar. Meanwhile, if you look from Shreveport, you can see the storm itself still has quite a hail core. We can look up in tilts, and let's see just how tall the storm has become. We'll press some buttons here, and the storm is 63,000 feet tall at least, probably closer to 64 to 65,000 feet. So, again, don't let the fact the storm looks a little weaker because it's eating the actual radar it's next to. The storm itself remains very rambunctious. Watching the feed from storm chaser Bob Pack. We're keeping just a very close eye on it. Now, this storm out near Lipan, near 281 and 20, is going to be moving southeast. That storm is not going to go tornadic, but it might have some nickel to quarter-size hail. The camera here is 281 and 20. So that's going to be, we were looking for some hail, haven't seen any, but we'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, there might be some hail with that storm moving towards the Granbury area. But good news is for most of DFW, you're fine now. Denton County, Collin County, you're fine. Fort Worth, along the north of Interstate 30, you're fine. We're watching these storms moving south. You can see East Texas, nothing going on. And then the storms, Arkansas are tornado warned, but they're staying north of the Red River. So it looks like a lot of the upper-level cloud debris from these storms that fired back at 12:30 this afternoon near Wichita Falls kind of saved more of eastern Texas and northeast Texas and prevented some of that destabilization and thunderstorm development from occurring. So here's Johnson County. We have a severe storm capable of producing some damaging winds, some very large hail, and maybe a spin-up tornado as it moves southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Getting quarter-size hail reported in Joshua. Getting baseball-size hail reported now in Godley. Yeah, we got damage on the east side of Mineral Wells. We've had some injuries confirmed from the Palo Pinto County ESD-1. But we're not going to know more about that until much later, and we're going to focus on the storms we have ongoing right now. But it goes to show, unfortunately, another day with serious consequences from dangerous storms here in Texas. North Joshua is getting hail, or could get hail. We're watching things carefully, but again, those of you in Crescent, you're clear. Baseball to 3-inch hail reported there. We've got a report of baseball-size hail in Godley right now. We've got a report of quarter-size hail in Joshua. Those of you in Crowley to Burleson, you may end up with some hail as well. It could be pretty big. Benbrook, you should be clear here soon. Lipan, that storm could have quarter-size hail moving southeast towards Granbury. Northeast Dallas storm is dissipating, so most of the Metroplex is going to be fine. Denton, Collin, Dallas counties, you're going to be fine. It's this big, bad, very mad storm down here near Godley we're watching. Southeast of Godley. And again, a tornado warning does continue until 6:45 p.m. for Johnson County, out here from Godley to Cleburne to Keene to Joshua. This storm's moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour, capable of producing up to baseball-size hail. We're getting reports of baseball-size hail from Crescent down to Godley now, and this storm is moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Those of you at Lake Pat Cleburne, those of you in Godley, Joshua, and Keene, you are in a tornado warning. Please take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this activity as it continues moving to the southeast. Currently 81 with a dew point of 77 in Cleburne. Southeast winds at 18, so very, very moist in Cleburne. Humid. Storm itself continues to be capable of producing significant hail as it moves southeast at 25 miles an hour. So those of you in Cleburne, Keene, you're next. It's hailing in Joshua, hailing north of Godley. Crescent, you're clear. You've got some rain. Those of you on the east sides of Mineral Wells, you have no imminent issues out here. You're all near Mineral Wells, especially just east of town, are fine. I know we have significant damage operations underway out there after a pretty nasty tornado strike. As far as I know, it stayed just east of Mineral Wells. We were here for it live. And you know what? That's why we're here. Again, we're Texans giving Texas weather information. Alvarado, you're going to get in on some of the hail possibly from this. The threat of a tornado is going to stay probably well to your southwest, but it's about to rain, it's about to storm, and it is going to be obnoxious. I'll tell you what, y'all, let's do this. I want to show you what this storm looks like from a different radar, just to give some perspective. Here is the storm from Granger, Texas, south of Waco. We have very strong rotation with this new hook south of Godley. And we're seeing that on the Fort Worth radar as well, but we're looking at the surface. But again, the threat, they canceled the tornado warning, it looks like, but we need to watch this circulation pretty carefully southwest of Godley, and we're going to be. Nice lightning from Bob. But again, this is what the storm looks like from 100 miles away. Still very powerful, very intense, and you can see this storm is still very capable of producing baseball-size hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and tops over 60,000 feet. Looks like they are going to allow the tornado warning to go at 6:45. The storm prompted the tornado warning is weakened, no longer appears capable of producing a tornado, but there's still baseball-sized hail-damaging winds. We're going to watch this storm with great interest. Make no mistake, it certainly could attempt to re-intensify again. So we're probably going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Johnson County shortly, but they're going to let the tornado warning go soon. But you can see, got one of these little hooks trying to reach out. Just got a report of 3-inch diameter size hail in Godley. So again, we're still getting hail larger than baseballs in Godley right now. That's moving down 171 towards Cleburne. That circulation we were watching is going to stay west of Cleburne, but Cleburne, you're going to get the hail. And again, hail probably from Godley to Joshua, Keene, Briar Oaks. with the worst of the hail probably about to move into Cleburne, which I believe is where we have a live feed from Storm Chaser Bob Pack, as this storm moves off to the southeast at 20 miles an hour. So they're going to let the tornado warning go. But this is still a very dangerous, severe storm with baseball-size hail moving into Cleburne, Bono, Keene, Joshua. We've had baseballs in Crescent. We've had baseballs in Godley. Biggest I've heard out of Joshua right now is Quarter. Storm itself, we've got heavy rain back up in Benbrook, Edgecliff Village, Crowley, Burleson, maybe some small hail up here. But again, the radar is in Burleson. That's why the storm looks kind of weird. We're watching this little appendage feature out west. So far, no additional rotation showing up with that, which is good. But we're going to have to see. Just got a report of softball-size hail falling on Highway 171. That is going to be 4 miles northwest of Cleburne. So we now have a report of 4.5-inch hail, softballs falling 4 miles northwest of Cleburne. So again, dangerous situation with softball-size hail now confirmed 4 miles northwest of Cleburne on 171. That's moving southeast right into Cleburne. So Cleburne, heads up.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Terrell County.
We've got
in
softball-size hail rolling into town. So 4 miles northwest of Cleburne, softball-size hail reported. Severe storm near Lipan, quickly weakening, still some small hail possible. We have storms back in Stevens County. They're not severe or anything right now, just maybe some small hail. We'll watch. Those of you in, whoa mama, Dallas County, you're clear. Denton County, you're clear. Wise County, you're clear. This is our big, bad, very mad storm that is dropping now. Softball-size hail 4 miles northwest of Cleburne, as reported by storm chasers. The tornado warning is going away in 3 minutes. We have no indications of super-duper low-level rotation right now. We've got some strong winds coming into Godley right now, but again, the tornado threat, at least for now, has decreased. The threat of softball-size hail has not. Midlothian is fine. You're going to get some rain. That's it. So again, Cleburne, softball-size hail about to roll southeast into town. There is no tornado warning at this time. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so that's going away. We're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning here for the rest of Johnson County in a minute. That'll make all your phones go yippity, yippity, yippity-doo. And again, this storm is dropping softball-size hail, apparently, as it moves southeast. But most of DFW is fine. There are no tornado warnings at this time. Nice rhyme. That counter for the tornado will go down to 0 here in just a second. So again, Cleburne, we've got reports of softball-size hail about 4 miles northwest of town on 171. We've had baseball-size hail confirmed in Crescent up here at 377 and 171. We've had 3-inch hail in Godley, and now we've got softballs reported 4 miles northwest of Cleburne. And that's going to be moving southeast into the city of Cleburne and Keene here in the next few minutes. So Cleburne, get away from the windows. Go ahead and get into shelter. Burleson, it's raining. You're fine. Probably. Your hail would be smaller. We haven't heard of any hail that big up there. Same thing for Crowley, Benbrook. You know, it's raining. It's pouring. You've got nasty hail farther south.
The National Weather Service
Like in
has
Cleburne.
issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Johnson County in Texas.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning for all of Johnson County. This will include Rio Vista, Grandview, Alvarado, Keene. A severe thunderstorm producing softball-size hail, that is the definition of giant hail, is moving into the city of Cleburne,
local storm
out
report
to
from 4
the
miles
lake,
east-southeast of Godley
out
in
towards
Johnson County, Texas. Hail magnitude
is it not on
estimated
here?
4.50 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
Joshua, Godley,
Additional
Cleburne,
information, Train Spotter
Lake
reported
Pat
4.5
Cleburne,
inch
softball-size hail,
171
confirmed and
between
moving
Crescent
in.
and
That's
Godley.
4-inch diameter size hail.
Valverde County in Texas.
Get away from windows. Treat this like you would a tornado warning. This could really break a lot of glass and cause damage, and we don't want you being hurt by flying glass. So, Cleburne, heads up. A severe thunderstorm. Well, let's just go ahead and change that. A destructive thunderstorm with a history of producing softball-size hail is moving off to the southeast at 30 miles an hour. This storm has a history of producing softball-size hail. Winds could be up 60-plus miles an hour. And we're still monitoring this storm in case it tries to spin itself up into a tizzy again in the tornado department. You can see Bob Pack's feed will take. He is near Cleburne looking back into the storm. As you can see, it's very hazy, and it's a situation to just where we don't have a lot of good visibility today because there's so much haze, so much moisture. It's tropical moisture out there. So with that, just have nasty sauce for sure. We'll take a look at some of these other cameras. This is going to be in Cleburne. This is Highway 67, the Chisholm Trail Parkway. There on the north sides of Cleburne. If we end up with, baseball, softball size hail, we're probably going to see it start bouncing off this pavement here shortly. And then here's a little farther northeast, up in the Keene area. You can see they've got rain there. This is on the northeast sides of Cleburne, actually looking back towards Cleburne. They got a bit of wind as well. And then I believe... Well, I don't know where this one is, but spooky view regardless. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on all these cameras, as well as Bob's shot. Oh, don't do the whole rappy hook thing again. So taking a look at this thing west of Cleburne, near out near the lake, you can see we are starting to see that little hook appendage again become a little more prevalent as this storm moves southeast. Again, softball-size hail possible here in Cleburne in the next several minutes as this storm rolls in from the northwest. And this storm's moving southeast. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for Bono, Cleburne. I'll put the animations on so y'all can actually see what's going on here. Yeah, it's nasty sauce, but yeah, Bob's keeping an eye on it. We're keeping an eye on it, and those of you in Cleburne, unfortunately, are about to be you're about to find out firsthand what this storm's going to do. And the hail is just atrocious. It's going to be a very unpleasant storm. We're going to have a lot of broken windows. We got a new tornado trying to develop on 67, just west of the Business 67. I'll go ahead and say it now. Developing tornado on Highway 67, just southwest of Business 67, where it, scoots off. You can see how that hook's wrapped itself up very tightly there. So we have a circulation trying to spin up that looks like on the north side of Pat Mays Lake. That may require a tornado warning here in just a second. And again, we're keeping a very close eye on things. But Cleburne, big destructive hailstorm moving in now. It's going to be moving in from the north. Again, softball size hail is expected. And we do have the potential now for a spin-up tornado on Highway 67 just southwest of Business 67 and 67. That's going to be over the north sides of Pat Mays Lake. So again, we are going to have to keep an eye on that as this storm continues to move off to the southeast. So again, possible tornado now over north sides of Pat Mays Lake. You can see which way the wind's blowing mode right now. That little hook, how it is curling up right there. So it could have a quick spin up. And then we do have the potential of very nasty hail moving into the city of Cleburne. You can see it's right on 67 now. Chisholm Trail Parkway moving south. Here is the latest how hard it's raining mode. We'll get a new velocity scan here in just a second, but you can see we also have some pretty strong winds moving on the backside of this circulation, over 70 miles an hour. So this is going to be moving southeast. We'll get a new velocity, which way the wind mode is blowing here scan. Well, there you go. So that's just nasty sauce right there. And oh yeah, possible tornado now north sides of Pat Mays Lake. So if you're near the Pat Mays Lake, I think we probably do have a tornado now in the development phase, if not in progress, with softball-size hail moving into the city of Cleburne. Possible tornado would be southwest of Cleburne, moving down to the south-southeast. So again, those of you near Pat Mays Lake, be in a safe place. Those of you near Lakeshore Drive on the southeast side, Nolan River Drive, this is going to be moving southeast. Probably across the lake. If it actually comes down, there's the tornado warning. Boy, it's like I've done this before. So, again, this is going to be a tornado warning now. Tornado near Pat Mays Lake, southwest sides of Cleburne. That's going to be moving south-southeast towards Rio Vista. So, those of you on 174...
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Johnson County in Texas.
There's hail. So those of you on 174, Rio Vista to Cleburne, tornado shelters now. We've got hail flying at the Chisholm Trail Parkway and Highway 67. Those are ice bombs flying by the camera there. You can see they're getting thrown by some pretty high winds. So again, those are chunks of huge ice moving off, well, being blown by this storm. And yeah, May 15, 2013, reminiscent, right? This one's the opposite, though. This one's moving from north to south. The Rio Vista tornado was moving from south to, ended up curling north. I thought about that. So again, that was 67 and Chisholm Trail Parkway. And boy, look at this hook, y'all. This thing is wound up tighter than a tick's behind right here. Might be seeing a little bit of a tornado debris signature now. Here near Pat Mays Lake, seeing a little bit of a signature. Let's see. Yeah, honestly, I'd say that's probably a little bit of debris being lofted by a possible tornado, or at this point, maybe a water spout if it's actually on the lake. So if you're near Pat Mays Lake, a possible tornado in progress now. And this storm also has very, very strong winds on the north side of the circulation. West sides of Cleburne, north sides of Cleburne.
Texas local
It's going to be
storm
moving
report from
in.
2
You see
miles
winds
north
60,
northwest of
70, 80
Cleburne in
miles an
Johnson
hour.
County,
And
Texas.
all this is moving
Hail
south. And then
magnitude
Cleburne itself,
estimated
you guys got the hail.
2.75 inches.
Like I said, this thing's got
Reported
more
by
attitude
amateur
than I
radio.
do when I'm over caffeinated,
Additional
which,
information,
speaking of which, let's get back
amateur
to that.
radio operator
So again,
reported
those of you, Pat
baseball
Mays
hail
Lake,
near a
possible tornado
67
in
and
progress
Chisholm
now. You can
Trail
see rain
Expressway.
curtains. Highway 67, the Chisholm Trail Parkway. Look at all these rain curtains. Hailstones flying around. This is moving into the circulation. North to south winds being ingested by this tornadic circulation. And again, we do have what I believe is probably a tornado over Pat Mays Lake right now, southwest of Cleburne. Now, that means most of you in Cleburne are going to be fine from the tornado. You are not going to be fine from the hail. That being said, also, those of you in Cleburne, stay in shelter because you're in the tornado warning. This tornadic circulation is going to be hightailing it southeast right down 174 towards Rio Vista. So those of you in Rio Vista, you're next in the bubble of uh-oh. So go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No mobile homes, no trailers, no tents, no RVs. Get to a sturdy site-built structure. Pretty please. Bob's going down the highway. Staying out of the hail core. Keene, we could have
Texas
hail.
local storm report from 2 miles north-northeast of Cleburne in Johnson County, Texas.
We could have hail.
Hail
Cleburne.
magnitude estimated
Maybe heavy rain and small hail in
3.00
places
inches.
like Alvarado to Briar
Reported
Oaks.
by amateur
The worst
radio.
of the hail seems to be closer
Additional
to
information,
Keene and Cleburne. But
amateur
man, look at
radio
this storm,
operator
y'all.
reported
Look
3-inch hail
at
the
this.
Johnson
This thing
County
is
EOC in Cleburne.
mad. Look at the signature. That's your classic supercell. Very intense. North winds at 54 miles an hour at the Cleburne Municipal Airport right now, feeding winds right into this tornadic circulation. You can see Bob is back there, or back way south of this now, looking back at it. Again, he's doing the smart thing. You don't, storm chasing, you want to be safe. There's no point in blowing out every window you have, which is what he'd be doing if he was right up in this circulation right now. Tarrant County is clear. Dallas County is clear. Collin clear. Only storm we're worried about right now is this storm, other storm. And for what it's worth, this one moving down towards the may end up north of Del Rio in Valverde County. Holy mother of mercy, that is not a good signature, y'all. Let's go back. Wow. Uh-oh. Now, let me tell you, that's not good. You do not like to see the storm doing the whole little curlicue thing of doom. So this is a dangerous situation now, especially for those of you southwest of Cleburne down to Rio Vista. Cleburne, you're going to get blasted with winds. Tornado itself now is probably just coming off Pat Mays Lake, moving southeast. So those of you in Rio Vista, we've been through this before, May 15, 2013. Guess what? We were here doing live coverage for that back before live coverage was a thing. We were doing it in real-time post updates on Facebook and Twitter. Well, guess what? Now we're here doing it video-wise 13 years later? Wow, it's been a long time. So this is not moving towards Venus. This is moving southeast. The tornado is going to be moving towards Rio Vista, and you can see this thing is wound up. This thing is just going like that, and it's a problem. So thank you. As this continues, those of you from south sides of Cleburne to Rio Vista, get your butt in a shelter, all right? Don't you play with this. And if you think you're going to go outside and see this thing, guess what? You're not. It is wrapped up in more heavy rain and hail than a wig on a pig. It is just not a good situation. So those of you in Cleburne, you're getting the hail. You're getting very strong winds being fed into this tornado that just moved over Pat Mays Lake. And I'll tell you, that way that circulation looks right now, it's very near Nolan River Road, County Road 1112, FM 1314, coming up to 174 near Old Foamy Road. Y'all need to be in a safe place now, all the way down to Rio Vista. Do not drive up 171 or 174 from Rio Vista and Blum or from Covington. So those of you in Rio Vista, be in shelter. We have the hail and rain on 35W from Briar Oaks, Alvarado, Grandview. Heavier hail right now in Cleburne. They're starting to calm down now, it looks like. And then we're having to deal with, this spinning thing of doom now that just moved over the lake. And I hope they don't have damage like they did back in 2013. We haven't seen any sustained tornado debris signatures with this. Again, with that, no. There might have been a very brief one there for one scan near the lake. But, we haven't seen any sustained versions. Now, there's going to be wind damage out here. This thing has winds pumping into it from the north over, I'm going to say probably some of these are, 85 miles an hour. So we're going to have wind
Texas
damage out
local
here.
Storm report from 1 miles west of
90
Cleburne
mile
in
an hour
Johnson
winds
County,
from damaging
Texas.
winds or a tornado. Guess
Hail
what?
magnitude
Both are
estimated
big, bad, very
2.00
mad. We want you to
inches.
be in shelter, all right?
Reported by
That's
amateur
why we're
radio.
here. That's why I've been live since,
Additional
6 hours
Amateur
now?
radio
So this is going to
operator
keep
reported
moving
2-inch
southeast.
hail at
Cleburne,
High
you're getting
School.
the hail. The tornado is south of Cleburne now, southeast of 67. We have heavy rain, hail, and probably some strong winds as well. It's Pat Lake. Okay, whatever lake is, just southwest of Cleburne, it is what it is. And again, we have very strong winds with this. Probably 80 mile an hour winds still over the lake, feeding south into this circulation that is moving right down 174 towards Rio Vista. And again, you can see it right here. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. You got winds moving towards the radar in Burleson at 40. And the radar in Burleson, by the way, is in Burleson. So we're looking very low off the ground here. Winds moving out away at 85. So we've got about 120 mile an hour wind shear with this circulation right now. So we could easily have a rain-wrapped tornado in progress right now north of Rio Vista. The circulation right now, again, right now it is 2 miles northwest of Rio Vista as the crow flies. 2 to 3, moving southeast. Rio Vista, be in shelter now. Sturdy site-built structure. Mobile homes, not a good idea. Same for travel trailers, vehicles. But you know what? You don't have much time to move. So this thing's moving southeast with, again, damaging straight-line winds over 80 miles an hour. Baseball to softball size hail. Softball size hail reported. 3-inch hail reported to the Johnson County Emergency Operations Center. Ooh, that stinks. So again, here's your gate-to-gate couplet. We have winds moving towards the radar in Fort Worth about 35. We have winds moving away at about 70. That's a problem right there in the big donut of doom. And again, we're not seeing any debris being lofted right now. That's good. That doesn't mean we don't have a tornado down. It just means, well, it may not be down long, or it may just not be hitting anything enough to get launched. Either way, dangerous storm with the potential of also producing baseball to softball size hail right now in the city of Cleburne. Worst of the hail right now would be on 67 Business, or whatever they call it in town. I just call it Business. The main street through Cleburne, and then up to 67 to Alvarado. Worst of the hail, probably west of Alvarado. And then again, this little swirling donut here has a possible rain-wrapped tornado in it. And, yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at some data off screen. Again, if you want to know what this looks like, here you go. This is Bob. Yeah, it's probably a tornado debris signature right there. Okay, so that's Bob's view looking back north. It's wrapped in rain. Let's go back to the radar here. And again, now we might have a tornado debris signature. Take a look. There's a little deficit right there. Look at that circulation. That is likely a tornado down right now on Highway 174 near Fox Court. Several driveways here, unfortunately, near County Road 1110 Alpha, J.O. Junge Road. This is going to be just north, maybe a mile north, if that, of County Road 1109 Alpha. So again, likely a tornado down right now, north of Rio Vista by 2 miles. 110 knot gate-to-gate shear, very strong rotation. Bit of a donut there, that little green donut in a sea of red. That could be your tornado debris signature. And again, we'll get another radar scan here in just a second, but I do think we have a tornado down right now on Highway 174 between County Road 1110 and 1109, south of Cleburne. And this is not far north of Rio Vista. So those of you in Rio Vista, be in a safe place. The lowest floor, Away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This thing's moving southeast, right towards Rio Vista. And this is south of the lake near Cleburne. Here's the new scan. Again, almost wonder if that's like a little donut right there. We're close enough to the radar. It might be. Let's... you see, there's still that little deficit right there. It's not as potent as the last one. Let's see what the which way the wind mode's doing does. There's still something there. That might very well be a tornado in progress as it moves southeast. So again, we probably do have a tornado in progress right now coming up to County Road 1205 and County Road 1107, just southeast of Highway 174. This is moving southeast towards, eventually, this is going to be moving towards areas very near, just northeast of Rio Vista. Eventually, this is going to cross FM 916 between 174 and 171. So again, very well-defined circulation and a tornado likely in progress right now, maybe 2 miles north of Rio Vista, and this is going to be moving off to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. Cleburne, you're clear from the tornado. Cleburne, clear from the tornado, but you still have heavy rain and maybe some hail. Same thing goes for Keene and Alvarado. We're starting to get some heavy rain and hail back on Highway or Interstate 35W around Grandview to Alvarado. This storm's going to be moving southeast, kind of eventually after Rio Vista. This may be an issue for Covington. It's going to be an issue for Rio Vista, Blum, and Covington. So northern parts, northwestern parts of Hill County, you're probably going to need a tornado warning soon if this doesn't start to chill out. You can see the latest how hard it's raining mode. That hook is starting to wrap in on itself. Let's check the debris signature. Not seeing a debris signature, so that's good at least. Let's see the latest which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, this remains a very well-organized supercell with what we could have intermittent tornadoes with it now. That circulation, again, let's see what the latest scan is. I'll put some roads on here. Bob's looking northwest at this storm, and you can see it just looks like a big old rain bomb. We'll get that latest velocity scan. There you go. And you can see it's not as tight as it was, but we still have a lot of wind energy around this. We've got winds. Well, you can see getting sucked in there, well, by the truck, but good wind. You can see we're getting winds probably, back on the backside of the circulation, about 70 to 80 miles an hour. So even if we don't have a tornado here, we're getting rear flank downdraft winds around the circulation of 70 to 80 miles an hour on 174 north of Rio Vista. That's going to move south into town. We still have inflow, about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So again, this thing still continues to twirl and swirl southeast. Granbury, unless some new storms develop, yes, you're clear. New severe thunderstorm warning.
The National Weather Service has issued a new
Springtime
severe
is clear.
thunderstorm warning for
Ellis, Hill, and Johnson County in Texas.
Mansfield is clear. Though there's some rain up there, yes, but... So those of you in Rio Vista, be in shelter. Covington, this is heading your way. I'd go ahead and start moving to shelter in Covington as well. That's where this new severe thunderstorm warning's for. They're going for baseball-sized hail, winds to 70. And they probably are going to need to extend this tornado warning down towards Covington here pretty quick. Ralph, thank you very much. Yeah, and that is good to know. So Bob is in Covington right now, looking northwest at this thing. And again, you can see nothing. It is rain. It is hazy. It is wrapped up This is what we call a very high precipitation supercell. This storm's going to be moving southeast towards Covington. And eventually this thing, hey, this thing's moving right towards Hillsboro now. Y'all in Hillsboro start getting ready for at least a nasty hailstorm. Southeast. Storm is moving southeast. You can see, look at all that gravel dust getting sucked into the storm from Covington. Look at that. Again, you got the Covington Water Tower there in Covington, Texas. He's looking north back at the storm, which you can't see a thing because it is so wrapped in rain. And again, we do have a possible tornado now just northeast of Rio Vista, or at least very damaging winds. So Rio Vista, it's about to get really windy. We're going to look at that for just a second. Look at all that wind. We're going to keep a very close eye on the storm as it moves southeast. Honestly, the rotation's a little stronger now, just northeast of Rio Vista, as we take a look at this storm moving southeast. Again, I'll just keep my beautiful handwriting there because y'all love it. Look, there you go. There's your nasty... Here's your couplet right there, your circulation. Gate to gate. By gate to gate, bright greens against bright red. Take a look. You got winds moving away from the radar at 75 miles
Your
an hour.
attention, please.
You have winds moving towards
the
the
National
radar
Weather Service
at
has issued a new tornado warning
30 miles an hour. Now a new tornado warning.
and
Stand
Johnson
by.
County in Texas.
All right, we're going to have a tornado warning now. This is going to include Covington, Itasca, areas east of Blum. You'll see it pop up in a second. This is the storm, how hard it's raining mode. You can see Bob's shot. Bob's actually starting to get a little structure out of that. It's so hazy, it's hard to see. But again, we do likely have a tornado in progress just northeast of Rio Vista. That is moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. As that continues, well, guess what? There's a shot from Bob. Let's take a look. Bob's going to keep a very close eye on this while also not putting himself in a dangerous position. So again, while he does that, let me zoom back in here. He's showing his position on radar. So here's the radar just northeast of Rio Vista. There's your circulation. Gate to gate right there. Possible tornado now on County Road 1205, just north of 1102, south of 1107. There you go. Back zooming out, your tornado warning. This storm is moving southeast, 25 miles an hour, towards Covington, Itasca, and yes, if this continues, it is going to make it to the city of Hillsboro. So y'all pay attention in Hillsboro. Yeah, I'm actually eating dinner really quick while we do this, so that's why you're not seeing me. You don't need to see me eat hamburger helper. We'll have the camera back in a minute. So again, zooming out, We have the only other severe storm we have is way down here in Valverde County, well northwest of Del Rio. That's a halo. We have no other severe storm issues in Texas right now. And, hopefully it stays that way. So Rio Vista, here is your view. And again, we're keeping a very close eye on things here. We've got Bob Pack. He is in Covington looking back at this. What is probably a tornado. We're watching his footage very carefully. But again, it's very difficult to see what's going on right now. Unless you want to sit up in it and lose every window you have. We're just doing our best. We're going to keep a very close eye on Bob's speed. Again, we very well could have a tornado back in here now, just 2 miles or so east of Rio Vista. He's looking back at it. And again, it is so hazy. You just cannot see anything unless you're right up in it. And, well, there's not really any point in trying to do that. So Covington, go ahead and move to your safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. In a sturdy site-built structure, just like that Casey's gas station. Circulation looking a little weaker on this latest scan. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, you can see here, this circulation was really organized here east of Rio Vista. It's starting to be a little less organized now. This is going to make its way towards Rio Vista. Itasca, you're going to want to move to your safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No mobile homes, no trailers, no vehicles. Sturdy site-built structures, the best. And this is riding down 171. So I quickly eat this dinner. To those saying it's rude of me to eat on stream, well, that's why I turn my camera off. And, I've been live nonstop for 6.5 hours. Exactly when am I going to not eat? So those of you in Rio Vista, stay in shelter. Cleburne, you're clear. Grandview, this is going to stay west of you, but you get the hail and wind. Tarrant County, DFW is all clear. We're watching Bob's cam with interest. You could see a lot of rain, hail, back there in the background behind the water tower. Some lightning. But otherwise, again, we have a storm north at Ranger, a little small hail with that, nothing bad. DFW is clear. Then the only other storm we have right now is this one way down in northwestern Valverde County. It could eventually pass north of Del Rio with hail. Otherwise, this storm moving southeast, away from Cleburne, away from Highway 67, down Highway 171 towards Hillsborough, continues to be capable of producing very large hail. It has a history of softball-sized hail, though at this point, probably closer to golf ball to tennis ball. Damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and the potential for a tornado. So this circulation, it's less organized now, but it's still there. It's going to be about 3 to 4 miles southeast of Rio Vista, or about 3 miles northwest of Covington. So you can see it. Here's Covington. This is from Storm Chaser Bob Pack, and you can watch his stream directly on YouTube if you want. He's looking northwest, and you can see, well, someone who shouldn't really be outside walking, but, I mean, if you want to get hit with hail on your head, go for it. This storm's going to be rolling southeast. You can see the NOAA severe weather researchers there, those mobile Mesonet vehicles, weather stations on the roof. Then again, Covington, it is about to rain and hail. Now, the tornadic circulation, not as impressive now in the last few minutes. That area of rotation has decreased, but we're still getting a lot of wind out of this. Could have winds 70 miles an hour at least as this storm moves southeast. We still have some storms with heavy rain and small hail back in the Bono area southwest of Cleburne. You can see from Bob's view, he's probably about ready to get out of Dodge there. A lot of rain, hail, with the rain wrap circulation about to move into Covington. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. It's raining now in Ellis County. It's just rain and lightning. No hail, no tornadoes. And now Bob is going to reposition. Now let's take a look. You can see he's looking north from Covington. A lot of rain. Now let's do what I did earlier. Let's play a bit with these settings and see if we can't grab something out of the haze there. Besides really spooky lightning. So Bob's in Covington looking north. He's probably about to, lightning barrage in Covington. Move south. He's going to get the heck out of Dodge. And this is, again, rolling south right into Covington right now. Here's the radar. You can see it's this area of very strong winds and hail. Move it southeast into Covington. Again, that rotational signature has weakened considerably, but we still have a lot of strong wind with that. Why were we stopped at a blinky yellow light, Mr. Pickup Truck? You can see those winds being whipped around on the road behind him. And again, this radar is showing winds still 80 miles an hour, about to rotate in. Oh, that's earlier. Stand by. There you go. That makes more sense. Here, you still have very strong winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour about to rotate in on the backside of this Covington circulation. In Covington, again, it's about to be very rainy. You may get some hail. You're going to get strong winds. The tornado signature is a lot weaker than it was earlier, so that's good. But y'all are still going to get slammed by some real strong winds here in Covington. So good for you for being in shelter, Summer. You're doing the right thing. Y'all are going to be good to go here soon. Better to be prepared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, be prepared. One way or the other. So again, this storm's still moving southeast. It is, I'll tell you what, it looks pretty impressive again. I think it's cycling, but it's probably about to cycle back up. We might have been able to get this at a good spot to where it did this reorganization as it was moving through Covington. Because if it does start to spin up again, hopefully it is southeast of Covington. I'll tell you what, Hillsborough, you are about to be in a world of ouch. Hillsborough needs to get ready for big hail. And if this thing stays tornadic, Hillsborough is going to be in the direct path. So Bob's going down 171 right now from Covington towards Hillsborough. And you can see, look back. I mean, here. You just can't see a thing. It is rain-wrapped galore. The only way you're going to know if something's there is if it hits you. And, well, Bob's being a good storm chaser and not letting it hit him. I realize that may not be the whole mentality of today's younger generation, but, well, guess what? Texans for Texas weather, one thing we also like to promote is safe storm chasing, so that's why we try to do that. No one's perfect, but Bob's one of the best. Bob's a Texas storm chasing legend. So, Hillsborough, let's talk about y'all, because y'all like to be the center of attention when it comes to the stuff. Not really, but Hillsborough, probably about 750, 755. Covington, that circulation's rolling into town right now. So, y'all are getting real heavy rain. You may be getting some hail, high wind. And then Grandview's getting the big hail. Big hail. As it moves southeast, Godley, you're clear. Cleburne, you're clear. Keene, Alvarado, Joshua, Briar Oaks, Burleson, Crescent, you're clear. Rio Vista, you're clear. Up north, there's nothing going on. A few showers. That's it. Bob's going to stop and give us another look here, it looks like. We're going to watch carefully here. In Covington, this circulation is right over town. So if we had a tornado, it'd be right over town. Now, the good news is, I don't see a bona fide tornadic signature right now. There's still rotation, and y'all in Covington are getting slammed with winds on the rear flank downdraft. But the good news is you're not getting, well, spooky tornado signature right now. Clearly, we still have a hook, and the hail indications are going nuts again with this. This storm has a nutso hail indicator again. And for what it's worth, we do have a storm developing back to its northwest, back west of Rio Vista. That's starting to show some indications of hail. Southwest of Cleburne. So we may have a bit of a hail issue back here over Rio Vista shortly. It's not tornadic, but that storm's also going nuts in the lightning department. Back west of Rio Vista. So we're going to have to watch that. That's going to move southeast towards Rio Vista and Blum. Okay, so we have a severe storm capable of producing baseball to softball size hail from Covington to Grandview, just north of Itasca. Itasca, you're next. You're about to get pummeled with hail as this storm moves south on 171 and Interstate 35W. And then Hillsborough, Carl's Corner, you're next by 745 to 750. We're going to be watching carefully. Let me show y'all just south of Itasca. There's 35W at Itasca, we're going to watch that carefully. That's your top box. Middle box is Hillsborough. Bottom box is Storm Chaser Bob Pack, and he is on his way down towards Hillsborough right now. So Covington, y'all are getting wind right now. Y'all might be getting some hail. And Itasca, you're about to get really big hail. Grandview, you got the hail. And then this is moving down towards Carl's Corner, the Bucky's on the north side of Hillsborough, and 35E, 35W split. Now, what does Bob have? This storm's going to stay north of Waco the way it looks. Here's the view from Bob. He's looking up 174. And you can see a lot of hail, a lot of rain, some dark clouds. You can see some cloud motion as well. Then you can see tech stock camera there at 87. Or I-35W there in Itasca. You can see it is about to start hailing. You can see there's definitely some wind there. Report of 2-inch hail near Grandview. Second camera is Hillsborough. Third camera is Bob Pack, Storm Chaser. If you're north of this storm, you're clear. So Grandview, you're clear from the tornado. Covington, it's going to start moving southeast of town soon. We're not seeing as much of a rotation signature right now. A lot of hail, though. Could be softballs. And then for what it's worth, this does look to be cycling, but there's still plenty of inflow. These green colors, those are winds being ingested by the thunderstorm. We're still seeing a lot of air being ingested in. So the rotation's broadened out for now, but we may start to see something, a new circulation develop sooner rather than later. Oh, that's perfect. Whoever's at TxDOT is making life. Seriously, whoever's at TxDOT today doing stuff, thank you. This is, they put the camera down. Probably wanted to protect the lens, and then two. Here's Bob's view, looking north. He's heading south down Highway 174. And you can see big, bad, very mad, scary-looking storm. Very scary. You can even see some green back there. Now back to the TxDOT cam. This is an Itasca, 35W in Itasca. You can see hailstones starting to bounce on the ground there. You can see lightning. You can see some occasional hailstones, and they're going to get worse. So we're going to be watching that very carefully. And in case you want to know what it looks like, here's your real-life reconciliation. Here's Itasca. Notice the radar says it's about to be a big, bad, very mad. And it is. So again, TxDOT, whoever's there helping with these cameras today to, you're doing great. Thank you. Seriously. Shoot me an email. I'm going to send you some gear. I cannot express how much we appreciate these views from these cameras. It really does help. So that is Itasca on the top right. Middle is Hillsborough. And then Bob is the bottom. You. Nice dinner. Thank you. All right. So let's go back to Bob's view. Bob Pack, and I'm going to make a song for him at some point. The heck? He's probably not going to like it, though, but it's going to be a song. All right, so here's the view from Bob, looking back northwest towards Itasca and Covington with this storm. You can see it's a big old high precipitation blob of doom. And, ooh, we got hail falling on the camera. Here's the camera view from Itasca. You can see hail bouncing off the camera frame and bouncing to the ground. Doesn't look too big yet, but there you go. So we definitely have hail there in Itasca. We're going to watch that with great interest. Y'all holler if you see something. All right, so back to the which way the wind's blowing mode again. We might have a new circulation trying to develop here, but it's not there yet. Hail-wise, this thing remains big, bad, very mad. And as we see by the TechStock camera on the top right of the screen, you can see the hailstones bouncing off. Well, it's getting busy. We also have a new storm back west of Rio Vista. That storm is moving southeast as well, and that is starting to produce quarter-size hail at least. That's going to be crossing over Highway 174 near Blum. So Blum to Copperell, you now have issues with hail from a new storm that has developed farther to the west. Jay Hampton, thank you very much. We'll take a look at that here. And then here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. Hail increasing there in Itasca on the TechStock cam. And again, these storms are all moving southeast. So Hillsboro, you're in for it, especially with this new storm over Rio Vista. We have no other storms in North Texas, and I don't think we're going to really see any. Well, I say that. It's not severe, but by definition, we do have a little baby thunderstormy out here near Henderson now. Not severe at all. Now, quickly, yeah, storms are moving south. Look at that view from Bob. Let's quickly look at the hail. In Itasca, you can see hailstones bouncing off the camera there. Not seeing like softballs or baseballs yet. We'll watch, though, as that camera, or that's, check this out. That camera, by the way, was Itasca was saying don't see softballs or baseballs yet, but you can definitely see hail bouncing. Here's the view from Bob. Oh, look, I'm a levitating Dave. And you can see that very spooky looking clouds, right? So we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll go back to this. Hailstone's starting to get bigger on that camera, and it almost got struck by lightning based on the way the screen freaked out while y'all weren't looking. That's usually how life works, right? Okay, so this storm is moving southeast. Those of you in Carl's Corner, Mertens, Hillsboro, Bonham, guess what? You're going to have an ouchies. This storm is moving southeast about 25 to 30 miles an hour with the potential of damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, the potential of baseball-sized hail, and, it has intermittently produced tornadoes. And all this activity is moving southeast, and we also have a newer storm back off kind of to the west. This is going to move towards Lake Whitney, Whitney State Park, Blum, from Rio Vista. Navarro County, out here in western Navarro County, this is heading your way eventually. It may thread the needle. So those of you out towards, maybe Mertens to Frost, I know that's right on the line of hill in Navarro, watch it carefully. But the hail indications, I'll tell you what, this thing continues to be a big, bad, very mad. And the worst of the hail is just northeast of Itasca right now. I'm going to try to put a 3D view on this. Again, just here's a view. Let me set it up from north to south. You're looking southwest to northeast. Take a look. And again, this is just looking up in the storm. You can see massive amounts of hail over 40,000 feet. And the storm itself is over 60,000 feet tall. So, very well-defined supercell. And it continues to move southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour with the potential of baseball-size hail or larger. A trailing thunderstorm now extends back from Rio Vista to Blum, and that storm's going severe quick. Like the hail core, and that's almost as bad as this one over Itasca. So we now have two storms with probably baseball-size hail. One about to move into Blum from Rio Vista, just north of Copperell, moving southeast along the river towards Lake Whitney, Whitney State Park, and the community of Whitney. And then Hillsborough, you get another storm. Here, let's do this. We're gonna play hopscotch cameras for a second. So we're gonna put Bob up top. We're gonna move cameras down a bit. Give me just a second. Let's see what Bob's looking at. What is Bob looking at?
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Hill and Johnson County in
Let's
Texas.
go full screen to Bob. And Bob Pack is northwest of Hillsborough. And again, it's very hazy. You got scary looking clouds. Just looking back to see if we can see anything. And again, the radar's not overly suggestive. We have a, tornado down that's been constantly down, but it's mad. We lost our Itasca cam. Very sad. All right, so you can see that storm near Rio Vista is severe now. Very large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning. We have a severe storm now near Itasca. Covington, you're clear from the tornado. You might get a little more hail, though, from this storm that just popped off to your west. Worst of the hail, just east of Itasca right now, up Highway 66 towards 308. That's moving southeast towards Milford, Mertens, Carl's Corner. Circulation itself about to cross 35W and Highway 81, just southeast of Itasca. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. Bob's giving us some cool views right now. Pretty quick rise in motion. Interesting. I'm going to keep a close eye on that. That's Bob's camera in the top right. Bottom right, that is going to be tech stock camera in Hillsborough looking north. Yeah, Milford, y'all are getting heavy rain and lightning right now. The worst of the hail hopefully will stay just to your west, but it's going to be close. Nice view from Bob. Again, Bob's north of Hillsborough, looking back at this storm near Itasca. These storms are moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. The severe storms now from just west of Blum, south of Rio Vista, to Covington, to Itasca, west of Milford, moving southeast about 25. I don't see them extending this tornado warning past 8 p.m. the way it looks right now. It's definitely, there's a lot of wind. Itasca back southwest to on 934 to 171. We're seeing winds over 70 miles an hour. Right now, there's no significant rotational element, but we've seen that several times and new ones develop. So that could be, what happens here. Bob the Chaser. Can he chase it? Bob the Chaser. Yes, he can. I swear, that song is coming. I promise you. Or a melody version of it that doesn't get me into copyright law. So let's take a look at the wind element. And here, just west of Itasca, we're showing winds of 65-ish miles an hour. And pretty nasty hail core moving through town now as well. The storm's moving down 35W. With rain extending all the way to Milford, by the way. Lightning galore. We're even getting lightning. We're getting lightning all the way out to Palestine now. We're getting lightning strikes from this storm 75 miles away to the east. So we're getting lightning strikes all the way out to Corsicana. We're getting lightning strikes all the way out to Mildred, Richland, even Tennessee Colony. So y'all getting lightning from that. And then we do have a shower storm, whatever, here east of Henderson. It's not severe. And then is this thing still around? The thing in the Valverde County is gone. And then we have some showers still east of Ranger and up in Jack County. There's nothing severe with that. Nothing that's going to interrupt operations in Mineral Wells, Springtown, or Runaway Bay. All right, we do have a new circulation developing now. Like I said, it was cycling, and now we're about to see that hook swing back out. Let me show you what I mean. See how that hook just swung out there on that latest scam? Starting to see that southeast of Itasca. Again, Covington, you're clear from the tornado issue from this. It's southeast of town. Itasca, you're getting the hail. The rotation is southwest of town, closer to 171. But again, yeah, we're about to have an issue. Let me show you the which way the wind's blowing, Mo. And again, inflow increasing here. Yeah, we're going to have a new tornado issue here pretty quick here, moving towards the 35W, 35E intersection. This is still west of 81, east of 171, about 4 miles west of the airport here, just northwest of Carl's Corner. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. That tech stock camera on the bottom right's looking north towards that area. But again, we've seen, guess what? It doesn't matter. There's just no stinking visibility today. So, yeah, we might be seeing an uptick with this tornado threat now, northwest of Carl's Corner, north of Hillsborough, south of Itasca. I have my watch set to tell me every 50 minutes after the hour if I didn't get my step allotment in for the hour, and every time I look down and see that, I'm like, wait, it's been another hour? All right, so we do have a tornado watch now in effect until 1 a.m., parts of the northern Brazos Valley. This includes Waco, Marlin, Hearn, Trinity, Crockett, Palestine, Fairfield, Groesbeck, Gun Barrel City. So that's an extension of the tornado watch for these storms until 1 a.m. And let's pray that's not going to be until 1 a.m. We started at 1 today. All right, let me press some buttons here. Now, TxDOT, if somehow you're listening, if you could turn that camera there on 35W, just north of the 35 split, if y'all somehow could turn this camera at County Road 4285 to the north, that would be a little helpful. Here's Bob's view. And again, from Bob's view, looking north, you could see a pretty ominous storm. Backstorm. We are starting to see
Your
a little
attention, please. The
bit
National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Hill County
we're going to
in
have to watch
Texas.
this storm south of Blum. We are starting to see a little bit of a signature with that. I think Storm Chaser Chad Casey's on it. New tornado warning for Hill County. That's going to include Hillsborough. Abbott, Hillsborough. Bynum, Malone, you're in a tornado warning. It's time to go. And that camera on the bottom right is going to give us a view. But again, Hillsborough. Yes, things intensifying. I don't like it. Don't like it at all. Honestly, that bottom right camera looking north is probably going to give us a pretty good view at some point. By the way, if you're at the Buc-ee's in Hillsborough, you're in the uh-oh zone. It's time to take shelter. Go take shelter in one of the, 300 bathroom stalls. So, we have a new tornado warning. Intensifying circulation now is developing. This is not too far north of Hillsborough, moving right at Hillsborough. So, we might have to start increasing the uh-oh voice here. Yeah, I don't like that. Those of you in Hillsborough, this is a call to action for you to now take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and outside as possible in a sturdy site belt structure and Buc-ee's. So this is going to be moving south. We've got winds moving away from the radar there in Fort Worth, about 70 miles an hour and increasing. That's going to be 70 to 75 miles an hour. We got winds moving towards it about 40. So this thing is ramping its happy self back up again as it moves south towards Hillsborough, which I believe is exactly where Bob is right now. Bob is in Hillsborough. He's probably going to get on the interstate and get a view. Or on 171. Bob the Chaser. It was just as crazy in Cleburne as 2013. Yeah, I figured the wind would be there too. That RFD coming through Cleburne definitely reminded me of that a bit. Hope y'all are all right. But yeah, we're watching the storm southwest of Blum. Bit of a spin trying to develop with that as well. And then we're watching this storm moving towards Hillsborough now. Tornado warning for Hillsborough. There's going to be a tornado warning for Hillsborough until 8:15 p.m. And it looks like we just got a picture from Chad. I'm going to be so annoyed if he's randomly pulling out a spooky thing. Come on, video, let's go. I don't know why I lost my Twitter box from this. That's right there. Interesting. I don't know why it stopped. All right, this is going to be from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. This is going to be the western storm we're looking at, the Blum storm. He indicates we are starting to see some inflow increase. You can see that there, those clouds being sucked into the thunderstorm base above my shiny, pimply head. And that would be the area we watch, the rain-free base. So, yeah. No tornado issues with that yet, but we're watching it, especially the radar signature. And thank you to Chad Casey, Storm Chaser Chad Casey, for that. You've got Storm Chaser Bob Pack, top right box. He's in Hillsborough. We've got TxDOT cameras from around Hillsborough there on the right side of the screen. Middle one's looking south. Top one or bottom one is looking north. All right, so let me press some buttons. I need to figure out why my key stopped working for that. My little Twitter key.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Ellis, Hill, and Navarro County in Texas.
So again, we have a tornado warning for the city of Hillsborough. Y'all in Hillsborough need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm is moving southeast with the potential of also producing baseball-sized hail and damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, in addition to the potential tornado about to roll south into Hillsborough from 171. We're also watching a second storm with rotation back southwest of Blum, moving down towards Lake Whitney State Park. Lake Whitney, it's coming up on that big old subdivision northwest of Whitney. It's not tornado warned right now, but we're watching it. The potential's there. We have Storm Chaser Chad Casey on that west storm. We have Storm Chaser Bob Pack on this east storm, and we're here to cover you, because guess what? We're Texans for Texas weather, and we're here to keep you safe. All right. Not that. There we go. All right, so we're watching Bob's feed. Again, Bob is in Hillsborough. Staying out ahead of this storm. Chad is on the storm near Blum. And again, we just showed you video from Chad a couple moments ago. We're going to keep an eye on that. Tech stock cameras in Hillsborough. Looks like Bob's about to play race with the tractor trailers. That looks enjoyable. All right, so I may end up putting a tornado warning on this storm near Whitney soon. So honestly, there's two storms here we need to watch. One, Hillsborough. You've got a circulation now coming up to Highway 579 and 81. So really, like half a mile west of Buc-ee's. That's going to be moving southeast, south-southeast at 25 miles an hour. Those of you in Hillsborough, within the next 5 to 10 minutes, this is rolling southeast into town. Those of you in Abbott to Bynum, you're next after that. The potential not only for a tornado, but the potential for baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. We have the western storm now, which is becoming more of a problem. I mean, that's definitely not a good look. So we have two storms that, yeah, you got that, you got that. Western storm is weaker rotation for now, but it's trying. And Storm Chaser Chad Casey is there, which automatically increases its possibility of being a problem by quite a bit. Jason, if you're watching, one, please have a safe drive home, and two, we might have to restart the Facebook feed when we hit the 8-hour mark. I don't know if we're there yet. We're probably getting close. Hillsborough storm is hitting the tech stock camera. This is the north sides of Hillsborough, just north of the 35W split there. And you can see that thing's just all sorts of mad. Reports of tennis ball size hail from Itasca. And we do note, we are seeing a few storms develop back west along this boundary. We're seeing storms now from north of Walnut Springs, northeast of Hico, north of Iredell. If those storms develop, they could become severe quickly with hail. Hillsborough, again, those of you in Hillsborough, you need to be in a safe place. And honestly, those of you, those of you near Lake Whitney State Park, if you're at the park or Whitney down here, get to a safe place, sturdy site-built structure. We are definitely starting to see a little bit of uptick here on the potential rotation. I just don't like the way that looks. It's kind of one of those things. So Hillsborough, Hillsboro, please be in a safe place as well. This thing's trying to ramp up. It has a lot of spin. It just hasn't consolidated yet. But if it consolidates, like a ballerina bringing their arms in, guess what? This thing is going to spin and is going to produce a tornado. You can see dust looking north from the Hillsboro camera. Bob is in the vicinity, a bit south. We're watching the cameras. Both cameras on the right are from Hillsboro. So we're watching two storms here, and I need to adjust my storm motion vector. It's a very nerdy way of saying, oh boy, that thing's trying to spin up right over Carl's Corner and north sides of Hillsboro. Seriously. What's that going to be? 334 at 22. All right, let's try that. That might help a little. So again, here's the rotation over Carl's Corner to north sides of Hillsboro. Again, I don't like that. This thing's trying to tighten up. And by that, I mean the rotation is wrapping up. The hook is wrapping around. So the threat of a tornado, honestly, kind of near the Buc-ee's, is really increasing here. Regardless, this is another situation where Hillsboro is about to just get slammed with northwest winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. So, yeah, I know the audio goes away on the camera. I'm sorry. I'll work on that. I can probably add my face to it real quick, and I won't do that. Problem is, I don't want 5 of my faces, but you know what? Maybe I can adjust that real quick here. Yeah, I can do that. So again, you're looking north from Hillsboro, miles south of the Buc-ee's. And nobody and their mama should be driving into this thing right now. You get your phones going yippity, yippity, yippity do. Guess what? That's for you. Don't drive north into this. But look, it is what it is. I gave up on that a long time ago. You can just do what you can do. Bob's somewhere down there getting gas. And again, this thing is trying to tighten up right now. You can see looking north from Hillsboro there, bottom right camera. Middle camera there is right at, well, where we're seeing some pretty strong rotation. And look, you have no visibility here on 35W. This is stopping, you got an 18-wheeler stopped on the inner shoulder. That's pretty dumb. Don't do that, people. That's just a good way to get hit. So this is I-35W just north of the split. This is 35 looking north from Hillsboro. And again, very concerned here. We have a developing tornado right over Hillsboro, at least the north side's near the Buc-ee's. Back to the camera. And y'all holler if you see something.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Hill County in Texas.
Here's your how hard it's raining mode. That hook wrapping around. Here's your velocity mode. Again, the only saving grace right now is that velocity. Those very bright pinks and those blues have not come together and touched. That's when it goes gate to gate. That's when we get a tornado. And this thing's trying really hard right now to do that. So those of you in Hillsboro to the Buc-ee's to Carl's Corner, especially north and east sides of Hillsboro, we need you to be in a safe place. This could put a tornado down at any time, and it will likely be wrapped in heavy rain. This is going to be moving southeast. Regardless, here is a different way to look at this. We're going to have very strong winds in Hillsboro. Could be 70, 80 mile an hour winds out of the north here any second as this activity moves in. In fact, here, take. Look at that. Look at those rain curtains moving from left to right there. Look at those wind. Look at that wind. Nasty winds there on I-35 in Hillsboro, a mile south of the Buc-ee's. Look at that wind moving from left to right there. Again, tornado warning continues for Hillsborough to Carl's Corner, southeast to Abbott and Bynum. And again, what the heck is that car in the shoulder doing? Those of you in Hillsborough, be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we're watching that feed very carefully here. Look at those winds. Wow. It's getting even worse. Look, folks, it looks like a hurricane. If those get much stronger, we're going to see some of these semis start flipping over. So again, do not be driving in Hillsborough right now, folks. There's a tornadic circulation literally spinning at the 35E, 35W merge. Could put a tornado down at any time. You got folks driving up into the thing. I mean, this is why we say don't be in... I mean, good grief. Again, you're looking at Interstate 35 in Hillsborough. Looking north, and look, I mean, the winds. Camera's shaking, you got rain curtains flying from west to east. Look at that. We just got a report of 3-inch diameter size hail south of Itasca from a little earlier. Here's the camera north of Hillsborough, 35W. Again, here's the velocities. Again, you've got a very large area of circulation here, bringing very strong winds into the city of Hillsborough. Winds could be over 80 miles an hour moving into Hillsborough right now. Moving south-southeast. That's probably what just hit that tech stock camera. You can see that camera there on the bottom right. That's a mile south of the Buc-ee's there, right where these high wind velocities are showing up on radar. All right. Now, circulation. We might have a circulation beginning to move further southeast. Could be on Highway 171 near 22 there on the southeast sides of Hillsborough. Strong winds on the back side of this thing in Hillsborough moving southeast. We're still watching this storm west of Hillsborough near Whitney. And then we got new storms firing from Walnut Springs all the way back to Hico. And those could have small hail. The hail could get bigger. So again, this is all moving southeast. Up the Beaver survived. At Buc-ee's. So again, this just blew through Hillsborough and still is. You can see it's getting worse on 35 in Hillsborough again. The winds keep shifting. You can see the rain bands. Here's the nice lightning from Bob. The view. Circulation moving southeast through Hillsborough. Even if we don't have a tornado here, we got nasty winds on the west side of the circulation moving southeast. You can see it's getting worse in Hillsborough again. Here's the camera at I-35. And again, this is at Old Brainerd Hills. You can see, look at the winds. Just moving left to right. Traffic is, well, there's not much traffic now. It's probably because someone's clogging up the highway at a bridge, which in itself is noteworthy and, well, worth a Dave rant, but we're going to bypass that for now. So again, look at all this nasty sauce just moving southeast this evening. Wow, look at that. Look at those winds, left to right. It's like driving to a hurricane. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode here on the radar in Hillsborough, and guess what? Seeing winds right now near 85 miles an hour, folks. Very damaging winds. We just lost power on that tech stock camera up top. We just lost some of the lights for a second. Middle, there you go. We're losing power there. North sides of Hillsborough right now. A lot of those lights keep going on and off, and just, I mean, wow. Very, very dangerous right now in north and east sides of Hillsborough. You're looking at a hurricane wind event moving across I-35 in Hillsborough. Take a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That is nasty. Those of you in Bynum, you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This circulation, this storm now moving southeast towards Bynum. Rain wrap circulation. Kind of trying to tighten up here right on 171 at 22. And again, those winds in Hillsborough are flying east into this circulation. And then, well, ahead of that, you've got inflow. So that's what you're seeing. Those were winds on the back side of that circulation as well. Heiko. So you're watching Storm Chaser Bob Peck's live feed. He is a bit south of Hillsborough, looking back at the storm. We have Storm Chaser Chad Casey. He is on the storm out here near Whitney. And then for what it's worth, we're watching some other storms fire up farther west now, northeast of Heiko to Walnut Springs. And those storms could start having some hail. Coming up to 8:12 p.m., I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're continuing our live Texas severe weather coverage. Texas weather by Texans, or Texans for Texas weather. Take your pick of the day. Again, Hillsborough still getting clobbered with wind. Those of you in Hillsborough, stay in shelter. Circulation now is exiting Hillsborough to the east, moving towards Bynum, Highway 171. We're going to be getting some hail in Milford and Mertens. Watching this storm coming into Hillsborough now from the west towards Whitney, it's kind of looks like a bit of a storm merger here ongoing, which makes things complicated. But we're going to have to watch for hail. Hillsborough, you may get another round of hail depending on how far east this western storm arrives. And then also, I guess I need to zoom out. We do have some other storms developing back a wee bit farther west now. Those storms from northeast to Heiko to Iredell to Walnut Springs could have small hail. If they intensify, they may end up starting to produce some quarter-size hail. And all these storms are generally moving southeast. DFW, you are done. It is over in DFW. Northeast Texas, same thing. You know, it just didn't happen up in northeast Texas today, probably because these storms near Wichita Falls fired so early. We had upper-level anvil debris across northeast Texas that prevented a lot of isolation and sunshine and saved y'all. Boy, Hillsborough's just getting lightning galore now off those cameras. And then Bob's watching a pretty view. I don't know, he might have gone west. I'm guessing that's what he did because you can't really see anything on the eastern storm. It's so high precip. So those of you in Bynum to Malone, go ahead and be in your safe places. Those of you in Hillsborough, the tornado threat is east of town now. But your guys are just getting walloped with damaging winds, and you might be getting some big hail, too. Flash flooding is going to be a thing as well, as you can probably see on these tech stock cameras. So we're going to have to watch that quite carefully here as this activity continues to move south and east. And again, we're going to be live until the storms quit being obnoxious, so we're here. You know, we're live on YouTube, Instagram. Well, we were on Instagram. It may have turned off by now. We're live on TikTok, Twitch, Facebook, X. And you know what? That's why we're here. My job is to bring helpful weather information to everybody on and in Texas. I don't know how you're on Texas, but so again, this activity, thank you, Reaper. This activity is moving southeast. And again, Hillsboro, you just got walloped. Now, the tornado warning is gone. No more tornado warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential of baseball-size hail and damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. So the tornado warnings are gone, which is good. We don't like spinny doom issues, but this thing near Hillsboro definitely has a lot of wind with it. Definitely some very unpleasant wind with this storm on the east sides of Hillsboro. Carl's Corner to Hillsboro, crossing over 171. It's going to be moving southeast towards Bynum and Abbott. And again, the potential for this to have winds over 70 miles an hour. And that's what you saw in the tech stock cameras we have up with this activity as it moves off to the south and east. So again, nastiness out there with that thunderstorm activity. Now, we have another storm about to roll into Hillsboro from the northwest. Unfortunately, that means y'all may actually get some more hail out of the second storm. You got the nasty wind from the first storm, but now you're going to end up getting the hail from this second storm. We kind of have a bit of a storm merger going on here. Notice how they've gotten all cute and cozy, you know. Now they're, you know, coupling up. We're going to have to see what happens with this. One thing that might happen is it may actually encourage these to kind of weaken a little bit. And then it may get mad again. Or we might end up seeing some spinny doom. And then this storm way back west, northeast of Hyco. Nice lightning for Bob. To Iredell and Walnut Springs. Definitely looking spooky. And yeah, we've got major damage on the east side of Mineral Wells. We've seen some video from DFW Scanner. We've seen some video from other storm chasers. Palo Pinto County ESD1 reported injuries earlier. And that was a tornado, unfortunately. I'm just happy we were able to get through Runaway Bay and Springtown today without too many issues. All right, let's go back to the which way the wind's blowing mode here. And we're looking at some very strong winds of circulation near Bynum and some very strong winds just west of Hillsboro. Both these storms are merging. It's what we have going on here. So as this occurs, these storms are going to keep moving southeast towards Hubbard, towards Dawson, Mount Calm, Penelope, Malone, Purden, Coolidge, Prairie Hill, eventually maybe Mahia, down in Limestone County. So this cluster is going to keep moving southeast, and I don't expect it really to weaken much over the next 1 to 2 hours. So it's going to keep on going for a while. Again, we're here for you. We're Texans covering Texas. It's what we do. Pretty cool view from Bob. He's looking off to the northwest, getting a lot of lightning. You can watch Bob Pack's feed on YouTube. Just search for his name on YouTube. You'll find his Storm Chasing YouTube channel. It's great to be able to work with Bob. Today's the first day you've been able to watch his live stream here on our coverage. And it's thanks to y'all. You've made that possible, you know. We're not going to use Storm Chasers content unless we're able to pay them fairly. And so thanks to y'all, we've been able to acquire this live stream and use it and show it to y'all. So thank you very much. And Bob's an amazing person. He's been chasing Texas storms for decades now. You probably seen his name pop up in storm reports around the Brazos Valley, Central Texas. You'll see him down there a lot as well. He's a great chaser to have. I had the pleasure of having lunch with him last week in Bastrop. All right, Hillsboro, you are getting pummeled with heavy rain, hail, at least some hail, quite a bit of heavy rain. Let me show y'all the that's 35W north of Hillsboro, barely. Bottom right side, then you've got Bob Shot. So Whitney, yeah, the worst is going to be just to your northeast. This storm kind of pulled east a bit. Hillsboro, it's pouring and storming. There's no tornado issues with this right now, but y'all in Hillsboro are getting walloped with heavy rain, strong winds, cloud-to-ground lightning. We're watching both these storms. Honestly, it's almost just become one storm at this point around Hillsboro. We've got a bit of a core just northeast of Carl's Corner down to Mertens to Bynum, and then this western storm, it might become the dominant storm here from Hillsboro down 22 to Whitney, and they're moving southeast about 15 to 20 miles an hour. And a big thank you to our amazing moderators, Scott and Sarah. And if you're interested in being a moderator for us here at the Texas Storm Chasers, head on over, shoot us an email. Just go to the contact page on our website, texasstormchasers.com. Yeah, the TikTok feed probably did end. We're hitting, what, hour 7 or something on that, so Facebook's probably going to end at hour 8, and we're going to have to start a new one. So if you're on Facebook and the stream suddenly ends, hit us up on YouTube. Now, Bob's got an interesting view back there. Let's see what Mr. Bob the Storm Chaser pack has. See that? Now, I hate to call out cloud features that I can't see easily, but Bob might be looking at a bit of a wall cloud back there. I am assuming he's looking at the storm from Abbott looking northwest towards Whitney. So that might be what Mr. Bob the Storm Chaser pack is looking at. And yeah, I'm going to make a song. Poor Bob.
The National Weather
That might be a bit of a
Service
wall
has issued
cloud
a
back
new
there towards
severe
Lake Whitney that
thunderstorm
Bob's
warning
looking at.
for
I'm assuming
Mosque
my directions
and
could be
Hill County
completely
in
off.
Texas.
But back here, we definitely are monitoring these thunderstorms still. We have no tornado warnings, by the way. I want to make that clear. No tornado warnings. The storm from northeast of Hico to Iredell Walnut Springs is now severe. That means it's capable of producing quarter-size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. And this activity is going to be moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So as it continues to do that, we're going to have to keep a close eye on it. And, I've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 monitors here. So I need to put a camera here just so when I'm staring at this monitor, y'all can see my face and vice versa. Howdy. Probably, or a contrail. Why? Is that here? It's probably contrail. So activity is going to keep moving on southeast over the next several hours. Well, at least few. And again, about 25 miles an hour. Main threat with these strongest storms is going to be hail. And some of these hail sizes are still pretty big. We're looking at golf ball at times baseball. The storm northeast of Hillsborough to Carl's Corner had a history of baseballs. I don't know if it's doing baseballs right now, though. The hail indications have really come down. Oh, look at that. I saw that. I was looking at Bob's shot. Here, you know what? I wonder if I can do a horizontal reverse on this so it actually makes it look like I'm looking at the cameras. Boy, that's a nasty looking wall cloud Bob has. Let's go back to that. That was a wall cloud, I'm pretty sure now. Bob's looking northwest from Abbott up towards west of Hillsborough and Whitney. And that's a wall cloud back there that Bob is looking at. Let me see if we can't brighten this up a little bit. Probably not, but we'll keep a close eye on that. So that activity is moving off to the... Here, you know what? If we're going to do this, let's just do this. There. Now, bad camera. Now it just looks like I'm not looking at anything, right? So this storm west of Hillsborough, moving southeast, we are starting to see that kind of hook out a bit more. I think that's what Bob is looking at there. So that was the wall cloud we were looking at. We're going to have to see if that tries to develop some rotation. So Bob is in Abbott looking northwest, right on the edge of the rain right there. So he's down here in Abbott. He was looking back towards Lake Whitney. Now, Bynum, you've got some nasty wind about to roll into Bynum. This continues to be a real nasty high precipitation supercell out here. And it's moving southeast right down Highway 171. So the potential for maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail and winds in Bynum now exceeding probably 70 miles an hour. This is not a tornadic situation. This is a wind situation. Yeah, I don't like the look of this storm southwest of Hillsborough at all. Ghost and Padfoot, thank you very much for your generous super chats. Appreciate it. Y'all's support allows us to, expand. It allows us to bring more content to y'all. So appreciate it for sure. Compared to other channels, we're pretty small. And I mean, we don't do the whole big, at least as of right now, we don't do the whole big, sponsorship thing. So really, we do appreciate it. But, been doing this 15 years. And here's hoping to another 15. Corsicana, no. This is going to stay southwest of y'all. You're going to get some rain and some lightning, but some pretty nasty wind in Bynum right now, moving southeast down towards Malone on 171. And as that continues, again, no tornado warnings with this thunderstorm at this point, but we have damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour possible. And we could have some hail. Bob is showing vehicles already parked under the I-35 bridge there in Abbott. I mean, at least they're not on the interstate, and look, they're not in the travel lane. So, you know what? I'm fine with that. Look, you're not blocking travel lanes. You're on the shoulders. Hey, you know what? Some might just say you're smart cookies. So again, Bynum, big, bad, very mad wind, heavy rain, and some hail rolling southeast down 171 towards Dawson and Hubbard. Hail threat has really come down with this right now. And we're looking at some quarters to ping pong balls. I'm more concerned about the wind right now, especially around Bynum to Mertens, Malone. Now, we're going to have to watch this storm that is southwest of Hillsborough now. This may try to become the dominant storm here. See that little hook? Now, we're not seeing a lot of rotation with it ish. We're going to be watching. And Bob's there. He's going to probably be keeping an eye on it as well. All Bob has to do is keep driving a little south. He's probably heading towards west right now. Maybe he'll get some Yummy yum yum out of West. Maybe I could convince him to meet me in Austin or something and hand some off. I'm kidding. But we'll see. He'll keep giving us visuals of that. Storm Chaser Chad Casey is out there somewhere. And yeah, Hillsboro got blasted by wind. I hope y'all in Hillsboro are all right. After, things calm down there, let us know what's happened. If you have any wind damage, if you end up with any of that. I hope y'all are okie dokie. Howdy. Where? Is that what you've decided? So Bob's looking behind him. Ooh, Bucky's. And, oh, it's after dark. It means I get to turn my studio lights down. The lights come down. The brightness abstains. Water monster, please. I don't want to drink water. I need to drink water. I have some, thank you. I have some, thank you. It was not empty until I did that with the lid open. Oops. Well, at least if something here catches on fire in a second, I'll know why. I got a fire extinguisher, it's okay. I already had a laptop do that to me a week and a half ago. Bossing up, thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, there is less glare off the head. So Bob is going to give us another view of this. Okay, so let's go over what we have going on, and then we'll probably take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for overnight tomorrow morning. We have severe thunderstorm warnings up here in Bosque County, north of Meridian, north and east of Hyco. Hyco, you're good. You might get some rain here in a minute. Walnut Springs to Iredale, you're probably going to get some hail. Morgan to Meridian, could get some hail. Lightning, quarter-size hail as it looks right now. Storm near Hillsboro and the storm near Mertens, both the hail cores have come down quite a bit. What radar am I on? Oh, I wonder if I'm on the wrong radar. Yeah. Okay, that's a different view. That's a little more concerning. So the storm southwest of Hillsboro definitely has an interesting look to it. We can all see that big, mad, very mad, spooky hook of doom. Bob has been helping to keep an eye on it. Bob, the Storm Chaser Pack, has been helping us watch that. We could switch over on the magical radar to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And here you go. We do have some strong wind still showing up. It's not a rotational signature as much as a straight line wind, knock down your trees and shingles situation with this. We're seeing some winds between Bynum and Mertens, probably 60 to 70 miles an hour. Hail sizes really have mostly come down now. I mean, we still have hail. Now, let's see what Bob has. We still have some hail, but it's probably closer to quarter, maybe, golf balls, if that, not the baseballs, softballs. And that's just not a particularly pleasant experience for that. Now, Bob's pointed back up at the hook now. So we'll see what he can see. Now, it's, getting after dark, especially, with these storms. So you got to start relying on lightning to try to see visual features. But you also have to be mindful that these storms are going to play tricks on you. You might think you see something crazy, and it's not. I'm going to put the camera back over here. Sure, y'all are tired of looking at this side of my head. I am. But no, I have, monitors around me. Over here, I'm looking at Bob's video feed. That's why I'm looking over here. then I have the radar right in front of me, of course, but Bob's feed is the top right box. I'm thinking he's probably in west. And then bottom right is north sides of Hillsboro there on 35W. I could probably find a different camera now. Gonna have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. Let's see who gets
The
what.
National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Ellis, Hill, Limestone, McLennan, and Navarro County in Texas.
All right, that's going to be a pretty big severe thunderstorm warning. It'll pop up on the map in just a second, and I'll show it. But this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of McLennan, Limestone, Hill, Ellis, and Navarro counties until 9:30 p.m. Central Time. So there's that warning. Again, this warning's going to include... let me see if they have a list I can just read off of. This is going to include Elmont, Ross, Leroy, Prairie Hill, Mount Calm, Penelope, Malone, Hubbard, Dawson, West, Ross, Aquila, Dawson, Purdon, Blooming Grove, Barry, Corbett, Richland, Streetman. So a lot of folks, right? We've got a cluster of severe storms from Frost to Aquila Lake moving southeast at 30. So these storms are capable of producing ping pong ball size hail and localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. And I'll tell you what, this camera down here on I-35 at FM 1420 or 1442, let's just say I-35 in Abbott, is getting the smack knocked out of it right now, it looks like. I'm going to switch to a different camera that's not as concerning. I'm trying to find a camera that's looking north. I think they're all pointed south. Yeah. What about this? Can we have a camera pointed north, please? South. Such a shame. Oh well, we'll look at Hillsboro and see how they're doing. So let's put some storm tracks on this, and I will try to give y'all a little sense of timing, but the storms may or may not behave as we'd like them to, so we'll see how well the timing actually works, but southeast at about... Do you guys see that? Whoa! Did you guys see that? Just had a transformer explode on this camera. I don't know if it was in frame or not for y'all, but that's what just happened. That bright blue flash and sparks went flying. Good grief. They're getting wind there near Abbott. Good grief. Wow. Okay, so they're getting nasty when Bob is looking from up the west area north, and then this camera is in Hillsboro. And Hillsboro is apparently getting just attacked again. So real quick, Mahia about 9:30, Coolidge 9, Wortham 9:20, Richland 9:10, Streetman 9:25, Eureka 9:20, Corsicana with some rain about 9, but it's already raining. 8:55 for Oak Valley, Mount Calm about 8:50, Leroy about 8:55. So that was the south side of Hillsboro, man. I don't know what that was. Was that a lightning strike or what? But, ouch. Watching Bob's feed. Again, it's dark, so you're going to have to look through lightning. We have no issues with tornadoes right now, mind you. We've got storms that have wind. We have storms that have pocket change size hail, maybe up to the size of ping pong balls. The main issue now is definitely going to be wind. So, All right, I promise we're going to look at the super duper high resolution rapid refresh model. So let's go ahead and take a look at that for the timing tonight. We're going to zoom out. And let's pop this on. Now, this is going to be the Zero Zulu Her. I need to fix the upper third on this. I'm going to load this from 10 p.m. through noon tomorrow. And again, I'm not expecting this to do super well with the current storms. It may not. But we'll see, right? What I'm mainly interested in, are we going to get storms overnight? Now, this does keep trying to develop a few storms that aren't severe in North Texas through tomorrow morning, and then develop some new storms as soon as 10, 11 a.m. From, what is that, Mason County? Mason County towards Llano, and then a few storms along the remnant outflow boundary all the way to Temple and Centerville. So we may have some strong storms develop before lunchtime tomorrow, and some of these could have hail. So I guess we're going to get to babysit that and see what that ends up doing. But otherwise, here's the statewide view right now, and I'll load the radar imagery to show y'all that. Just let me clean up some of these. And here's the radar. Again, you can see the storms northwest of Del Rio have died, and then the storms up here in North Texas continue to move southeast after developing near Wichita Falls. In fact, I could probably do a loop here just all the way back to 6 hours. Let's do that. So yeah, we've been here since 1 o'clock. I guess coming up on 9 now, so almost 8 hours. And we're still going to be here for a while, probably. So yeah, we've had a lot of hail, a lot of wind. We have unfortunately had a few tornadoes. We had a damaging tornado on the east side of Mineral Wells. Oh, what are these? All right, so let's go back to the real-time radar for y'all. And I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. About 8:43 this evening now on the 28th of April, 2026. We've been here quite a while. We have a cluster of thunderstorms moving southeast now with hail up to the size of ping pong balls and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour to 65. And this cluster is going to be moving southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. DFW is done. We have storms up. We have storms northwest of Meridian. What's Bob looking at? Oh, Bob found animals. That was spooky. We're watching this storm northwest of Meridian. It has the potential to produce quarter-size hail, some localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. And I'll be honest, the hail's actually starting to come up a bit. This storm northwest of Meridian is trying to become a more organized supercell. So those of you from Morgan, just south of Walnut Springs, will keep an eye on that. Starting to see a little bit more wind come out of this storm. That could end up closer to Meridian. Those of you in Hillsborough, you're pretty much done. Those of you in Milford, I-35E and W, if you're north of the 35 split, you're done. So Hillsborough, Covington, Itasca, you're done. Whitney, we need to watch this storm, honestly, to your west. You're probably done, but we're going to have to watch it. And then we'll continue watching this storm near Walnut Springs. This line itself from near Abbott to Malone to Irene just keeps moving southeast. We're seeing a lot of lightning, heavy rain. We could be dealing with some localized flooding. And at times, we're definitely getting some decent wind pushed out of this. Pretty good line of wind approaching Hubbard from Malone. Could be wind gusts of over 60 miles an hour with that. And so that's where we're going to be keeping an eye on for wind. We're not seeing anything that's really concerning in the rotation department right now. Most of these storms might be a little undercut, but we're keeping an eye on it. South sides of Hillsborough are just still dealing with all sorts of nonsense. I mean, take a look. Here's the south side of Hillsborough. Look at south. Look at those rain curtains in the light. So that's just not a fun situation. I could probably switch this over to the Abbott camera, but we'll keep an eye on that storm near Abbott, too. It is starting to perk up a little bit in the hail department, and we're going to be keeping an eye on it for sure. Storms from Abbott to Malone, Irene to Blooming Grove, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour, with winds up to 65 miles an hour. Heavy rain, maybe some hail up to the size of ping pong balls. And these storms, again, moving southeast. I'll tell you what, that one back near Meridian's getting really wonky. That thing's getting an attitude. We're going to have to watch it. But again, damaging winds, hail. And so those of you downstream, Wortham, Coolidge, Mahia, Streetman, Prairie Hill, Axtell, Mount Com, you're in the path of these storms. Could get some very heavy rain, lightning, and dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning, hail, wind, heavy rain. If you're south or if you're north of these storms, you're done. Yes, it's over for DFW tonight, unless some random hailstorms fire up later, which probably not. But so what we're going to do is, if you're watching us on Facebook, the Facebook stream's getting ready to turn off because we've been live for 8 hours. So if you're watching us on Facebook, come hit us up on YouTube. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, and we'll be there. If you are on YouTube, don't do a thing. We're not going anywhere. So Facebook, come hit us up on YouTube. Search for Texas Storm Chasers. Or you could search, just go to texasstormchasers.com/radar. Or texasstormchasers.com, watch us there. So Facebook, come hit us up. All right, and YouTube, again, we're going to be here for a while, but it is almost time for that magical time of the evening where I go to the little boy's room. So what we're going to do is I'm going to leave this on. And we're going to be right back. I'm going to go visit very quickly just the little boy's room. And as soon as that is complete, we will be back with continuing severe weather coverage. And we'll be here until things actually finally calm down for the evening. So, again, I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Severe weather coverage returns in just a moment. right, y'all. I'm back. My apologies. We'll continue now. Bob is getting rain, it looks like, near west. Now, I'll tell you, I was gone a few minutes here. What, 7, 8? And check this out. These storms have started to look a little more organized. We see the storm near west starting to show a pretty potent hail core now just east of Abbott, northeast of West. That's moving southeast towards Mount Calm. So Mount Calm, by probably 9:15, the potential for golf ball size hail will exist with this storm, along with localized damaging wind gusts over 60 to 65 miles an hour. So that storm's moving southeast. Now, back near Meridian, this storm's also looking pretty attitude-y right now. You can see it has the potential for golf ball size hail. This is going to be probably near Morgan right now, southeast of Walnut Springs, moving southeast, about 21 miles an hour. That is honestly moving towards Lake Whitney again. So this storm, if it doesn't chill, it's going to end up moving towards Lake Whitney State Park, Whitney again. So those of you in Meridian, yeah, there's a little rotation with this storm. It's really not much. Nothing that screams tornado issues. Same thing with this thing near west. Very modest rotation. We're seeing a pretty good amount of wind right now around Hubbard. That's moving off to the east-southeast. Both these storms are moving southeast about 30 miles an hour towards places like Prairie Hill, Mahia, Coolidge. It's going to be storming here pretty good in Hubbard shortly. It's already started with lightning. Y'all will probably get some hail in Hubbard here shortly. And a little bit of wind here on west with heavy rain. And I think that's what Bob's actually taking a look at, this little hook appendage out here. We'll be watching that with interest. So this activity's moving off to the southeast. Paris is fine. There's nothing 100 miles close to Paris right now. And it's all moving away. So Paris is fine. All right, good amount of lightning around Waco, looking north and northwest. I just wish some of these tech stock cameras near Waco weren't all just pointed southeast. I mean, could we not point some cameras north? Please. I miss my North Texas camera, folks. Oh, well. All right, so we are monitoring, at this point, 3 severe thunderstorms. We've got a severe storm just north of Hubbard and Dawson. That's moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Could have wind gusts of 60 to 65 miles an hour. Maybe some golf ball size hail, too, especially with this storm closer to west. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode again. We've got some pretty good straight line winds showing up. It's moving southeast. So again, next hour, these storms are going to be approaching Limestone County. Mahia's already getting hit with lightning. Same with Wortham. Y'all are going to get some rain. So Coolidge, Prairie Hill, Mount Calm, Axtell, northeast of Belmead, and Lacey Lakeview. Y'all have these storms. They're moving south and southeast about 30. They look a little more potent than they did 20 minutes ago, honestly. They've got some pretty decent hail starting back up, so we could have some golf ball size hail possible with this activity. along with winds to 60, 65. Same thing for this storm out near Meridian, by the way. All these storms kind of looking a little more potent right now in the hail department. I guess they took their Wheaties. So again, could have some quarter to golf ball size hail with this activity as it moves off to the southeast at 30 miles an hour. These little pink storm tracks you see on the radar, those are your 1 hour storm tracks with this activity moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Safe drive home to Jason. I don't like seeing that damage in mineral wells. DFW scanner has some images of that if you're curious, but it looked like the east sides of town. That's where we had that real tight velocity couplet set up along with a bit of a tornado debris signature. Plus, well, visual evidence of a tornado clearly. So we're not dealing with too many storms now. We do have 3. This cluster is probably going to keep going for a couple of hours. Most data did suggest to be weakening by about 11 to midnight. Waco to Alvarado. Yeah, if you can thread the needle between these storms real quick, you're going to have some wet roads around Hillsboro. Just don't let this one near Meridian move over 35 and get you, but it's still an hour away at least. Waco, yeah, you're kind of fine for now, honestly. Nothing's moving directly at you. The only thing that would move towards Waco would be if the storm near west developed a bit further west. See what I did there? Or if the Meridian storm was able to turn southeast or something. But again, we've got some pretty good winds with these storms near Hubbard right now. We'll zoom on in. Again, here is the animation. You can see we are seeing some pretty good winds around Hubbard, and honestly, a little bit of rotation. Not too much, but a little bit with this activity moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So let me put a storm track on this, I guess. We're kind of at a point where we can do that a little easier because they've congealed into a blob. And then Corsicana, you've got a storm with lightning, maybe some pea-sized hail. That's it for that. All right, so I am going to do this. And let me do this for the actual hail part. Now, it's going to rain before I have this section arrive, but I'd rather, for the hail part. All right. So, Wortham, about 9:20 to 9:25. Mahia, about 9:30 to 9:35. Mart, about, this says, it might be closer to 9:40, honestly. Groesbeck, we'll go with about 9:45 to 9:50. Tig, about 9:50 to 9:55. And then Thornton, probably at least about an hour. We just got a report of baseball-size hail just east of West. So we've got baseball-size hail reported just east of West, northwest of Mount Com. So apparently, this western storm near Penelope, whatever, has decided to start dropping baseball-size hail. Again, I am displeased. So, we've got a report now of baseball-size hail about 3 to 4 miles east of West. Dyslexic. And that is going to be with the potential of, I guess, golf ball to now maybe baseball-size hail. With this storm just northeast of Leroy, moving southeast towards Mount Com. That's going to be moving over Highway 84 towards Prairie Hill, and eventually Mart has had a report of baseball-sized hail several miles east of West with that. And your weather alarms are about to go off because they just updated the warning to include baseballs, which upgrades it to a destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. So this is now a destructive, severe thunderstorm, capable of producing baseball-size hail. Calm streak didn't last too long. 2 cores, one near Hubbard, one near Leroy. The one near Leroy is more potent, it looks like, in terms of the hail potential right now.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles northeast of West in McLennan County, Texas. Hail
And these storms are
magnitude
moving
estimated
southeast
2.75
at
inches.
30 miles an hour. So
Reported by
again, the
public.
hail sizes have come back
Additional
up,
information,
especially with this
baseball
section
size
out
hail between
west
and Penelope via
towards
social
west.
media report.
Moving towards Mount Com. So Mount Com, the potential of baseball size hail. DFW's done for the night. The potential for baseball size hail. And wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. This one near Hubbard, maybe not as much big hail, but the potential for wind is higher. And this activity is going to be moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So Groesbeck again by 10 p.m. Limestone County, heads up. I know we've got several great amateur radio operators that monitor us down there. This one's coming your way, and it's got baseballs and, well, wind. Back over Meridian. We've got a storm over Meridian right now. You can see it's got a little hook on it. It's anemic in the wind department. I'm not worried about a tornado with it, so don't be on y'all's end. Southeast of Morgan now. This is going to be kind of riding Highway 22 towards Laguna Park and Whitney as this storm moves off to the east at about, let me show you. 30 miles an hour. Sorry, lips turn into a chap nightmare after doing this for 8 hours. Out in Tyler, no, all this lightning is actually
Texas
from the
local
storm
report from
back
Abbott in
on
Hill
I-35.
County, Texas.
So if you're getting lightning
Hail
in
magnitude
Tyler,
measured 1.00
all that,
inch.
it's because of this
Reported
just
by public.
blow off anvil
Additional
debris and
information,
clouds of like
1
40,
inch hail
50,000
from
feet.
public phone call
So
in
no,
Abbott.
no storms in Tyler outside of apparently some lightning chances, but no appreciable rainfall. Tig equals Tig. All right. Thank you. So again, few severe storms now. One over Hubbard has the potential for probably golf ball size hail at least. Could have winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour. And it's moving southeast at 30 towards Coolidge, Mahia, and Groesbeck. The western storm dropped baseball size hail a few miles east to west a few minutes ago. That's about to move towards Leroy, Axtell, Mart, Prairie Hill, and Hallsburg. And then we have this storm out near Meridian and Morgan moving east-southeast down 22 towards Laguna Park and Whitney. And Bob's on I-35, keeping an eye on these storms to the north. See if we can see some cool
Texas
lightning
local
from his
storm
view.
Report from 3 miles east-northeast of West in McLennan County, Texas. Hail magnitude
We'll show a
measured
visual from Storm
3.00
Chaser Chad
inches.
Casey. He's looking
Reported
at
by
the
Storm
thunderstorms
Chaser.
from the back end. These are
Additional
the
information, 3-inch
storms
hail
near
on
Morgan.
Cottonwood near
He's
North
taking a
Tech
look.
Hall Road.
What a beautiful shot. That's one thing I love. You can probably see these things 100 miles away at night with the lightning, even with the haze. Yes, Tyler's fine for the night. So that's Storm Chaser Chad Casey looking at the western storm near Morgan. You can see that thing's bubbling up probably 60,000 feet in the sky. A beautiful sight. At least I think so. All right, so here's what these storms look like. DFW is clear. I-20 is done. I-30 is done. We are dealing with storms now moving towards the northern Brazos Valley. Moving through portions of Boss County, out of Hill County into McLennan County, in through portions of Navarro County towards Limestone County. And this activity is going to be moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour with the potential of some damaging straight line winds, very large hail. Palestine, Stephenville, Or Athens, Palestine. Yeah, y'all are fine. Maybe some lightning. So this activity, no, Northeast Texas is clear. Folks, let's make life easy here. If you're not near Waco, you're done for the night. There's nothing coming to Northeast Texas, North Texas. We are watching this thunderstorm activity, moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And again, this is going to be a thunderstorm now with a history of producing baseball-sized hail a couple miles east of west. It's moving southeast. It's going to be crossing over Highway 31 between Axtell, Mount Calm. We had some small hail in Hubbard. This eastern storm seems to have more wind with it. This one near Hubbard, moving southeast towards Coolidge, and eventually Mahia, Forest Glade, and Groesbeck has wind, more wind, and then this western one had a bigger hail core for a while. May still. Mount Calm, you're about to let us know. Whether you like to or not, I might add. And we'll see bottom right or top right cam. That's Bob's Storm Chaser pack. Bob, the Storm Chaser pack. And we'll see what he ends up with. But at this point, he's probably just looking for some lightning. Oh. Ooh. I'm just looking at some data. What do we got top-wise? Yeah, these storms from Mount Calm to Hubbard are still about 60,000 feet tall. Storm southeast of Meridian is about 50,000 feet. I don't think we're going to see many new storms develop tonight or at this point. If we have any new storms develop overnight, it would have the potential for some hail. So let's go ahead and take a look at things over the next day. I'm going to pop on the high-res rapid refresh. I'm actually going to record this as an update. I can post on some social media stuff too, since folks are wondering about storms tonight into tomorrow. Kind of kill 3 birds with one take, per se. Please don't kill any birds, that's mean. So let's pull up the HUR. Let's go ahead and go full screen for a minute. And let's just play loop-de-loop-de-loop-de-loop-de-loop-de. Oh, that's bright. Alright, so let's just go from 11 p.m. through... Honestly, I'm just going to do 11 p.m. tomorrow. We'll see what comes of this, right? So here's what the HUR model shows. You know, tonight it's still got storms generally trying to weaken by 11. And then you can see it does keep a few going overnight in North Texas, maybe some hail, but we'll see. It fires things up pretty early tomorrow across parts of the hill country, central Texas, along the remnant boundary left over from storms tonight. This is 11 a.m. This would be a pretty good hailer setting up near Mason to Temple, Belton, north of Bryan College Station. And then it hits... Oh, don't hit me, man. I don't want to have to go put my car under something. I'm in Fredericksburg, so I don't like that. And then storms continue into the early afternoon. Bryan, College Station, Huntsville, if this is right. And then, you know, we could have some stuff around San Antonio, whatnot. Hey, why don't you load the whole thing? Rude. Yeah, y'all in DFW looking south are probably getting a great view. Well, apparently you don't get to see the rest. Sorry. But yeah, we could have some hailers as soon as late morning in parts of the hill country, central Texas, Brazos Valley. Apparently I need to go hide my car somewhere in town. Or just drive out of the way. I mean, I guess I could do that with the hail. All right, so this is what we're going to be dealing with over the next few hours. Storms in southern North Texas, the northern Brazos Valley. Those of you in Mount Calm, it's about to not be calm. You've got hail right now, probably. We'll zoom in and show you that. So here's Mount Calm in Hubbard to Coolidge, Dawson. Again, y'all are getting some storms right now. Potential for damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour and hail. This dropped baseball-size hail a little east of west. I don't know if this is still going to do that. I think maybe golf balls is a good bet, but if that's wrong and it's bigger, feel free to let us know after the fact. It's raining in Corsicana. It's pretty much done there. Storm exiting Meridian and Morgan to the southeast. That could have golf ball-sized hail moving towards Laguna Park. It's going to stay north of Clifton. It's pretty much riding Highway 22 east of Meridian towards Laguna Park. It's raining out in Whitney. Again, some cloud-to-ground lightning. There could be gusty winds, but mostly worried about some hail with this storm. And again, it could be up to golf ball size. Oh, I'm not liking that damage east of Mineral Wells. Yeah, that neighborhood. I listed those streets when I was doing coverage. That's just sad. That looks like was probably EF1, maybe EF2, just based on some of the damage. But Weather Service will go out tomorrow and survey the damage from the tornado. All right, so we do have storms still moving south, and again, these are not tornadic. These do have some straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, and the potential for hail, probably up to golf balls now, maybe a little bigger with the storm near Mount Calm, out to Coolidge. And with that, this activity, again, is moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So if this storm near Meridian continued, and, was alive in an hour, it would be near west on I-35 and north sections of McLennan County with maybe some hail and strong winds. I do expect over the next 90 to 120 minutes, this activity is going to start decreasing in intensity. Just like we saw last night, and once that happens, that stuff's going to happen pretty quick, so. But for now, we're just going to watch, wait, and see. The storms around Austin tomorrow, I'd be more concerned about hail. I'm not super concerned about a tornado threat. And we'll have more about that in the morning. And then on Thursday and Friday, it's going to rain a lot, especially Friday. It's not really a severe weather setup. We're just going to have a lot of heavy rain across, honestly, a lot of Texas as a cold front moves south, which is fine with me. I'm tired of this stinking humidity already, and it's only late April. All right. So we are still monitoring storms with maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. Localized 50 to 60 mile an hour winds up here across portions of... Oh, for heaven's sake, Bob. Portions of Meridian County, or Meridian-Bosque County. Southeast towards northern McLennan County into northern Limestone County, southeastern Hill counties. This activity is going to keep moving southeast over the next probably hour or two. with that, the potential will exist for some damaging winds, heavy rain, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. For what it's worth, just real quick, looking ahead to Thursday and Friday, here is the essentially the flood outlook, the chance of excessive rainfall that could cause flooding. This is Thursday and Thursday night. You can see we actually have a decent chunk of the state highlighted for the potential for isolated to scattered instances of flash flooding. That yellow, including Hill Country, Concho Valley, up into North Texas, Central Texas, East Texas. And then here is Friday. You can see the eastern half of the state isolated to widely scattered flash flooding. And then on Saturday, well, it's gone. So tomorrow, you can see kind of from the Edwards Plateau, Hill Country, Central Texas, Brazos Valley, East Texas. So there is that. And again, we're watching this activity out here moving into Limestone County. The potential for some strong wind gusts for sure. Maybe some golf ball size hail in spots. Eastern storm looks like it's starting to weaken a bit. The eastern storm, I mean like near Coolidge, is starting to weaken. This one near Mount Calm's dominating. And then we still have this hailer out near Laguna Park moving off to the southeast with the potential of some hail. So I think by far today was going to be your most active severe weather day. I think tomorrow we definitely do have the risk of some isolated to widely scattered severe storms from the Hill Country through South Central Texas into the Brazos Valley, East Texas, but they'll be far more scattered. I think the tornado risk will be, well, isolated. But, I mean, it's late April and it feels like June, so that's just, unfortunately, means, yeah, we might have some storms, but tornado threat tomorrow is very, very, very low. I think the stronger storms are going to have some wind, some heavy rain, lightning, and probably some hail. But what I expect over about the next hour and a half or so is this activity from Meridian to Mount Calm. We'll start to see it weaken. We're not expecting any new rambunctious storm development this evening in the sense of what we've had this afternoon. But still, these storms do remain on the rather potent side. Could have hail up to the size of golf balls, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning, and of course, heavy rainfall. I mean, these storms remain very electrical, too. I mean, these are shooting lightning like the dickens. That's going to continue until they eventually dissipate, but, well, they're not there yet, that's for sure. Just trying to find some good views for y'all with the lightning. I have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Freestone, Hill, Limestone, and Navarro County in Texas.
It's going to include several sections of, here, I'll just read the warning. You can see a list there. Where is that box that gives me what I need? I don't know why that just doesn't happen anymore. Oh, well. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Freestone, Limestone, Hill, and Navarro counties in portions of the northern Brazos Valley and north central Texas. At 9:24 p.m., a line of severe storms located from near Coolidge to Trading House Creek Reservoir moving southeast at 30. The most intense of these storms could have golf ball size hail. Localized damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. And these storms, again, moving southeast at 30, and this warning goes for an hour and 20 minutes. Wow. It's like one of the longest warnings I've seen in a long time for a storm. And then, yeah, so, heads up. This includes places like Mahia, Groesbeck, Teague, Fairfield, Hubbard, Wortham, Coolidge, Dawson, Lake Mahia, Lake Limestone, Fort Parker State Park, Thornton, Mount Calm, Curvin, Watt, Fallon, Donnie, Prairie Hill, and Olethea. This also includes I-45 between 181 and 196 if the storms manage to get over there. You can see Bob's traveling, watching south of Hillsboro, and then we got a camera up in Fairfield now if these storms make it over there. So, let's see what radar to be. These are probably still closer to the Fort Worth radar, honestly, so let's pop in. New storm warning.
Thunderstorm warning for
Bosque, Hill, and McLennan County in Texas.
For this storm that is northwest of Waco. So this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning now for places like Laguna Park, China Springs, Golson, and Ross, northwest of Waco and McLennan County. So this is going to be that severe thunderstorm moving southeast towards Waco at 25 miles an hour, and it may make it down there. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30 p.m. So again, here's your storms. Western storm has the potential of ping pong ball size hail. Localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour as it moves off to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. So from Laguna Park, where we have a really good hail dump right now, that's a nasty hail core. Moving off to the southeast at 25 miles an hour towards, again, it's going to be moving towards China Springs, Golson, just northeast of Valley Mills. And then the eastern storm is moving towards places like, from Coolidge towards Mahia, Groesbeck, Thornton, Teague, Curvin, Fairfield, eventually Buffalo. And again, both these storms could have winds to 60 miles an hour. The eastern storm has a history of big hail. It could have golf balls. I'll be honest, I think the western storm has a spookier looking hail core right now. That one might end up having hail, golf balls at least too. For now, these storms continue, but I do think they'll eventually be weakening here in the next 2 hours. They just haven't started yet, so here we are keeping an eye on this activity. I should probably drink water. I probably should have been drinking a lot more of that earlier. Oops. Corsicana, you're clear. You've still got a couple showers nearby with lightning, but you're clear. Yeah, Laguna Park, especially just west of Laguna Park, we're seeing some pretty good hail on 22. Yep, DFW's good to go. All right, so these storms, both of them, keep moving southeast about 30 miles an hour. We've got a pretty good wind signature now coming up to Highway 84, southwest of Coolidge. It's going to be near 1245, 339, and 73 near 84, west of 2310. That's going to be a pretty nasty wind signature moving southeast into Limestone County with the potential of at least 60-mile-an-hour winds. I can show you that here. And again, there you go. Nasty wind signature with that. And then northwest, pretty nasty hail signature right now, just southwest of Laguna Park on Highway 22. That's going to be moving southeast towards places like China Spring, Golson, Ross, northwest of Waco into McLennan County. If that storm continues, it may end up in Waco by 10:30 p.m. If it makes it there. At some point, these are going to weaken and die, but, well, it may keep going through 11 p.m., so Waco, you may end up with a stormy. Oh, I'm going to have to stand up in a minute. Good grief. So Coolidge to Prairie Hill, that storm's moving southeast towards Groesbeck. And that's going to continue probably for at least the next hour. So again, this eastern storm could have golf ball size hail, winds to 60, heavy rain and lightning. Western storm, golf ball size hail, winds to 60. We'll see. Definitely appreciate everyone who's been watching today. I know it's been a long day. We've been live now since 1 p.m. ish. Luckily, we're not dealing with tornadoes at the moment. I mean, here's hoping we don't have to deal with tornadoes again tonight. I'm not going to say the risk is completely over because, well, taunting Mother Nature is not a good thing to do, and we don't want to do that. I'm looking at another modder over here. Sorry. I'm literally surrounded. I do have more... I have cameras I could set up to actually, switch this up. No, I don't think Waco needs to move to a shelter or anything like that. I mean, this storm is got some hail and lightning, and it's not guaranteed to make it down to Waco. We're not seeing any real significant rotation with it. Seeing some rotation now with the Prairie Hill storm out here, northwest of Groesbeck. It's actually starting to pick up a little bit. But we're also looking pretty high up off the ground now. We're looking, about 6,000 feet? But we are starting to see a little bit of a rotational signature develop with this activity again. We'll keep an eye on it. It's moving off to the southeast, but that definitely means we're probably getting some strong winds out of this thing. We're also starting to see a little bit of a hook again. Here's your inflow notch here, southwest of Coolidge. Prairie Hill is back in the rear flank downdraft. This is your damaging wind signature. And again, this is moving southeast towards Forest Glade, Mahia, Ben-Hur, Groesbeck here in Limestone County. We are definitely starting to see a little bit of a spin again with it, so we'll have to watch that and make sure it's not trying to be a little spinny doom. We'll take a look from the Granger radar. We're looking higher up here, but at a different, we're not having to look through storms. And yeah, I mean, there's some wind velocity with that, but it's definitely a nasty looking storm. Same thing for this storm moving towards Golson and China Springs. Yes, we can look and see how tall they are. Yeah, it's pretty tall. About 60,000 feet. Palestine, I don't think you're going to have to deal with any of this. You're probably getting some lightning and hearing some thunder, but I don't think you're going to have to deal with any of the storms. Got to make myself look at least a little presentable. All right, let's put the radar loop back on so we can at least show y'all. So again, these storms are moving southeast still, and they do have the potential for some hail up to the size of golf balls. Localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning. We're keeping an eye out just in case any of them try to go into spinning mode again. But those of you in Groesbeck, Ben Hur, heads up. You've got a pretty nasty storm heading your way. Pretty good hail indications showing up. And this is going to keep on moving southeast. Mahia, Groesbeck, Farrar, Thornton, Ben Hur. Moving off the southeast about 30 miles an hour with winds up to 60 miles an hour, damaging winds. I think the hail is going to mostly stay west of Mahia. I wouldn't want to be on Highway 84 right now between Prairie Hill and Mahia. This is going to be crossing over Highway 164 near Groesbeck, east of Marp, and Ben Hur over the next 30 minutes. Western storm, southwest of Laguna Park, just looks like it keeps dropping some nasty hail. And these are the only two storms we're worried about. So if you're not near where any of these labels are in the radar, you're fine. This activity, again, continues moving southeast. We do have, at times, up to golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds. We'll take a closer look at this activity here in just a moment. Let's get back to it. We're monitoring two severe storms at this point. The western storm is just south of Laguna Park now, and that thing's got a pretty nasty hail core. It's going to be moving southeast towards Golson. Ross, Lacey Lakeview, and Bellmead over the next hour, and the potential for up to golf ball size hail with that activity as it moves off to the southeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. If it continues, again, it could be in the Waco, Lacey Lakeview area by 10:30 p.m. This eastern storm is crossing over Highway 84 right now. This is going to be west of Mahia, very near Prairie Hill, with the potential of some strong winds over 60 miles an hour. Moving off to the southeast towards Groesbeck and Highway 164. Those of you north of Thornton, heads up, this is heading your way as well as it moves off to the southeast. Yep, it is indeed Central Time. That one guy, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Appreciate it. For everybody asking questions about what's heading to their area, I'll put in the chats. You can get your local weather forecast no matter where you are in the United States, track storms, watch our live streams and more with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device. And if you prefer, just head over to our website, TexasStormChasers.com/radar. You'll be able to zoom into your locations, but the general expectation is if I'm not talking about you right now, you're good to go. These storms are moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. The general expectation is they should be weakening over the next 1 to 2 hours as activity moves off to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. We've seen a pretty good hail core east of Prairie Hill, west of Mahia. It's going to be moving off to the southeast. That storm could have golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Worst is staying well west of Mahia, it looks like. It's probably going to pass a wee bit west of Forest Glade as well. Those of you in Coolidge, I can zoom in on the map. And then we'll have to keep an eye on that. So, Groesbeck, you're going to be dealing with this storm in the next probably 30 minutes. Potential for some hail up to the size of golf balls. Localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. We're not doing this spinny doom thing right now. But we're going to keep an eye on it just in case. But those of you in Thornton down to Ben Hur, Groesbeck, west of Forest Glade, west of Mahia, the potential will exist for some hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and a lot of obnoxious cloud-to-ground lightning. This looks to remain well west of Fairview and Buffalo now. It kind of all consolidated a bit west, so 45 should be fine. I mean, it's raining and there's lightning. Wortham, y'all are getting cloud to ground lightning. Same thing in Mahia in rain, but that's about it. Maybe some gusty winds. And then farther to the west, we're still watching this storm move southeast away from Meridian and Laguna Park. Honestly, I don't even know if this thing's moving. I mean, I guess it technically is. It's just not doing it very quickly because it keeps trying to sit around Laguna Park. Hail up to the size of golf balls, generally. Hopefully not as obnoxious as that. But we're going to be keeping a close eye on both these storms as they move southeast. And they should be weakening over the next hour or two, but the question of exactly when, that's a great question, and I don't have the exact answer. So, we'll keep an eye on it. Just checking on various things. Again, it's been a day. We've been live since about 1 p.m. when storms first fired up. Just south of Wichita Falls again, northeast of Archer City. Laura M., thank you very much for that generous super chat. Really appreciate it and appreciate the support from everyone. And again, we're here just keeping a close eye on things. We haven't had tornado warnings for quite a while. And these storms do still have some hail, maybe up to the size of golf balls. Localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, and I mean quite a bit of heavy rain. Tig is going to get a bit of rain, and that's it. Maybe some lightning. As this activity continues moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. The threat over the next couple of hours will begin to diminish. Again, yeah, we're just here watching things. Oh, looks like they're continuing the severe storm warning for Freestone and Limestone counties until 10:45 for golf ball size hail and damaging straight line winds. I could zoom out here and you can see these are the only storms left that are severe. I don't really expect much more tonight. So, DFW, Northeast Texas, East Texas, you're done. Most of Central Texas is going to be done for tonight. We'll have storms in the morning, probably after 9 to 10 a.m. Same thing, the Hill Country. Looks like Bob is done streaming for the night. Safe journey to Bob on his trip home. We're going to be here for a wee while longer for sure, just to keep an eye on these storms as they continue to move off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And again, we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. I suppose we can go over those now. So let's pop on into the radar. We'll start with this eastern storm. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing hail up to the size of golf balls and localized damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour is located just west of Forest Glade, north of Ben-Hur, moving southeast towards Groesbeck. That storm actually is looking pretty potent right now. And I'm going to switch radars to give y'all, well, actually, we're on a good radar site for that. So at this point, Groesbeck, you could be getting the worst of the hail probably by about 10:30. Now, let's look at the which way the wind's blowing mode, and we don't see any spooky, spinny, doom nonsense with this storm right now. For some reason, though, this storm's updraft just went nuts, and we're suddenly starting to see quite a hail signature develop aloft with this thing again. So the hail threat may actually be increasing for Groesbeck as it moves off to the southeast towards Groesbeck. So heads up, the hail threat may get rather rambunctious here again in a hurry. Last time this storm ramped up like this was just east of West, and it dropped baseballs. So we'll have to see. But this storm is going to be moving southeast towards Thornton, passing a bit west of Farrar in all likelihood. This is going to be moving towards Groesbeck and Limestone County. And then after that, it's going to if it keeps going, it's going to move towards Marquez and Hewitt. And it's moving southeast about 30 miles an hour. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just rain right now, and rain probably for Kerbin, Wortham, Tige, Dew, and Buffalo. Farther west, we have a severe storm now a few miles south of Laguna Park. This is going to be moving southeast down FM 2490 towards Golson and China Springs. This storm, if it continues, will be on I-35 at Lacey Lakeview by, let's say, 10:45. And this storm has the potential for large hail, right now maybe quarter to golf ball size hail, and localized damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. I'm hoping this western storm's going to die off and evaporate soon, but we'll see. And again, the reason, I don't know what the heck this storm near Groesbeck just ate, but here, let me show you from the Fort Worth radar. You'll probably be able to see the hail icon jump here. Maybe. And yeah, you can see from the Fort Worth radar, which might be getting a little better view of the mid-levels here, we're suddenly seeing a huge spike in hail aloft, like nutso. It went from to real quick. So this storm approaching Groesbeck, again, it may start dumping some really big hail soon. We're going to have to watch it carefully. Again, not really a tornado warning situation, but a nasty damaging wind situation. Keeping an eye on this storm again northwest of Golson. It is showing a little bit of rotation as it moves southeast. A little bit of spin right there. We'll keep an eye on it south of Lake Laguna Park. This is, again, moving towards China Springs, Gulson, Ross, and eventually towards Lacey Lakeview and Belmead. Otherwise, we do have this severe storm that is northwest of Groesbeck. Let me put a distance on this. Not that. Do this. Again, the worst of the hail from 164 and 14 is probably still about 6 to 7 miles northwest of Groesbeck, moving southeast at about 30. So again, those of you in Groesbeck out here in Limestone County at 164 and 14, this storm's ramping up again, showing some pretty nasty hail and the potential for damaging winds. And the hail threat, honestly, is getting pretty annoying. So heads up, the hail could get big. It may not necessarily be falling and reaching the surface just yet in its rambunctious manner, but it's definitely looking rather obnoxious right now. So we'll have to keep a close eye on it, but I'm afraid the hail sizes may be increasing here again. As this storm moves off to the southeast, again at about 30 miles an hour. So those of you out here, that means those of you in Groesbeck, Thornton, Limestone County around 14 and 164, 1245 and 937. This storm's heading your way with the potential of very large hail, localized damaging straight line winds, and quite a bit of heavy rain. Back northwest, we have this storm that is now south of Highway 22 and Laguna Park, moving southeast towards Gulson and eventually towards Interstate 35 in Lacey Lakeview. If it does not, well, die, and so far it's not. Worst would be near Gulson, about 10:15. Ross, around 10:25. Lacey Lakeview, about 10:30 to 10:35. For those who are interested in being moderators, go to our contact page on our website, texasstormchasers.com. Just go to the contact page, shoot us an email, and we'll get something set up. Always looking for great folks who want to help us out here in the magical land of YouTube and Facebook and here. Let me put the storm motion back on. I wouldn't be surprised if the Weather Service puts a destructive severe warning back out for Groesbeck, and that would set your phones off. They have just upgraded this, by the way, back to tennis ball size hail. So again, at least tennis ball size hail possible in Groesbeck as the storm moves southeast. At about 30 miles an hour. So Waco, that western storm, may make it down to y'all's area here over the next hour. Again, it's moving towards Lacey Lakeview, Gulson, Belmead. It's going to keep moving southeast. At some point, it'll dissipate and die, but so far it's not. So, yeah. Unfortunately, those of you up here in Waco, Lacey, Lakeview, Belmead, Ross, Golson, threat of hail is increasing as that storm moves southeast at about 30 miles per hour. We're going to have to keep an eye on it carefully, but that storm could have golf ball size hail. The storm most moving towards Groesbeck has the potential of tennis ball size hail now, as it has intensified a bit and is moving off to the southeast about 30 miles an hour. At this point, we're not worried about tornadoes. We have hail and cloud-to-ground lightning along with some strong winds. Yeah, Bob, I bet. I'm pretty tired too. Good job today. Looks like you might have some storms in your area tomorrow. The wind with the storms moving towards Waco, not really high. A lot of lightning moving into Lacey, Lakeview. A lot of lightning moving into Elmont, north sides of Waco, China Springs, and Golson. Y'all definitely have a lot of lightning with this storm, and the potential for hail up to the size of golf balls. Localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, and the potential for quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. So we'll put a storm track on this. It's going to be moving southeast. Golson, probably around 10:15 to 10:20. Lacey, Lakeview, 10:35 to 10:40. Belmead, about 10:40 to 10:45. And that would also include the north sides of Waco. Now, there's also a chance the storm will finally die and evaporate before then, but it's not happening so far. Storm in Limestone County is going to be in Groesbeck here in the next 10 to 15 minutes, so probably 10:15 to 10:20. After that, it's going to be over fairly rural areas of Limestone County, but this storm is going to be moving off to the southeast towards Lake Limestone. In Lake Limestone, we're looking at about 10:40 to 10:45. Otherwise, that is it for storms. East Texas, you're fine. I'm not really expecting anything in east or northeast Texas tomorrow. I guess we could look at the severe weather outlook. I guess we do have a risk of breaking the program and having the Windows XP background. But here's the severe weather outlook for tomorrow. Again, isolated severe storms are going to be possible across portions of, well, really, I guess the southern half of Texas. We'll be able to refine this tomorrow morning, but the Edwards Plateau, the Hill Country, Central Texas, South Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas, with the potential of the strongest storms producing hail and localized damaging wind gusts. So that's a lot better than today. Now, back to the radar we go. And this activity is going to keep moving southeast, by the way. These two storms, they're moving southeast about 30 miles an hour. So western storm, again, moving into Golson, Elmont, Lacey Lakeview, and North Belmead, north sides of Waco over the next 30 to 40 minutes. Could have hail up to ping pong ball size. Maybe even golf balls over the next 30 minutes. Eastern storm moving into Groesbeck. That storm could have up to tennis ball size hail. Forest Glade into Groesbeck, you're going to kind of let us know here over the next 20 minutes, Highway 14. Hopefully it's not that big. We definitely don't want hail that big. Oh, just looking at some stuff on my end. We definitely appreciate everyone who's been popping in today. Stream's now been going for 9 hours. You know, we're just doing our best to help keep everybody updated with the latest Texas weather information. So the good news is, if we're not talking about you, you're probably good for the night. Yeah, Buffalo, you're going to get a good view off to your west. Or that storm had more eastern extent earlier. I don't know if you're going to get too much of an issue in Buffalo. Maybe rain, lightning. Probably the worst of the hail is going to go closer to areas just east of Thornton, maybe a little west of Farrar and Donnie. With that activity, as it moves off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Now, at some point in the next hour or two, they're going to finally die. Just not yet. Hey. Yep. You what? Ah, you're good. You're welcome. Oh, off go the lights everywhere. All right. So we're still here, and we're going to be here until these suckers decide to finally take a nap, in which case I'll get to take a nap. But again, let's get back to it. It is 10:10 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a severe thunderstorm capable of producing some pretty big hail. Could be golf ball to tennis ball size hail, maybe still falling out of this storm, moving southeast right now on the Highway 14 and into the city of Groesbeck. Those of you at 164 and 14 in Groesbeck, you know, it's going to be close. Maybe the hail will stay just north of town. Maybe it won't. We're going to have to see. But could be pretty big here, just south of Forest Glade, based off the radar data. So we're going to have to see. That storm will continue moving southeast towards Lake Limestone after it passes southeast across Highway 164. I'm expecting these storms are going to probably die the next hour or two, but still, I mean, if they continue, they may make it down to portions of Leon County. Maybe northern Madison County. We'll see. This storm up in northern McLennan County continues to chug on along with frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Thanks for the report, RHS now. Looks like they're getting 1-inch hail in Groesbeck right now. Hopefully it doesn't get any bigger. Golson up here in northern McLennan County, you've got a storm capable of producing maybe some corded up ping pong ball size hail. If it overachieves, maybe golf balls. It's going to be moving southeast towards Elmont, Lacey Lakeview, Belmead, with the potential of also some strong winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour. So this activity continues and is going to be crossing over I-35 around Lacey Lakeview in Elmont in the next probably 20 to 30 minutes. And again, this is going to be something where a lot of lightning, some heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail. And again, right now that hail core is right up on Golson. Moving off to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour. We're not dealing with tornadoes. We're not doing any of that. So then, again, those of you in Golson there on FM 933, you've got hail right now. This is going to be moving down 933 towards Elmont and Lacey Lakeview in northern McLennan County. It should stay mostly north of Waco, at least maybe the northern half of the city. But otherwise, that'll keep moving southeast, and we'll see. I'm hoping at some point these are going to die. And then this storm out here in Groesbeck, moving off to the southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour with the potential of golf ball, maybe even tennis ball size hail. According to the radar, maybe it's not that bad, but we'll just have to wait and see. You can see on the cameras, all the two top cameras are Waco. Bottom camera is going to be Fairfield. And again, just some nasty hail signatures in Groesbeck, so that could be unpleasant. Ah, yes, San Jacinto County, point blank. We've done tornado coverage there before. Here, I'm going to load the high-res rapid refresh model on my iPad, and I can show y'all that. And that can at least give an estimate on some timing going into tomorrow. And again, this was a bit earlier. And the model may not be handling things right now well. For example, I don't see a bunch of storms popping up. Hold on a second, it stopped streaming. I'll get you that in just a second. There we go. So here's the high-res rapid refresh model going into tonight, tomorrow morning. But, as you can see, it does weaken storms here in the next, well, really hour. It has a few storms continuing in North Texas overnight. We're not seeing any indications of that right now, for what it's worth. So that might just be the model being dumb. Don't call people that word, by the way. So, then you can see it does fire up some activity going into tomorrow morning, kind of early, honestly. It's firing some storms up by about 10 to 11 along the remnant boundary left by tonight's storms. And then it has some more rambunctious activity with maybe some pocket change size hail and strong winds by lunchtime. Parts of the Hill Country, Central Texas, Brazos Valley, into Southeast Texas. And again, that would mainly be a hail, pocket change size hail, strong wind gust event, not really a tornado thing. So let's go back to the cameras, or the cameras in the radar. Yeah, I know I'm great at pronouncing stuff. Not. So again, Groesbeck, here you go. You've got hail in the vicinity of town. So far, the biggest I've heard is quarters. We'll see if it gets any bigger. Tige, you're clear. Mahia, you're clear. Wortham, you're clear. Fairfield, you're clear. And then back out here, Ross, you've got some, you're getting maybe some small hail, heavy rain. That's going to be moving southeast towards Lacey Lakeview, Elmont, Belmead. We'll see. We're probably going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning here in just a minute for those areas. Quite a lightning barrage right now, though. Elmont, Lacey Lakeview, north sides of Waco, out to Axtell. Axtell, by the way, yeah, you might get some rain and hail out of this. To Hallsburg, y'all are getting pelted with lightning strikes right now. And this activity will keep moving off to the southeast. All right, y'all, give me just a second. I'm going to be right back. You're not going to hear me talk for like maybe a minute, but I will be right back.
Texas local storm report from 1NW Groesbeck in Limestone County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, quarter-sized hail was reported in Groesbeck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. I am back. I've procured caffeine. Well, I hope you enjoyed the freeze frame. All right. Sorry, no more cute Baldy. All right, so we are monitoring this. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning. Did it already come across the stream? If not, I'm sure it'll interrupt me now that I'm actually here to talk. Looks like this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for hail up to the size of golf balls and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. This is going to include the city of Waco.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
McLennan County in Texas.
is going to include Waco, Belmead, Lacey Lakeview, Leroy, Hallsburg, Rysel, Mart. The potential for golf ball size hail or hail up to the size of golf balls and localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. So that hail is going to be moving across I-35 here pretty soon. We can keep an eye out on cameras out here. That's what we're going to be doing across Waco to see what we have coming up. But again, this storm is moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. And as this activity continues moving off to the southeast, we will see what comes out of it. But again, could be up to golf ball size hail. Those of you up here in North Waco, Hallsburg, the lightning just going nuts right now. Y'all are getting pelted with cloud to ground lightning up here across Waco to Hallsburg to Mart. I mean, this thing's just going nuts with lightning right now on my lightning tracker. It is nutso. But the hail threat right now is still back just west of Lacey Lakeview. Belmead about 10:40. Well, let's do this. 10:35. Lacey Lakeview 10:35. Hallsburg about 10:55. Rysel about 11:10. Again, the potential for some hail up to the size of golf balls, and there could be some 40, 50, maybe even a 60 mile per hour wind gust. This activity is moving off the southeast. Out here in Groesbeck, we had one storm spotter report of up to 2-inch diameter size hail. Otherwise, I'm seeing about quarters. That storm is moving southeast across Highway 164 towards Lake Limestone. Yeah, there is a bit of a hook with both these storms, but if we look at the which way the wind's blowing mode, you'll see that we don't have any low-level rotation. These storms are a little elevated above the surface, I think. So, again, 2 severe storms at this point. Each are producing hail up to the size of golf balls, and each are moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Now, at some point, we're going to be, taking a nap in the sense that these storms are going to stop. By 11 to midnight, hopefully. But so far, clearly, they are more than happy just to keep on chugging along. And they're just skedaddling along. So again, the main issue with these storms is going to be hail, heavy rain, and a lot of lightning. There may be some gusty winds at times, but it's not really that much of a super concern right now. But there could be some localized strong winds. Heavy rain, lightning. Reports of golf ball size hail in Groesbeck right now. Ping pong balls in Golson. All right, so Golson, the ping pong ball. That's the west storm. Groesbeck, you're getting golf balls. That's the east storm. Both storms are going to be moving southeast at 25 miles an hour, which means if the eastern storm survives, it may be approaching Hewitt by 11:30. The western storm could be approaching Rysel by probably 11:10 p.m. The storm moving towards North Waco is intensifying in the hail department. We're seeing it's just like the Groesbeck storm. This one moving towards Elmont, towards Lacey, Lakeview, Belmead. The hail indications are increasing significantly aloft. So the hail sizes may be increasing beyond golf ball size out here. Lacey, Lakeview, China Springs, it's exiting you to the east already, but those of you from Waco to Belmead, Lacey Lakeview, Elmont, the threat of damaging hail is increasing now over the next 10 minutes as this thunderstorm moves southeast at 25 miles an hour. Again, the radar is indicating the potential for hail now approaching or exceeding 2 inches in diameter. As this moves southeast, we're seeing a crazy amount of lightning. And again, storm tops are 60,000 feet now, so this storm appears to be almost stronger than the one out east. Which is not what you want to see as this moves towards Waco. So again, the potential for golf ball to maybe bigger than golf ball size hail now with this storm moving towards north sides of the city of Waco, Lacey Lakeview, Belmead. No, we're watching that traffic camera. I keep thinking I'm seeing giant chunks of ice falling out of the sky. We'll see. But the threat of damaging hail is increasing now for northern McLennan County. This does include Lacey Lakeview, Elmont, back west to areas east of Golson. This should stay mostly north of Waco, but it's going to be close. It's going to move southeast towards Hallsburg and Rizal over the next 30 to 45 minutes. This is mostly, this is staying south of west, south of Leroy. The hail, at least, and the hail core itself may approach Axtell. Wind speeds could be up to 60 miles an hour in spots with this storm moving into Lacey Lakeview and Belmead and Waco. You can see we're starting to get the heavy rain and a bit of hail here on Interstate 35, north sides of the city of Waco. And again, the potential for up to golf ball size hail and localized damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour may occur with this storm. All right, let's go back out to the east. Mostly half-inch to 1-inch in Groesbeck. Did see a few 2-inch. Yikes. So again, that's a bit larger than golf balls. And unfortunately, or, well, I guess it's fortunate for folks downstream, but couldn't have happened a little earlier, right? This storm is starting to weaken. Just northwest of Lake Limestone, west of Farrar and Donny. It's going to be moving to the southeast, east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. If it continues and it survives until 11:30, it'll be near Hewitt by 11:30, just southwest of Buffalo there on Highway 79. So here's that storm again near Groesbeck, just east, starting to show signs of weakening as it moves off to the southeast. All right, so here's back west, north sides of Waco, but especially closer to Lacey Lakeview, maybe north sides of Belmead. That's where we're going to get the nasty, nasty heavy rain, hail. Could have hail up to the size of golf balls up here near Lacey Lakeview to Elmont, we're keeping an eye on that tech stock camera for indications of hail. There's clearly a lot of heavy rain. But there's going to probably be a lot of hail out here on I-35 around Lacey Lakeview as well. We already have a report of dime-size hail. That was about 10 minutes ago, so I'd expect the hail is a bit bigger than that now as it moves off to the southeast at about 25 miles per hour. This thing's diving southeast quickly all of a sudden. It's just nasty. Now, we do see that hook. I'm not really worried about a tornado issue with this right now, but it could bring a quick round of rain to Waco and probably some gusty west winds of 40 to 60 miles an hour as this little hook moves through Waco. Worst of the hail continues up near Lacey Lakeview, and again, that's just nasty sauce right now. Take a look at that. The hail core, just nasty as it moves off to the southeast. So again, very nasty looking hail up near Lacey Lakeview right now. Based on the traffic going so slow on this tech stock camera, definitely looks like there probably is hail falling. Just can't see a good size.
Limestone County, Texas.
But just nasty on I-35 around Lacey Lakeview right now.
Reported by emergency manager.
And again, the potential for hail up to the size of golf balls there. Belmead, Lacey Lakeview. To just south of Elmont. It's right now just north of Loop 340 and Lakeshore. Right over Lacey Lakeview and I-35. Golson Road, 933. That's going to be moving off to the east-southeast. And again, storm took a little dive south on the last couple scans, it looks like. So, north sides of Waco again. Potential for y'all to receive a quick round of rain, maybe a quick round of hail, and gusty west winds. Baylor, it's going to be close. And then here is the storm now exiting Groesbeck to the east. Groesbeck, you're pretty much clear. The storm's moving east of town and also showing indications of some weakening, though still probably some quarter-size to ping-pong ball-size hail will be possible with it as it moves over the north sides of Lake Limestone. And it is starting to move a little further east towards Farrar and Donnie. But yeah, we did have 1 to 2 inch hail reported back in Groesbeck. That includes, means quarters to golf balls. We did even have a 2 inch hail report just north of Groesbeck there on Highway 14. Back to Waco. Again, could have some golf ball size hail. Correction, now tennis ball size hail possible falling over Lacey Lakeview. Weather Service just bumped this up to tennis balls. So again, the possibility of tennis ball size hail. Across north sides of McLennan County, this includes Lacey Lakeview, North Crest, north sides of Belmead, especially near and north of Highway 340 or Loop 340 there on the north sides of town. It's going to be moving to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So again, north and east sides of Waco, Belmead. This is going to be moving towards Hallsburg and Riesel. Again, the storm now capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail up to the size of tennis balls as this activity continues moving southeast across McLennan County. So it's going to stay mostly north of Waco, but north sides of Waco, you could get a quick round of rain, gusty winds. Looks like we had west winds up to 35 miles an hour over the Waco
Texas
Regional Airport.
Report from 5 miles
could be a bit stronger than that, and then the hail core. Oh, that is just a nasty hail core right now over Lacey Lakeview, North Crest.
Reported by emergency manager. Additional information: golf ball-sized hail was measured
and that's
7
moving
miles
southeast.
south of Mexia.
Looking to see if I can't get any good video out of there. And here's a shot from north sides of, pretty much from Belmead to Lacey Lakeview. You can see a lot of traffic has just stopped up there.
Texas local storm report from 6 miles south of Mexia in Limestone County, Texas.
Looking to see if we can see any hail bouncing off the highway.
1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping Pong Ball.
Again, you're looking at Interstate 35 at Pecan Avenue there, around Lacey Lakeview to Belmead. Potential for hail. You can see a lot of traffic moving slowly. You can see those rain curtains moving from right to left on the screen. See if we can't get some other shots. Oh yeah, no, we got big hail. You see, when that car was getting off the highway, we've got big hail splatting down here on Interstate 35 near North Loop 340. Some pretty big hailstones, it looked like. You could see them bouncing. So there's a shot of that. All those shots are out of Waco, and again, a severe storm capable of producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and hail up to the size of tennis balls. Riesel, thank you. Riesel. So again, this storm's going to be moving towards Hallsburg and Riesel. The potential for hail up to the size of tennis balls and localized damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour. So this storm's packing a punch. It has some strong winds, heavy rain, and hail. Back out here, east of Groesbeck, this storm, looking less intense of the two now, could still have some pocket change size hail up to the size of quarters as it moves off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. And that's going to be moving towards Farrar, north sides of Lake Limestone, and Donnie. Eventually, Buffalo. It's raining in Buffalo.
McLennan County, Texas. Hail magnitude.
And then this storm back over north sides of Waco, Belmead, Lacey Lakeview, moving towards Hallsburg.
Additional information.
And
quarter-sized hail was reported in El Mott.
And again, this storm, these are not tornadic. They have damaging winds, they have hail, they have high winds and lightning. I said wind twice.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
All right, this is going to be a new
Leon, and Limestone County in Texas.
New severe thunderstorm warning for Buffalo and Hewitt, northwest of Centerville. That is going to take us through 11:45 this evening. So this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for downstream locations. And again, very nasty hail core right now over Highway 84 near the East Loop, 340 over northeast sides of Waco. This new severe thunderstorm warning out on the eastern storm will be for western Freestone, western Leon, and eastern Limestone counties until 11:45 p.m. Donnie, thank you. It's going to be moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Potential for quarter-size hail. And localized damaging winds up to 60 miles an hour. Again, that's moving towards Buffalo, Centerville, and eventually that storm again Does look to be on a weakening trend, so hopefully that'll continue. But you could get some small hail up to quarter size and then localized wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. Then this storm back out over Belmead, northeast sides of Waco and Lacey Lakeview, has strong winds up to 70 miles an hour in spots, and hail that could be up to the size of tennis balls, though we haven't had any reports up to tennis balls. We've heard a lot of dime to quarters, even nickel size hail. So you know what? If it wasn't as big as it could have been, that would be nice. But I guess we'll find out. And this storm, again, is going to be moving southeast pretty quick. Well, comparatively quickly, 25 miles an hour, with the potential of, again, large hail and damaging straight line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour, and it's throwing lightning all the way down towards Otto and Perry. So we're just monitoring trends at this point. Waco, it'll be over in the next probably 5 minutes. Then it'll exit town to the east, and then you're done for the night. Buffalo, yeah, I think you're going to be okay, probably. The storm's weakening. You're going to get lightning. There might be some smallish hail, maybe up to the size of a quarter, maybe. Yeah, there's going to be some gusty winds. But, yeah, I'm not worried about tornadoes at this point. And yeah, I do see that little hook east of Waco. Let me show you the velocity. And again, that there's not a lot of rotational velocity. We have a lot of straight line wind showing up here. Could be 40, 50, even up to 70 miles an hour, honestly, with this kind of a hail core. That could drag down some stronger winds from aloft. But that's mostly east of I-35 now. And that activity is going to keep on moving off to the east-southeast. You can see the eastern storm is on a weakening trend over the last, 30 minutes. I can throw this out to an hour. And you can see that eastern storm is decreasing in intensity and size pretty quickly. It just wanted to dump a lot of hail on Groesbeck. And then the western storm kind of took over and decided it wanted to munch on some hail and drop it on I-35. And yeah, Belmead, you're getting quarters right now, it looks like. Appreciate the reports. A lot of quarters. No, after this, we should be hopefully just done for the night. We're going to have some storms across the southern half of Texas tomorrow. Nothing like today, I don't think. Some of those storms could have hail. Oh, the hail indications on this western storm actually are increasing aloft again. You can see the radar thinks we have hail up to 3 inches in diameter. I thought kind of the same thing as the storm crossed I-35, but, well, seems like we're only getting quarters, so that's good. Could definitely see a bit bigger as it moves towards Hallsburg. But again, just nasty-looking hail, honestly. So it's either you're going to get hail up to the size of tennis balls, or you're going to get enough hail up to the size of golf balls to make it look like it snowed. Either way, it's not a great situation. But this storm is now moving east to Waco. It'll be out of Lacey, Lakeview, and Belmead here in the next few minutes. And then we'll continue tracking it as it makes its way towards Hallsburg, maybe parts of Mart. in southeastern portions of McLennan County. And then after that, well, we get to go to more towns I can't really pronounce. I can pronounce Otto. I'm not even going to try Koss. I did. It probably is going to bite me in the behind. You've got Thornton. This one will stay west of Groesbeck. You can see that there. We'll see. Oh, it's coming up to 10:45. We've almost been live now. Oh, we're going to be coming up on 10 hours. My, oh my. Yeah. Yeah, I knew that one was going to get me. Cost C. Okay. Thank you, y'all. Yeah, I triggered folks. If it was hours ago, we still had, 10,000 people watching. I can only imagine the rage. Storm west of Farrar, west of Buffalo, is continuing to weaken, so that's good. Again, most of this activity should be weakening over the next hour. Most model data, high-res data, convective allowing data said this was going to be calming down between about 11 and 12, so hopefully that is the case. Just had a report of ping pong ball size hail on the east side of Belmead as this storm was exiting. Hook, on this case, this storm is what we call a bit elevated. If this was back at 7 p.m., I'd be concerned, but take a look at this. This is your which way the wind's blowing mode, and look at all that green. That's just wind being shoved out of this thunderstorm. So this is an outflow dominant thunderstorm. Part of it's thanks to the time of night. I just had a reported tennis ball size hail back in Lacey Lakeview. So even though that hook is there, it's just helping to push out more wind. I'm not real worried about it trying to be a whole tornadic situation at this point.
Reported by public. Additional
but yeah, the storm's just dumping a bunch of hail. So yeah, we had reported tennis balls back in Lacey Lakeview, ping pong balls in Belmead. Thank you, Tamara, for the report of golf balls there in Belmead. Sorry you're having to deal with that this evening. Sorry y'all are all having to deal with this evening. Trust me, I don't like looking at my face. I don't like how used to doing coverage
Texas local storm report from
used
1
to
mile
struggle to do a few hours and now we're done. I don't want to know how much the last 4 days. We did have a 72-mile-an-hour wind gust measured back at 10:30 at the Waco Regional Airport. So that's where that uptick in the damaging wind came from on this. We had a 72-mile-an-hour wind gust measured there at the Waco Airport. So that explains that. Belmead, the wind has flung the sheet metal on my windshield off. I tried protecting from the hail. Yeah. Wouldn't be doing that. It's alright. According to data, some data, I might be having to try to keep my car from getting hailed on tomorrow here in Fredericksburg. At least the sunroof. The sunroof on these 4Runners are kind of fragile. So Hallsburg, guess what? This storm has a history of producing hail up to the size of tennis balls back on I-35, and it wants to come and say hello to y'all. So y'all in Hallsburg, unfortunately for y'all, are going to be dealing with the angry storm, capable of producing up to tennis ball size hail and localized damaging winds. Oh, Bob, goodness gracious. Be safe on your drive. Most of my camera feeds blew up. Poor Waco. So yeah, we're still tracking this severe storm capable of producing up to tennis ball size hail moving into Hallsburg right now on Highway 164. This storm is going to be moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. And again, it has some pretty big hail with it. It dropped up to tennis balls back in Lacey Lakeview. We've got reports up to golf ball in Belmead. And yeah, it's still shooting lightning all the way down towards Cossie. Remember, lightning is frightening. When thunder roars, it's time to get your keister indoors. Bob, I don't like you saying stuff like that. I just like to sleep. So, good news is this eastern storm, again, this storm west of Buffalo continues to pretty quickly weaken here. I think we'll probably be able to get rid of this severe thunderstorm warning shortly as it continues to weaken. That storm's going to go bye-bye, adios, almost wall beaters saying goodbye. This one over Hallsburg is not showing anything of the sort right now as it moves off to the east-southeast. About to cross over Highway 6, south of Hallsburg, southwest of Mart. It's still bringing quite a bit of hail near Hallsburg on Highway 164, it looks like. And that's going to keep on moving on the east-southeast. So it's 10:54 p.m. We're tracking a severe storm over Hallsburg that is still capable of producing hail, maybe up to the size of tennis balls, as it moves east-southeast, about 30 miles an hour. I expect we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning here in the next few minutes. That'll extend this towards Cossie. Again, my pronunciation skills are horrible, folks. It's more to do with the fact I didn't know how to say the letter R until 5th grade, so phonics and I have a hard time in life. It's part of my whole little dysgraphia thing. And there's that new severe warning about to come on in and say, yippity, yippity, yippity doo. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a warning for you.
The National Weather Service.
We'll see that pop up here on the magical radar.
Thunderstorm warning for
Falls, Limestone, and McLennan County in Texas.
All right, we have a severe thunderstorm warning until midnight for eastern McLennan, southern Limestone, and northeastern Falls County. At 10:54 p.m., a severe storm is located over Hallsburg, 8 miles southeast of Belmead, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. This includes Hallsburg, Lake Creek Lake. Yeah, Lake Creek Lake? What the heck? That's a weird name, y'all. Ben-Hur, Perry, Watt, Coss, Downsville, Axtell, Otto, and Reagan. This storm has a history of producing winds to 70 miles an hour, though it's currently probably doing 60. It does also have a history of producing tennis ball size hail. As it moves off to the southeast at about 60 miles an hour. Let me rephrase that. Move southeast at 35 miles an hour. The winds could be up to 60. So, Hallsburg, you're getting the hail right now. This is going to be starting to move over Highway 6 near FM 1860 in the next couple of minutes. And that is going to be moving off towards eventually Kosse, Thornton, Braymond, staying southwest of Groesbeck. Still the potential for tennis ball size hail. Austin, you're good to go for tonight. There is nothing down here in the hill country, central Texas. Yeah, this storm's evaporating pretty quick out here. South of Tige, west of Buffalo. So, if you're in Buffalo, all that, y'all can go to bed. And then just down to one severe storm. Over Highway 6 near Frederick Street, FM 1860. That's going to be moving southeast. That'll cross over 147, Marlin. Eventually on a beeline towards Kosse. Waco is clear. Go to bed. So again, it is coming up to 11 p.m. Last severe storm of the night is moving southeast from Hallsburg. Still the potential for up to tennis ball size hail. It did produce tennis ball size hail back in Lacey Lakeview with golf balls in Belmead. This storm is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. From Hallsburg, west of Mart, it's going to be moving towards Otto, Perry, probably staying a little north of Marlin. Y'all may get the wind, though, and lightning. And then this is moving right towards Thornton and Kosse. Along with, it's about to move over Resell. So, Ben Hur, I think you're going to stay just east of the hail core. So y'all are probably going to be okay. Gotta move my big head further over on this frame. Where's the button? Let's move some buttons. There we go. Boy, that it just still looks like a nasty hailer. Now, the eastern storm's dying. This one on Highway 164 west of Buffalo is evaporating. It's probably going to be gone off radar in 20 minutes. And then this activity, moving on to the southeast with the potential of, again, up to tennis ball size hail from Resell to Otto, Perry, north of Marlin, towards Kosse, Resell, Hee-Haw, Yee-Yaw. This is going to be moving, mostly, the Mart, you're getting some rain, maybe some small hail, y'all are fine. Centerville, you're fine. This storm is going to stay west of there anyway, if it even gets down that far. Cossi. I'm just going to start spelling it until I can get into a phonics lesson and have it tell me 20 times in practice like a foreign language, whatever those audio things are. So yeah, Waco, you're clear. Rysel, you're getting the hail right now, I'm afraid. Otto, same thing. Hallsberg, you'll be done soon, but you're still getting some hail. Y'all stay safe. Stay away from those windows, especially. There could be some nasty wind with that. Sharing some video on Facebook right now. All right. Yeah, these storms are going to weaken over the next hour. We already had one big storm out east. It's dead. It's gone. It evaporated like my hairline. This storm eventually is going to do the same, hopefully in the next hour or two. But for now, it continues producing frequent lightning, hail, and has storm tops near 60,000 feet. So it's clearly still chugging on along just like it had a Red Bull. Except the Red Bull gave hailstones wings instead of, well, yeah. Huntsville. I think Huntsville will be okay tonight. I don't see this storm making it down to Huntsville tonight, in all likelihood. Now, they'll probably have some storms tomorrow morning, but not for now. Hopefully not tonight, but I mean, if it kept going another 3 hours, it could. So hopefully, the cap will squash this western storm like it did the eastern storm. The eastern storm, yeah, bye-bye. The severe warning just got canceled. So hopefully it's going away soon. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Again, we're not worried about rotation with this. We're not worried about a tornado. We're just waiting for it to die so we can go to bed. But heads up, those of you northeast of Marlin, east on Highway 7 to KOSSE, because that's how I'm gonna say it. I'm going insane. Leave me alone. Thornton, southwest of Groesbeck, exiting Hallsberg. Exiting Riesel shortly, and moving off to the southeast. Oh, I'm tired. I've been at this for 10 hours, but I probably haven't had nearly enough water either. That's going to kick me in the behind tomorrow. I'm going to probably wake up and be sluggish half the day, but I'll try to drink more water. Definitely appreciate everyone who's been here throughout the day. Sorry you're having to be here so late in the evening. And then there was one severe storm there on Highway 6 coming into Perry, east to Otto. This is going to keep moving on southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. All these cameras to the right are from Waco up to, Lacey, Lakeview, Belmead, who got pummeled earlier with hail up to the size of tennis balls. And this activity continues to move off to the southeast. Again, this storm at about 35 miles an hour. So, again, we're not doing tornadoes. We do have some strong winds and, yeah, some hail out here in portions of Falls County, southwestern Limestone County, as this activity moves off to the southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So this storm track you see on the screen here, this little fan, that's a 1-hour track. So that's what we're looking at out here. With this thunderstorm. I'm going to keep a very close eye on all this. Thank you for the kind notes, y'all. I definitely know I'm sluggish right now. But again, we're kind of just trying to wait this out. I will admit there's probably a decent chance, regardless, unless something crazy happens, we're probably going to wrap this up at 11:30, since we're getting near. That's going to be about 10.5 hours of coverage. And hopefully we'll see a weakening trend by then. Temple, Moody, you're good. I'm not worried about y'all tonight. Again, zooming out, you can see we're down to one severe storm. We do have a few showers firing up here in Hood and Johnson counties. Again, there may be a few storms overnight with maybe some small hail and lightning. Not going to completely rule that out. This storm still definitely looks mean. It's going to be heading down to KOSSE. Honestly, there's a good chance I'm just going to let somebody record some of these towns. I'm going to start just making folders of recorded, someone saying it, and I'm just going to press it like a soundboard. I mean, I've got like 60 buttons here. Why not? Add some personality to all this. But again, this storm is still producing up to tennis ball size hail. Good night, Bob. Have a good night. Sleep well. And thanks for the great work today and helping to bring visuals to everybody. This storm near Perry is actually trying to get madder again. You gotta be kidding me. This thing's actually trying to start. Well, the hail core loft has some annoying hail. Franklin, yes. If this thing is still around by 12:15, it's going to say hello to you. Same thing up Highway 79 towards Easterly Ridge. Well, Jeff, thank you very much. Appreciate your upgrade to Super Duper. Appreciate everyone who's been watching today, hitting the like button, and, just comment in the chat. It's always nice to see. So y'all tell me, what would you rather do? Would you rather me end the stream at 11:30, or would you rather me take, a little break for like 8 minutes, have some music play, and come back here and keep on going for a while? What we used to do for stuff like this, I'd actually do updates about every 15 minutes. And then otherwise, I'd just let music play. You see how that hail marker just popped back up there again? We'll see. Those of you on Highway 7 from just east of Marlin to KOSSE, it's about to get rowdy. The potential for up to tennis ball size hail and localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Moving southeast. If it keeps past Highway 7, it's going to be moving towards Bremen, and eventually, by 12:15 a.m., it would be approaching Highway 79 from Franklin, Easterly, Ridge, north of Hearn. Hearn. A lot of lightning again with this, too. So, hail threat remains up to tennis ball size possible. Localized damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. And this storm is still 60,000 feet tall. It's a meanie. So heads up to folks down in Robertson County. From, Bremen, Franklin, Easterly, Ridge. Imminently, KOSSE. Yeah, I'm not going to go anywhere. Don't worry, y'all. I am going to pause my face for just a second to go to visit the little boy's room. All right, we'll keep this show going. Man, this thing's just mad. I mean, the hail size, honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if they bumped this back up to baseballs. So, again, those of you in Hallsburg, you're done. Mart, you're done. Riesel, you're done. Perry, you're going to be done here soon. And now let me show you the rotation. We're not seeing any strong low-level rotation, and any of the correlation coefficient, you're probably just seeing some bad data. This is not a tornadic situation at all. So I'm not worried about tornadoes. I'm worried about hail, some strong winds. So those of you on Highway 7 from just east of Marlin all the way to Highway 14, from Thornton south to Bremen, you are in the hail zone. Could have, honestly, up to tennis ball size hail. May end up being a little bigger. Maybe. Hopefully not. But this storm definitely has the potential to produce still damaging hail as we approach 11:20 this evening. And as this continues moving off to the southeast, we'll deal with it. Just had a report of golf ball size hail northeast of Marlin. Ping pong the golf ball size hail. Now you're all good. All right. Again, we're just watching and waiting here. Those of you on 7 from Marlin, especially just northeast of Marlin, 147. And then those of you east on 7 to Highway 14, you're about to be in the hail zone. Yeah, those of you in KOSSE, I'm spelling your town. Look, I'm just too tired to pronounce things right tonight. I'll figure it out later. So, you know what? Is what it is. You're already paying attention, so don't be scared. This isn't a tornado. This isn't something that is gonna, knock your house down. Yeah, there's gonna be some hail. It's gonna be loud, and there's a lot of lightning. Just southwest of Auto reports of golf ball size hail. So, the radar indicates it's bigger. Maybe it's just that, golf ball. In which case, hey, you know what? We'll get through it. It'll move southeast pretty quick, and y'all can go to bed. Y'all in Limestone County have not had a pleasant last couple of hours. Oh. High protein bar, chocolate peanut butter, because that's a great thing to eat while doing live streams. Something with peanut butter in it. Sometimes they are just a bit late canceling the watches. This is the only storm left. Banana chips would work too. Pretty crunchy though, so I don't know how that would go. I mean, the ASMR folks might like it. Sorry, y'all. Just got upgraded to destructive. Let me finish chewing this and I'll talk. So those of you out here in KOSSE, Thornton, Reagan, east of Marlin, your phones probably just went off. For baseball size hail, destructive storm. That's because they bumped it up from tennis balls to baseballs. Very small increase, but nevertheless one that sets the wireless emergency alerts off. So again, we're still here. This destructive storm approaching Highway 7. Moving off to the east. Southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Capable of producing maybe up to baseball size hail. Localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Lightning is frightening and heavy rain. So again, and this storm's going to keep on moving off the southeast. It's not weakening yet. It's going to move southeast. Eventually, by 11:15, this is going to be approaching Highway 79 from Franklin to Easterly in Robertson County, north of Hearn. Now, one way to think about it is think of how humid and hot it's been this week. All that moisture means the atmosphere is still very unstable, even at 11:30 at night. So, storm tops are still 55,000 feet tall. And at some point, the cap will squish this storm just like it has every other storm. But not yet. This storm remains quite grumpy. So this is going to be moving southeast across Highway 7, east of Highway 6, close to Highway 14, in the next about 10 to 15 minutes. After that, it's going to make a run at Highway 79, south of 7, east of 6. It's going to stay northeast of Hearn. Eventually, it might make it to Highway 79 by, again, 12:15. If it keeps going after that, it could try to make a run at Highway 190, probably between Whitson Valley and North Zolch. But I really hope this thing's very weak or dead by then. Again, this thing's probably dropping some big hail right now. Coming up on Highway 7. Right now it's crossing FM 147 near FM 1240, northeast of Marlin, moving southeast, again about 30 miles an hour. This is going to cross Highway 7 very near, or maybe just west of Highway 14 near FM 2485. Continue moving southeast across Highway 14, north of Bremond, and then eventually crossing FM 979 and Highway 79 northeast of Franklin, or near thereabouts, by about 12:15. That's a great analogy. This little guy is taking up all the energy like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Oh, y'all have been great with these suggestions today. You've got Bob the Storm Chaser. You've got all those analogies. I'll be honest, I probably won't remember half of them. I'm probably not going to remember half of today's coverage. In the sense of, it's just been a long day. A lot of this, what I do, just comes naturally. You know, no script, whatnot, just instinct. So, Waco, you're done for the night. No issues on I-35 at this point. Everyone on I-35, you're done. You know, North Texas, you're done. There's a few showers up here in Johnson, Hood counties. But the only severe storm left is this one, about to cross over Highway 7. Again, the eastern storm evaporated. Bremond. Oh, do I think this is going to make it to Navasota? Well, let's just see. I think in an hour it'll be near Franklin. After that, it might be, you know, near Wixon Valley on 190. I hope not. I hope in 2 hours this thing's gone. Hi, I'm me, I'm shiny. Well, yeah, it's true. So again, this storm is coming up on Highway 7 and Highway 14 with the potential of up to tennis ball, baseball size hail. We'll see. I hope not. I hope this thing starts to, you know, peter out at some point soon, but, you know, it's like the Energizer money. It just keeps on going and going and going and going and going and going and going. Hearn, thank you. All right, so again, this is the only severe storm we have left. And this thing is moving southeast, about to cross over Highway 7. Yeah, the future radar did show storms up here in North Texas and Northeast Texas, right? And guess what? We don't have any. We have a few showers, that's it. So that's probably that high-res model being a little overzealous. Again, only storm we have left, so if you are in the vicinity of this storm as it moves southeast, keep an eye out. But if not, well, you're good. This storm is what we call a bit elevated as it moves southeast. Nightbot's taking a interesting approach. Ooh. So again, those of you on 7 and Highway 14 near KOSSE, you've got hail. Maybe a bit worse west of you. We'll see, right? Yeah, the worst is going to be southwest of Thornton, thankfully. This is going to be heading over and crossing Oh, excuse me. I don't expect this to make it down to Houston. I'm gonna be real mad if it tries. Let's say, put it that way. So again, we're still just watching these storms right now as they move southeast again. Yeah, this thing is warned for baseball size hail. I'm not sure if we're going to have that hail, but still, could be big hail now on Highway 7 east of Marlin, coming up to Highway 14 with the potential of some damaging straight line winds, 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, and yeah, even hail. Ooh, yeah, we don't want hail going through roofs or anything like that. That's no bueno. So again, this storm, yeah, the hail core, let's just zoom in. You can see, well, maybe those of you at 14 and 7, you might get a little lucky here. It may try to just stay west. Hail sizes are starting to come down a little bit. You know, it's not at least so in softballs or baseballs anymore, maybe 2-inch. Eventually, this thing's going to weaken and die, like my brain cells. One day. Ooh. Yeah, it's still pretty tall. No rotation, nothing like that. But yeah, storm does continue moving southeast. About 25 miles an hour. Larry, a big thank you to them for watching. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate everyone who's been watching the last few days. Yeah, the future radar honestly isn't right. Because there's no storms developing besides this one. So sometimes it's a little overzealous. You know, this storm should at some point die in the next hour or two as the cap squishes it, but yeah, it could make it into parts of the Brazos Valley over the next hour or two. Hail marker is decreasing now on my products. A little bit at least. It's starting to come down. Maybe we are almost done. I'm hoping. Look, if you're at Highway 7 and Highway 14 here in KOSSE, guess what? You get stormed. Y'all are probably getting some hail. I don't think it's baseballs. I think it's probably smaller than that. You're going to get some lightning. You're getting some heavy rain. But yeah, it's been a very long track storm. Just a whole lot of a headache for sure with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the southeast. And to those of you popping off for the night, hey, Thanks for popping on in and hopping on in. And boy, I'm just tired. Y'all have a good night, and thanks for joining us. All right, so the storm is now over Highway 7. It's about to move over Highway 14 north of Bremen. Now, here's something that can actually tell us what's going on. Check out this. This is the outflow boundary. So this storm is north of that boundary, which is why we're not concerned about tornadoes this evening. With this storm at this point, because it's got a little rain-cooled air pushed out ahead of it at the surface. Now, that doesn't matter, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 feet up. It's got plenty of energy to work with. So that is what it has been doing. And that's what we're dealing with as this storm moves off to the southeast with still hail. We're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning, extending farther southeast now. I'm going to reset the radar program. It's having a wee bit of an issue. It's a 32-bit program. It's like 10 years old, so that's why if it,
The National
that,
Weather
that's why.
Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Falls.
All right, so
Leon,
this is going to be a new severe
Limestone,
thunderstorm warning. This is
Robertson
going to take us
County in
down into
Texas.
the northern Brazos Valley. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45 a.m. for Robertson, Leon, Limestone, and Falls counties. 11:42 p.m. A severe storm is located 7 miles northeast of Bremen, 16 miles east of Marlin, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. The storm is still capable of producing perhaps a golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. This is going to be near the Twin Oak Reservoir around 11:50 and Franklin around 12:15. So again, it's going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing large hail and localized damaging straight line winds as it moves off to the southeast at 30 miles an hour. So this includes Franklin, Hearn, almost all the way down to Bryan and Wixon Valley. So we'll keep an eye on it, but maybe at some point this thing will die. If not, maybe me. We'll see. So again, we continue to monitor a severe thunderstorm capable of producing hail. It's going to be moving southeast, south of Highway 7 soon, towards Bremen, and eventually now towards Highway 79, and eventually maybe Hearn to Normandy. We'll see. It's going to keep on moving off to the southeast again, about 30 miles an hour. Georgetown is good. The only storm we're looking at now in the State's this one storm. So if you're not, north of College Station or Bryan to Madisonville, you're done. All right, so coming up to 11:48, and this storm is going to make it south of Highway 7 here shortly. Still has the potential to produce at least, I'm going to say probably ping pong ball to golf ball size hail. I think this hail size has come down a bit. So this storm will be moving off to the southeast about 30 miles per hour. And again, it's going to be capable of producing some large hail, some damaging straight line winds, more hail, a lot of lightning, etc. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for that. But again, I don't think it's got baseballs anymore. We haven't had a report of baseball size hail in quite a while. So I'm hoping this is just, starting that downtrend a bit. But it's still a very intense storm, capable to prey up to golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour as it moves southeast. I know the warnings for tennis balls. And I mean, wouldn't totally rule that out, but hopefully, it's taking a chill pill a bit here with respect to chill pills. Again, we are monitoring a severe storm now just south of Highway 7, about to cross over Highway 14. The potential for some hail as this moves southeast towards Franklin, Highway 79. This does have the potential for maybe up to golf ball size hail at this point, maybe some strong winds at 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. There's still plenty of cloud to ground lightning. And probably heavy rain with this as it moves southeast. Once this makes it south of 7, everyone north of Highway 7 is done. This is going to be the only storm left that we're going to be dealing with for this evening, and then we're done with it. Flynn, I think you're going to be a bit too far east for this. I think this will probably try to stay farther west, probably west of Hilltop Lakes. Closer to probably Franklin, New Baden, easterly. And then I mean, it would make it to Houston if it survived another 5 hours. I don't think it's going to do that. All right, so we do still have a thunderstorm capable of producing up to golf ball size hail, in my opinion. It's going to be moving southeast into portions of Robertson County. Those of you in Ridge, Easterly, and Franklin, you are going to be dealing with the potential of maybe some hail, heavy rain, strong winds, and this storm's going to move southeast. So Marlin, you're done. Groesbeck, you're done. Limestone County, you're just about done. Y'all been busy the last few hours. Folks around Waco, you're done. Same thing all the way up in the North Texas. There are a few showers developing up here, by the way. I'm not even seeing any lightning yet, but we'll keep an eye out for that, just in case some of those models were trying to pin out a few hailstorms up north happens. Weather Service launches those balloons about twice a day, usually 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time and 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. They can launch them at special times, and as of the last month and a half, they've just been launching them at random times across the country. So this storm is going to be moving southeast. It is going to cross over Highway 79, probably by about 12:30. DFW missed out a lot because those storms that developed over Wichita Falls, they had a lot of upper-level anvil clouds. So those clouds helped keep most of the Metroplex a little more stable, and that kept the cap or the lid on the atmosphere in place. So that's why it ended up being a little farther west, which saved most of DFW and northeast Texas. If those storms hadn't fired up there so early, and we had storms that fired up farther east, that really would have messed up DFW. But that's what saved DFW. Yeah. And you saw that as those storms around Mineral Wells got more intense, the ones farther east moving into Parker County and moving into Denton County weakened considerably and eventually died. All right, so what I think we're going to do is we are going to, at midnight, we're going to switch over to the feed for the 24/7 live radar streams. It's getting really stinking late. There is no tornado risk. We do have some risk of hail continuing and strong winds, but I do believe this storm is going to die out over the next hour or two. But until it does, it's still going to have a risk of large hail, localized damaging winds, and heavy rain. But again, and lightning. But again, not a tornado issue. And coming up on 11 hours of coverage, I need to start getting ready for tomorrow. That means putting the video together for tomorrow morning, which at this point I can do because I'm awake at midnight. So what we're going to do here in just a couple of minutes is we're going to switch everyone over to the 24/7 live radar stream, which has music, has the radar, has the warnings, and then we'll be able to, well, keep y'all updated with social media. So I do want to thank everyone who's taken time out of their day at some point to pop in. Appreciate everyone who's taken time to say hello. And, you know, we've done a lot of coverage this week. I think we've done more coverage over the last 4 or 5 days, hour-wise, than maybe since 2024. I had to have to look, but, this is what we do. It really is. So again, this storm is going to start eventually weakening at some point, but until it does, it's got hail. So, on behalf of all of us here at the Texas Weather Roundup, the Texas Storm Chasers, I want to give a big thank you to our amazing moderating team. I want to thank everyone who's helped out in chats today. I want to thank all the people who've sent me emails offering to become moderators. That's great. And offer help and all that. And you know what? I really just want to say thank you. So remember, we're here, Texans for Texas weather. And you know what? If for some reason this storm does something dumb, we'll be back. Lickety split. But it's going to keep moving southeast. Eventually it's going to weaken as it approaches, hopefully, Highway 79 and beyond. Hopefully it doesn't make it all the way down to Highway 190. It might. Hopefully as it weakens, but until it does, again, large hail, localized damaging winds, quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, and there we go. So, Airbus Short Bus, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope you're referring to the A319. And with that, I want to thank everybody. We'll get you over to that nice live stream now with the music. Have a good night, and God bless.